Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
So, as we come to the final day of Web Summit, our thoughts begin to focus on 2016. And after 5 fantastic years in Dublin, we're moving to the absolutely wonderful city of Lisbon in 2016. We're incredibly excited about that, and I would now like to bring out some of the Portuguese delegation to hear how preparations are going. Please give them an incredibly warm welcome on stage. So, firstly, I'd like to speak to Michael Freschi, Chairman and CEO of ASEP Portugal Global. Michael, your organization played an absolutely key role in persuading us to move to Lisbon. Can you tell us a little bit how preparations are going?
Yes, of course. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Paddy. It is a pleasure to be present here at this tremendous event. And let me start by congratulating you because you've come from 400 attendees 5 years ago to more than 42,000 5 years later. It's unbelievable, and I believe you and your team should be very proud of it and for the level of engagement you've had from startups and from investors. And this is why we are so happy and thrilled to host Web Summit in Lisbon next year and the following years. We are really very excited, and this goes from the Portuguese government to the municipality of Lisbon, to ASEP, the trade and investment agency of which I'm president, Turismo de Portugal, Turismo de Lisboa, Mel Arena, Phil, the Lisbon Exhibition and Congress Center, and of course all the startups, the companies, the community. We all want to be part of it, and we are ready to receive you, I would say, with arms wide open. And we want to take the next Web Summit to be even a greater experience than the one we are already feeling here this year. And that's why we are really working hard on it. The venues, Mel Arena and Phil, are here, and they are present to witness all the details and what it takes to make a summit like this. From infrastructures to lighting, to Wi-Fi, to hardline networks, catering, security, transportation, all these details are being taken care of, and notes are being taken on how we need to replicate this in Lisbon next year. And also Portuguese companies that are going to partner with the Web Summit in Lisbon in terms of events and activities, they are also here present, and I believe many ideas are already flourishing towards making the Web Summit in Lisbon a great and unique experience. Finally, one final comment on a task force that has been formed, established to make sure that the transition from Dublin to Lisbon is smooth, and also to help in all the necessary steps to make the Web Summit a huge success. This task force is composed by ASEP, by Turismo de Portugal and Turismo de Lisboa, and it is led by ASEP. And we, of course, are feeling all the necessary support from the Portuguese government and from the mayor of Lisbon. So, you see, Paddy, we are really excited to receiving you in Lisbon next year, and I hope to see all the attendees here present this year and many, many more in Lisbon next year. Once again, congratulations for what you have achieved.
Thank you so much. Thanks a million. So, and let me bring in the Deputy Prime Minister. We're incredibly delighted that you've been able to join us today. I'd love to hear a little bit about the tech scene in Portugal.
Okay, so good morning, Dublin. I think the tech scene in Lisbon and in Portugal is growing fast. And the Portuguese startups are getting noticed all over the world. Some major global IT companies have headquarters in Portugal and are moving namely to Lisbon. And we have a stronger link than in the past between universities and companies. In the last couple of years, Portugal increased 50% the number of PhDs and masters in companies. And you know some brands, some company names that are becoming global. The unicorn one, for instance, is Farfetch. But I could name also Fitsai, Uniplaces, they had a major success in Dublin this week, and Music, Codacy, etc., etc.
Yeah, actually, the winner of our startup competition last year was with over 1,000 entrants. We then got down to 200 startups that pitched here, and the final 3 startups on stage are 2 startups from San Francisco and 1 startup from Portugal. And I was amazed because at the time I'd never really heard of any startups, many startups from Portugal. And this small young startup, Codacy, just beat out all of this competition from all over the world. And they've got an incredibly bright future in front of them. So what can people here expect from Web Summit in Lisbon?
Oh, you will have great enthusiasm, you will have a great welcome, and you will have great fun also.
Fantastic.
In Lisbon, you have good facilities, you have good prices, you have a city committed to innovation and startup environment. You know, you mentioned San Francisco, SFO. This week, Bloomberg named or called Lisbon the new SFO or the SFO of Europe. You will have in Portugal sun, light, heritage, good food, sea, surf, New Lisbon, vibrant nightlife, hospitality, most people fluent in English, and you will have also sun in November. And you can take a break and sun bathe in November, 15 minutes from Lisbon. So you can expect a very good welcome in Lisbon.
Fantastic. I'm so absolutely incredibly excited. Reading 4 weeks ago the Financial Times writing about Lisbon in just such glowing terms, and then to see Bloomberg in the last few days call it the new San Francisco of Europe makes me incredibly excited. We're going to be welcoming so many people from all over the world in 2016 in Lisbon. I can't wait, and I look forward to seeing all of you there, and I really appreciate the time. I know you've all got a very busy schedule, so please lead me in a round of applause for our wonderful host for 2016.
May I just tell you one thing?
Yes.
We know Dublin was decisive in the history of Web Summit. We know Dublin made a fantastic job for the Web Summit. And we are very honored, and it's a huge responsibility to take up from Dublin. And this will also globalize more Web Summit. So you can be sure this is a great challenge. Portugal delivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Oops.
Thanks so much. Thanks
you,
a million.
Paddy.
Fantastic. Thank you.
in Lisbon.
Yes, see you in Lisbon, guys. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks a million, guys, and see you in Lisbon. Thank you so much. So we'll be releasing lots more details. Yesterday we announced that we were giving away 10,000 complimentary invitations to female entrepreneurs all over the world to our events in 2016. Foremost in that is the Web Summit. We also, each day over the last 3 days, we released just over 100 tickets for €100 each, with all the proceeds going to Coder Dojo. We're getting very close to hitting our target of €10,000 a day, and hopefully this afternoon we'll be able to announce that we'd raised €30,000 to help start free coding classes for young kids between 7 and 17 in Lisbon. I'm very excited about that, and if you've got one of those codes, I'd absolutely encourage you to use it, and hopefully I'll get to come out here this afternoon and announce that we've hit our target. So now to our next speaker. American and European broadcasters have adopted different approaches when it comes to bringing television into the digital age. What are those approaches and what will be successful? To discuss this, please welcome Jeremy Darroch, CEO of Sky, in conversation with Matt Garahan of the Financial Times.
Well, morning everybody, and morning Jeremy.
Morning.
Thanks for joining me. I want to talk to you about the future of the media business, future of TV. I live in the United States, and cord cutting is becoming a real issue, with people getting rid of their pay TV subscriptions, going for over-the-top alternatives. Here in Europe, it's a slightly different picture, and I wonder whether cord cutting is an issue for Sky, whether you see much evidence of it, or what? What do you think?
It isn't here. I think in Europe, generally, there are 3 or 4 really very different circumstances to the States. First of all, the US essentially is a market that has moved to pretty much full penetration, but selling the big bundle, essentially just selling one bundle. And I think as a consequence of that, too many people have actually ended up almost being forced to take a product that wasn't right for them. We haven't sold the big bundle in the UK for 10 years, actually. We've very much taken a view that we want to segment our market. The second reason is, I think, just the innovation and technology developments that we've seen in Europe with our over-the-top platform, but what we've done with our sort of hybrid satellite platform is just well ahead of the viewing experience in the States. So I think the whole experience of television is just so much better here. And then thirdly, actually pricing in the States is a lot higher than in Europe on a constant purchasing basis, something like 60% more expensive in Europe. So actually in Europe, we've still got this great opportunity of growing penetration and really embracing technology and new technologies to unlock new pockets of demand and to right-size customers in terms of how they choose to consume content.
So the drivers of cord cutting don't really exist then, or they're not really in Europe in the same way.
Correct. You know, they're just not here, and I just don't think they're going to emerge here as they have in the States.
Now, you mentioned Europe. I mean, Sky is now a much different company. You have since the merger of Sky Italia, Sky Deutschland. What's that process been like, and what have you learned from that?
Well, overall, it's been great. I mean, the businesses are all performing well. I think we've learned that the really important things are the same across each of those markets. So getting the best range of local and international content, having the essentially the best viewing experience across each of those markets, all of those things hold. And I think having established, if you like, a spine across Europe, that's going to allow us just to innovate and go quicker across all of our markets than we could have done individually.
Right. Could you see yourself taking the Sky brand into other European markets, into the US, for example?
Well, certainly. I mean, for now, our focus is very much in Europe. So I think having sort of bedded down the Sky is increasingly the question for us will be where we'll go to next. And I think either with our over-the-top platform or potentially our other platform, there'll be other markets we want to go into. And then, as I look at Sky relative to other providers across the world, I think, we offer a pretty good service. So, we'll be open-minded over time as to sort of the things we could do.
But what about competition? I mean, again, the picture US to UK or US to Europe seems very different to me. And I wonder, in the US, you have pretty local monopolies, effectively, with pay TV companies who aren't really challenged or who don't have any competition. How different is it in Europe and in the UK?
Well, I think the competitive environment in Europe is very vibrant. I mean, fundamentally, we compete against free. In every market in Europe, there's a strong free alternative. So in the short term, that's a challenge, but actually I think it's probably quite a good thing for the business, because generally we have to create services that people are willing to pay for.
Right.
And I think because of that, it means that we are constantly evolving and changing and are stepping in, I think, to new trends in a much faster way than we would see in other markets, and I think particularly in the US.
And you have your own over-the-top product, and you've segmented your bundled, haven't you? I mean, you're offering smaller packages of...
We do.
Yeah.
So we have, in the UK, we call that service Now TV. It's in effect the skinny bundle. We've created that there. And the important thing from our point of view is it allows us to target at very different customer groups, perhaps younger people, people who are living, urbanites, people who are living at home, people who don't want to take an annual subscription, want to pay more as they go. And it's really helping continue to drive growth and just open up new segments of the market that we just couldn't get to with the Sky brand.
Right, right. So Sky very famously was built with, well, one of the big drivers of its growth in the early days was live sports rights, exclusive sports rights. And over the last 2 decades, the cost of those rights, particularly Premier League football, have mushroomed, no sign of slowing down. How sustainable do you think that is? I mean, we're 20 years in, so it must be pretty sustainable. But when you look at the cost of the Premier League package, can it keep going up forever? At what point does it hit a ceiling?
Well, I think, we're pretty fully bid, I think, now in the UK. I mean, it's certainly not cheap. It's very expensive to buy those rights. The reason that we can make sense of it is we've just built a very, very big monetization engine in the UK. So we're distributing our sport not just over Sky, over other networks like the cable operators, the telcos. So we wholesale our rights to others. We've used our over-the-top service to sell sports on a daily basis as well as a monthly basis. We've become very sophisticated in our additional revenue streams that we generate. So I think domestic football, will always be the single most important sports right in any market, but increasingly it's only part of what we offer, and we're really focused very much in growing broadly. It's very interesting, this quarter where we lost Champions League football in 2 of our markets to competitors, and actually, whilst we wanted to retain that, but we decided it was too expensive. It really hasn't slowed the business down at all. In fact, we posted record growth, and I think that's because of the breadth of what we offer now across our service.
What about original content and how you allocate resources to that? Is that becoming more of an appeal to people thinking about taking a subscription versus perhaps live sport?
No, it's very much the 4th big pillar of our content offering now. So. We'll spend yearly about just under £5 billion on screen. We'll rapidly get our own commission content to be about £1 billion of that. And that's everything from, of course, traditional areas like our news channels, but more importantly now investing in really high-scale drama across all of our markets, comedy, documentaries. And that's just going to become a bigger part of our story, which, of course, bringing the Skies together gives us the opportunity just to operate at a greater scale. In fact, actually today we've just launching our first movie in cinema in Italy, based around Florence and the Uffizi. Right. And that's actually gone directly into box office, and then we'll come to the channel later after that. Right.
What about other industry trends? In the United States, a lot of the content producers are going over the top. HBO has its own over-the-top service. I mean, this week they added Jon Stewart to that. They've really bulked that up. I wonder if that has any effect on you, or will have any effect on you going forward in Europe, whether you'll see more of that here.
I think we'll probably see more of it. Yeah. I think often many of those trends we see coming across, but I think, again, in Europe it's a bit different. First of all, because there's such a strong free alternative in Europe, TV is very much a service that you have to sell and then keep sold. Yeah. Quite different to the States, where essentially there's no real free-to-air service, so people very much are buying their television. And then I think our job is just to make sure for our big partners that working with Sky is going to be better than them going directly. I'm sure they'll want to have some element of that where they go direct to consumer.
Disney's about to go direct in the UK, isn't it? And
correct.
Roll up, but you're their partner in
across Europe, yeah, and we've recently just extended our rights with Disney to do a broader deal, a greater set of rights. We'll get their new content to Sky ahead of any other service. And then they'll monetize that, through the back end. But
So it doesn't affect the chain. So there is a window where you'll get frozen, for example,
Correct.
for a period of time before it moves to
Yes.
their own service.
That's right. And, I think over time you will start to see windows change a bit. But, I think, that first pay TV window, which is really about how if you want to be the leader in all of your markets, is an expensive window and one that you have to execute at scale, is going to be where we'll play.
Right. Let me ask you about the future of Sky. Fox, 21st Century Fox, owns 40%, 39% of the company. James and Lachlan Murdoch gave an interview recently where they talked about the holding and what might happen in the future, and they talked about 40% not being a sort of optimal position, and suggested that either owning all of Sky or owning none of it would be preferable in the long term. How does that play into your thinking, or did that interview or did those comments change anything from your perspective?
No, I think very much their position is the same as it's been for a while. I think they've said many times that they, to your point, they'd either prefer to be full owners or long-term, not have a minority stake. But they're very happy, with as happy owners. They understand the strategy. They can see the value creation opportunity that's ahead of us. So, and from Sky's point of view, it doesn't really change anything. We just kind of stay focused and do our plan. And I think, whatever the ownership structure of the company in the future, I think we've just got a huge opportunity now ahead of us, and we'll just do that. And then, if we do a good job at that, we're going to make all of our shareholders pretty happy.
What about in the UK, the future going forward with your broadband and your IP TV business? You don't own the network. You use the BT OpenReach network, as do other providers. And unlike in the US, where you have these fixed monopolies using networks, in the UK it's a much more competitive. Do you think that using that way of doing things is sustainable? Can you envisage continuing to use BT OpenReach, or would you rather there be a change in the ownership of that network?
Well, BT OpenReach, of course, own the national infrastructure, so I don't think anybody's going to credibly, overbuild all of that. We would prefer to see OpenReach run separately, focused on that network. BT, obviously, as a group, have chosen to move much more into retail again, and there are obvious conflicts with that. I think if we think of the broadband infrastructure that we need in this country, or in the UK, I should say, we would like to see fibre built to the home. I think all of the people here would like to do that, because that's the way that we're going to have the most innovative set of services that we can develop and others can develop. And if we're relying on squeezing more and more out of that last mile of copper, that's going to be restrictive. And I think a pure play infrastructure company that can focus on delivering that, attract investment that can enable it to do that, it's just going to be better for customers, actually, frankly, better for the UK, and we'd be part of that. And I think OpenReach, unfortunately, is too restricted today as it sits in the overall BT group. The facts are, it's not investing substantially anything more in its capex than it was 10 years ago.
And it would be a big company if they broke it off.
Yeah, they'd be a FTSE 100 company, a bit like something like National Grid. And I think, simpler, more transparent, more easily understood, with a singular focus of developing the sort of broadband infrastructure that we need for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
Right. So they've become a competitor, haven't they, in recent years? And again, the competitive landscape in the UK changes all the time. How optimistic are you that, are you worried about the emergence of other competitors, or do BT, BT, as you said, took the Champions League rights, or outbid you guys for the Champions League rights? How healthy is the competitive market?
I think it's as healthy today as it's always been. We've always faced big competition. The commercial free-to-air sector when we started was huge. We've seen others come in. The cable operators are good operators around Europe. The big telcos, obviously big. But the important thing for us is just that we keep changing. We keep executing our plan. We keep stepping into new trends in the marketplace. We never lose our appetite for change. I mean, Sky actually is the ultimate over-the-top business. You know, we've never owned the satellite. We've always gone over infrastructure. And our focus is really on our skills in creating and aggregating content, innovation, and brilliant customer management. And if we do those things well, and I think we will, then the opportunity ahead of us is huge. Bear in mind, in the markets that we compete in today, there are still 65 million homes who are not yet paying for TV.
Right.
And if we can persuade a relatively small proportion of those to convert over the next few years, and our envelope for growth is very large indeed, I think.
What about advertising? I mean, there's a lot going on in that space, particularly digital advertising and ad blockers and all of that. But the TV advertising, which I think a lot of people were concerned about, seems to be going through a bit of a renaissance, and the ability to target specifically individual households, individual demographics. What are you guys doing in that space?
Yeah, so our TV advertising service, which we call AdSmart, essentially allows us to serve different adverts into the broadcast stream according to a demographic profile of houses. We could go to groups as little as 5,000 houses. We have something like 500 ads stored in the box at any one time, and we can splice different ads according to different profiles. So
you could get to a point with one house is watching the same program on Sky, the neighbor is watching the same program, and they're both getting served different.
Correct.
Different
We do
ads.
that today.
Amazing.
Yeah, and that's enabling us to pull a whole set of new advertisers into our business. Something like 70% of the customers who are taking that service are entirely new to advertising. And to get significant premiums on the back of that. So we're taking a lot of the learnings that we've seen online and starting to execute those now into TV. And then the next phase of that will be to connect that over multiple platforms, so we can target not just to your TV, but to your mobile phone over the internet, and give you a very, very different service than you've ever experienced before.
And I suppose it opens it up to different types of advertiser as well, who might not usually go for the big broad brush or scattergun ad buy. If they're going to be targeted at smaller groups, does that
Correct.
It's an opportunity.
So take something like, say, financial services, who probably want to get to highly affluent, older generation, regional demographic. We can deliver that to them today. They'll never make sense of a national campaign, but they could make sense of a local campaign. And so we can bring them into the TV advertising world, whereas in the past they probably relied more on press to communicate.
Right. I know you had Rupert Murdoch in the offices lately. What's his take on new innovation like targeted advertising? I mean, he's still bullish about
very,
the future?
very bullish. I think very excited about some of the things that we're doing. He himself is the ultimate proponent of change and renewal. So I think he's very up about the future for Fox, and Sky is obviously a big investor in Sky.
Yeah.
So he only ever says go faster, go further. So.
Right. Terrific. Well, the red light is flashing, so we'll end to it there. But Jeremy, thanks so much for being here. Round of applause for Jeremy, everyone.
Great, thanks. Perfect. Good.
Thanks very much, guys. So in what way has satire evolved in recent years, and what role does technology play in that? David Schneider of That Lot and Mike McAvoy of The Onion will consider this in conversation with Ollie Mann of The Guardian.
Hello, Wembley! Hello. Hello. Are you ready to laugh? It's a perfect venue to talk about comedy, of course, this very intimate space. Joining me to do that today, as we think you just heard, but I'm going to reintroduce them because it's all very echoey in here. We have Mike McAvoy, who is the CEO, president of The Onion, which we all know, but actually there are numerous other brands within The Onion, right? So there's Starwipe, Clickhole, the AV Club, and the Onion News Network. A lot of people will have seen some of those. Yeah. Do you have a personal favorite at the moment?
I think love them all, and have to. But the personal favorite is Clickhole. I think what the Onion's been able to do in terms of really taking on all things in the internet with ClickHole has been fantastic. So it's a parody of everything viral and vapid.
Right, so it's kind of like BuzzFeed through the filter of the Onion.
Yeah, BuzzFeed, Upworthy, and really everything silly, and ridiculous in the world.
Okay, and also with us, David Schneider, comic writer-director who I watched in the 90s on Friday Night Armistice.
Thank you for that.
Will always be Tony Lemesmer to me, but is now the founder and creative director of social content company That Lot, which basically writes tweets for hire, essentially, but funny tweets.
Yeah, I mean, not just funny tweets and not just tweets. You know, we provide, I mean, our background is comedy, but yeah, we do all sorts of tweets, Facebook posts, make videos, make viral content for brands, and, relevant to this, we do the Have I Got News for You Twitter feed, we do satire for Huffington Post, stuff like that.
So white label comedy, basically. Okay, so we're going to talk about satire in the modern age. But I think what a lot of people in here would just like to know is how the Onion works. So let's get that out of the way because it is fascinating and it's been going such a long time. So Mike, talk us through the process. How does a joke start in the Onion writer's room?
Yeah, so each of the staff writers all come up with a bunch of headlines or jokes. And as part of the writing process, every week there's probably 1,500 headlines that the writers select from. And so writers, read the joke aloud in a room. If, a joke or headline gets a couple votes, it moves on to the next round. Eventually, those 1,500 headlines are whittled down into about 25 a week that we write about. And then from there, it's a really intense writing process where there's, a couple rounds of drafts and a couple rounds of editing, some Photoshops that are added to the article, all to ensure that there's the right comedic take, there's the right target, because everything we do is satire, and that the comedy traditions of the Onion, are upheld. 27 years of comedic excellence.
So it all starts with the headline, which isn't a surprise as a reader, because often the thing with the Onion, if you don't get the joke in the headline, you sort of haven't got the joke at all, I find.
Yeah, I mean, we find a lot of people who don't get the joke in the headline and take it as real news, but ultimately everything begins with the headline, and it's really about an insight, and social commentary that's super unique. The Onion does an amazing job of making sure they never make a joke that someone else makes, or even that they've made in its 27-year history. And I think that's what makes it so special, is a lot of the stuff that they throw out every single day is really, really funny. It's just, is it Onion funny? Is it really stand on its own? And is it something, that you want in your portfolio of amazing work for 27 years?
And that American style of having a writer's room is something that in comedy we don't really do here, partly because of finances and partly because of tradition. But David, you kind of do it a bit at That Lot. You do have groups of people working on a campaign. Yeah.
I mean, my background is more in comedy, in television comedy, is more writer's room than generally in the UK. So some of the shows that I've been involved with, like The Day Today and Alan Partridge, and satirically The Friday Night Armistice, there was a group of writers, there was a group of us coming up with ideas, and I'm presently working with Armando Iannucci again, and the way he works is very much in the American tradition. But you're right, in the UK, generally in television, it's one or two writers just forging their own way. But what I've tried to do is, yes, bring a sort of writer's room feel to creating content for brands, online social content for brands. And certainly with like the Have I Got News for You account, we sort of, there's a virtual writer's room, so we might polish each other's jokes up on WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a godsend for us.
Right, so this is the interesting thing, isn't it? Where even if you're using collaborative tools internally, actually your average person on Twitter who's tweeting out a joke they think is funny is almost using a collaborative comic method, aren't they? By other people retweeting and getting involved.
Yeah, I think what's really changed, and sorry Mike, is the topicality, the fact that you've got to get that joke, to get it the hell out there quickly, which I don't know how that affects you at the Onion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pressure to be quick, but I think for us, we do create timely content and tackle big issues because people want the Onion's take. The challenge is always, are you commenting on something in a unique enough way that even if you're not the first one to make a joke, you actually have the best joke, But I think that's I think where we're different than most people is we're super collaborative to make sure what we're doing is unique, versus most individuals they believe something's unique and get it out in the world, and people reward that if it truly is.
And I wonder, I don't want to get you to comment on someone else's business, but I wonder why Private Eye, which is the kind of UK equivalent of The Onion, obviously been going even longer than The Onion, hasn't really embraced the online space, and they've just started doing a podcast, but until now, they've been very much about driving people towards buying the magazine, and that's where our humor lies. Why has The Onion been successful online and adapting to that new method?
Yeah, I mean, I think it begins with, kind of how the Onion began is in the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 1988, and it was a free weekly newspaper that was selling pizza coupons, and nail salon ads. And they had the foundation of everyone consuming everything from The Onion for free always. And so when we went online in '96, we didn't have a conflict of how do you get people to pay for content online when they're used to paying in print. It was just always something free and always, a publication that had to embrace advertising. So I think we had an advantage in that, we were naturally kind of employing the web economics of being able to create content, by funding it through advertising, and didn't have to worry about how do we keep our subscription revenue, which I think has been a challenge for most companies, especially newspaper companies.
And I guess all content providers have to think about the technology people are using to see that content. So, someone using an iPod Touch, for example, is going to be having a different experience to someone using a desktop computer. Do you have to think about that in terms of a joke as well? Does a joke play better on certain platforms?
Yeah, I think my main platform is Twitter, and I think as the platform evolves, like you used to have to click on a picture, click on a link to see a picture, which was quite a good joke mechanism because you could set up the picture and then they'd click on it and they'd get the laugh when they clicked on it. But then we had to adapt. Others had to adapt because now Twitter serves the pictures first. So sometimes you will look at the picture and then might read the tweet. And that has made you adapt. But I think what's great is moving to video, the use of GIFs, use of Vines. Vines I find incredibly creative satirically because you just bash one thing against another thing visually and it works really strongly. So yeah, I think it's trying to keep up with the platforms and seeing which platforms, I mean, I'm not allowed to use Snapchat because I'm over 15, but those who use Snapchat, there's phenomenal amount of tools. They've just brought out a thing where you can change your voice on the Snapchat video, you can make it speak backwards and stuff. So every platform has its own tools that allows you to do satire in a different way.
And when it comes to seizing that moment, which you were both describing a moment ago, there's some diplomacy as well that has to come with taste and decency, isn't there? Which even as a satirist, you kind of think if the majority of people are going to see that and think, oh, that's bad taste, I wasn't really thinking that, then it's the wrong joke, even if you want to be the first one to make it. I suppose what I'm saying is, what are you going to do when the Queen dies? How long are you going to wait?
Yeah, well, we had that when Mrs. Thatcher died. I mean, we have that all the time when anyone dies. I've actually published a guide to what to do when someone dies, and I sort of feel that you could work out an algorithm of how long is too soon. You've probably done that, haven't you, on the Onion, a too soon algorithm. Yeah. But yeah, it's about always, like Mike says, always knowing what your target is and being able to defend it. But it's inevitable that sometimes with Twitter, for instance, where you respond very quickly, that you get it wrong sometimes, and then you have to say, sorry, I got it wrong.
But the thing is, are you getting it wrong? Because retrospectively, it might be a funny joke. A month later, you might look back and think, wow, that person had the balls to say that about Margaret Thatcher the day she died. But at the time, it's unpopular. Satire doesn't always thrive in a world where you're looking to be popular.
Yeah, I mean, I think... I think that's true at times. I think the key to everything, going back to the target, is there a truth that survives the joke? Because the point of satire is to put the mirror to society and to really show something that, and say something that other people are having a hard time saying. So I think if you always have that side underneath, no matter what subject matter you're talking about, you end up, as we always say, afflicting the comfortable and comforting the afflicted. You end up having the right take, and I think that's what makes the comedy not just stand, as something really funny, but ultimately something satirical,
And it seems what you've both done recently is you've started parodying the form of the internet itself, which is something that maybe you can only do once the medium's a little bit more sophisticated and everyone's used to that idea. So you'll do things about YouTube campaigns, for example, subverting them. And Clickhole, which you were talking about, it's a joke about listicle websites and BuzzFeed type trending articles, but those articles are themselves often quite ironic.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're parodying something that's pretty self-aware in terms of BuzzFeed, but obviously it's not just BuzzFeed, it's the internet overall. And I think what Clickhole does so well is it kind of makes fun of the two different facets of clickbait. One is the publisher's quest to get clicks, and so they're doing anything to try to engage you, to find a way to get you to basically see an ad, at some point. But also the user side, where even though you're going to click on something that's terrible and won't be fulfilling, you can't help but click.
I hate that fact that I always think that God did really well to sell the commandments as the 10 commandments. Because if it was just the commandments, no one would have bothered. But it's something about the 10 commandments, like that BuzzFeed or Clickhole, you click on it. I'll sign up to that coveting ass thing, because, there's 10 of them.
Yeah, and that would be the 33 reasons you're not going to hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about monetization, that dirty word that comes into every conversation. It is seen as a dirty word, isn't it, by a lot of comedy audiences. They don't like the idea of being sold to because that's not what they've gone to you for, but you need to sustain the medium.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge for all content creators is, really premium content that takes a lot of care and energy and a lot of talented people to create. You need to find a way to finance it. And for us, it's always been through advertising, yet The Onion also has this kind of anti-establishment side to it. So it's always been a delicate balance of, how you become, great at getting advertising to support what you want to do, but also staying true to what we do. So we've done a really smart job with our sponsored content, where we make sure that advertisers are part of a joke, and we make sure that we're making fun, with the brand in front of our audience, so that everyone, who follows The Onion, who sees some type of sponsored content, they know exactly what it is.
So making fun with the brand does mean slightly taking the piss out of the brand, doesn't it? How up are they for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the right brands understand that in order to reach people who are under 15 or under 35, you need to do something different than traditional advertising. And so the best way to create something authentic, as the brand people like to say, is through comedy. And if you take yourself too seriously, the younger audience just doesn't give you any credit. And so we work really closely with brands to say, be in on the joke, don't take yourself seriously, because if you are actually able to be self-aware and be part of it, your ad campaign will be successful.
And do you think UK brands are just as willing to have that conversation?
Yeah, I think it does vary on the brands. We say that we have a sort of bravery scale that we say, where are you on the bravery scale? And so like an account like Have I Got News For You obviously is right out there on the bravery scale at 10 out of 10. But then there are other brands who are less willing. But I think humor is such a strong element. There's an account that I really like called for Arena Flowers, which is, I don't know if you know, so it's at Arena Flowers. And what they do is they've just decided we're not going to promote flowers. We're just going to do jokes. We're just going to do humor. And Paddy Power's done really well in that way as well. They just use the humor to promote their product. And I suppose you could say from the people, what's the compromise that we're making as comedy writers, writing for Arena Flowers, or and for us, we work with Virgin or HTC, whoever it is, writing them content that may be comedy content, and you do have to compromise. That's a certain thing. But it's great that some brands just say, go for it, do what you want.
I mean, you ask the man in the street, what's Twitter? And they'd probably say it's for news and jokes. I mean, that is what most people use it for. It's sort of the perfect medium for satire, isn't it? But could it get better? Are there developers in this room who could actually make a better comedy product?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Twitter's a lively place as well, but I think it is, for me, I found it perfect for, Oscar Wilde would have creamed himself, I'm going to say, but it feels a bit wrong to say that at this time. It's the perfect vehicle for one-liners. That's why, The Onion works so well there, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, since we start with the headline, everything is really made for Twitter. And so for us, it's the perfect way to make sure that your point is super succinct, you know, and it's great comedy. And if you can't have a headline be understood and be funny, it's, you know, I mean, that really is the litmus test of what works.
But it's also so transient as well. You know, you look back across the great satirists of the age, Jonathan Swift or whatever, they may have creamed themselves on Twitter, but they probably wouldn't still be being talked about hundreds of years later. Do you sometimes worry that it's so transient?
I can still remember reading a great joke and thinking, that's fantastic, or a great tweet. I don't think it is that transient. I still think, you know, and The Onion would be an example I would give. There's certain things that The Onion have posted where you just remember them, and so I don't agree with that. You're wrong.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, well, on that bombshell, I suppose we better end because the flashing clock is saying we have to, but we could obviously talk forever. Thank you very much. Big thanks to my panelists, Mike and David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Just upstairs, yes. These stairs, yeah.
There we go. Hopefully that works. So, before we bring our next guest on stage, 2 years ago, 10 days before the Web Summit, I had an idea that I wanted to show the best side of Irish food, that I grew up on a farm, that I really wanted people that were flying from all over the world to get a taste of the best food in this country, produced by the finest artisan food producers, the best chefs, the best restaurants. And I drove down to Wexford about 10 days before the Web Summit in 2013, and I met a lady called Margaret Jeffers, who runs an incredible organization called Good Food Ireland. And I sat with her, had a cup of tea, and over the course of a few hours, she agreed that she was going to try and bring together all of these incredible food producers from all over Ireland and create something called the Food Summit. And over the last 2 days, thousands and thousands of people have gone across to the Food Summit, and they've sampled some of the very finest Irish cheeses, salmon, and a whole lot more. And as a show of thank you for this incredible group of producers and chefs, I'd like you to put your hands together, first and foremost, for Margaret Jeffers and all of the people behind the Food Summit. So Margaret, I'd love to hear a little bit from you about the Food Summit and about Good Food Ireland as well, because it's an absolutely wonderful organisation.
Thank you so much, Paddy, and thank you to you, everybody. It's just been amazing to be part of the Web Summit, and really for the last 3 years, bringing the very, very best of Irish food produce, the food producers, the farmers, the fishermen, and the chefs, the restaurateurs, the hoteliers, all together to give you a little taste of Ireland. So hopefully you'll come back to holiday in Ireland. It's an amazing bunch of people. I hope you've managed to get over to Herbert Park to taste our food, which we hope you'll really, really enjoy. And I'd like to say, first of all, very much a big thank you to my team and the Good Food Ireland management, who are all members of Good Food Ireland, and the food producers that are all here behind, and many of them are still over at their stalls helping and working out. So this great bunch of people that have driven from the four corners of Ireland so that you will have a little taste of Ireland here in Dublin, and that you'll bring those memories back home with you. So thank you very much to you guys. Thank you very much to Paddy. We're very sad that it's moving on, but you know, it's only for a few years. Paddy will be back, and I hope you will all return with Web Summit and come back to Ireland and taste our Irish food. Thank you so much.
Thanks a million, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
So I know it's raining, but I would encourage each and every one of you to bear the rain and go over to Herbert Park, and you'll be able to enjoy some absolutely incredible food from just magnificent Irish yogurts and ice cream and salmon and cheese and lamb and lots more. So finally, just to each and every one of you, thank you so much over the last 3 years. It's been absolutely incredible, and I hope to see lots of you in Lisbon in a year's time. I think you all deserve an incredible holiday, and hopefully we'll be able to look after you in Lisbon. So thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paddy.
Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you very much. So, Evernote started with a basic goal: help people to work better. The productivity company has come a long way and is now 150 million users strong. Phil Libin launched Evernote and was the startup's leader up until recently. Now he's serving as executive chairman while also taking on a new role in venture capital as a general partner at General Catalyst. Next, he discusses how he navigates both roles with Bruce Upman of Forbes. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello. I'm wickedly hungover, and Phil has stage fright, so this should go very well. Wow. No, I'm kidding. You've done this before.
I can't remember now. It's all hazy. This place is enormous. Actually, I'm always terrified on stage for the first minute or two.
All right, we'll get right into it then.
Yeah.
So Evernote, it's kind of momentous when someone who starts a company, and Evernote's been around since 07 or 08, takes off. Gives you a moment to reflect on what you built. So why don't we take a moment now to kind of recap what it is you built and how it's maybe changed the world a little bit, a little dent in the universe, the green dent in the universe.
Well, I think we made the color green cool for startups. I think when we were getting started, everything was blue. We actually did, when we were working on the logo, we looked around at what all the other startup colors were, and it was all blue. I think we were one of the first green startups. So I think we definitely made a difference in that people feel free to use the color green again. Right. I feel good about that. Maybe influence things a little bit as well. I think we kind of made productivity investable again. Mm-hmm. It was sort of a wasteland before. There wasn't really any new productivity stuff for a while, and I think we kind of helped create an industry, and I'm really happy to see all sorts of great progress in the area of making people more productive. That's partially due to the work we did and partially to what other companies that are coming after us are doing.
Right, and also it kind of introduced freemium to the masses as well, at all. People who hadn't really seen that business model before that?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of freemium stuff, but it was all kind of slimy. It was all freemium, more like free-to-play games, where you would try to squeeze money out of people as soon as possible. So you would use free to get people in, and then you would try to squeeze cash as soon as you can. And we did a very different thing. Since our retention rates are so good, we basically said, when I look at an Evernote user, I see I have the rest of your life to make money from you, as long as I can keep giving you a service that you keep coming back to. So we introduced this concept of a very long-term premium where the free product was the main product, and over time it was just meant to get people to start paying.
Okay. And so what are some of the greatest moments in which customers came to you, users came and said, this product changed my life?
That happened a lot. It was really gratifying, and starting pretty early. I remember being shocked. We launched in early 2008, and I remember just months afterwards already being shocked by hearing these stories of returning veterans with traumatic brain injury using it to literally remember things. Mm-hmm. All sorts of people using it for very, very useful, very kind of amazing use cases, and that's the great thing about how the tech world is wired right now. Once you make a product, as long as it's sort of sharply good or sharply bad, you immediately hear about all of the amazing things and all of the terrible things about it. There's basically no filter now between the developers and the community, and you will hear amazing stories within days of releasing something, and death threats within days of releasing something.
Death threats?
Death threats.
Nice. Okay. So there was. I mean, over time, Evernote seemed to have introduced a flurry of side project products and enhancements and other apps, and there's a lot going on. Was there ever like and also since you've left, so was there ever a time when you had to say stop? We have to focus. I mean, because for founders out there, they might want to understand the calculus of focus versus build and release and see what happens.
Yeah, that's a really tough question, and I don't think that's something that I've ever become really great at. People are constantly telling me to focus, like all the time, and I think the way we thought about it at Evernote is early on, we were just a small startup. Our job was to try to do a bunch of different things and try to see which could be the most important, which could be the most impressive. And so we allowed ourselves to do a lot. As we actually get into the phase of the company where we're kind of medium-sized, what's important now is impact. Like, we want to have impact on the world, and you don't have impact by doing something flashy. You have impact by pushing consistently in one direction for many, many years. So we need to find those areas that we feel we can really push for the next 10 years. And that naturally means doing fewer things and doing it better. So that's definitely the mode that the company's in right now.
Right now.
And it's intellectually obviously the right thing to do. It's just psychologically always difficult for me because I like to think about a million different things. That's why I'm an investor now. I kind of have the freedom to think about a million different things and have that be my main job.
Okay, so just talk through like this transition and what you're going to be doing and where Evernote's going next. You first, then them.
Well, so
you're still on the board. You're still chairman.
I'm the executive chairman of Evernote, and I decided. I think the first time I talked to you years ago, I've been saying, I want to build Evernote as a 100-year startup.
Yeah.
And I do. And that always meant that we were fascinated by the idea of making a company that's bigger than the people in it, that lasts longer than everyone currently there, and that can still be innovative, that can still be a startup even 100 years later. And a big part of that is thinking about having the discipline to think through structure, team, transition. And so I realized probably a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago now, that as the company got bigger, I needed to bring on someone who was going to be a more professional CEO that actually enjoyed solving the kinds of puzzles that you need to solve at later stages of companies, that I was good at solving the earlier stage stuff. So worked with the board to do that. We brought in Chris O'Neill, amazing CEO from Google about 3 or 4 months ago, and I became a partner at General Catalyst. And what I'll be doing is starting new companies. I realized I wanted to start another 5 or 10 companies in my life, but I don't necessarily want to run any of them. I think I was CEO for the past 19 years of something, so I think I got running companies out of my system, but I very much want to start more stuff. So I will be working with great founders to, really from the ground up, just create new startups.
And is Evernote going to go public?
I hope so. I think my answer to that question has been consistent. I've said that we're 2 years away from being public for the past 7 years, so I'm sticking with that answer.
So, but just we'll take that as an opportunity to talk about the IPO market and late stage market, because Evernote raised a lot of money before a lot of companies raised a lot of money. So you paved the way a little bit. What's going on with this valuation, the bubble? It's the same old question everyone asks over time.
Yeah.
How do we unwind what's going on right now?
Well, I think I'm paraphrasing or misquoting Paul Samuelson, the economist, right, who said that economists have predicted 9 out of the past 5 recessions. I think the same thing is true of all the bubble theory. Like, everyone is always talking about there being a bubble.
Yeah.
And if you just keep saying that there's a bubble, then once in a while you're right, and there's a bubble. But that's not an interesting way of looking at it. I look at it in terms of time scales. So the reason that I'm an investor now, the reason that I'm a VC, is because I completely believe that if you look at our industry over the next 10 years, our industry, technology, will be worth far more in 10 years than it's worth now. There is no way that that's not true. Unless the world goes down like a Mad Max scenario, 10 years from now, there's going to be a lot more value, 2 to 3 times more value than there is now in technology. So if you're investing over a 10-year time horizon, I think it's obviously a great bet. There's going to be so many new valuable things created. If you're looking at a 6-month time horizon and you're saying, is the tech industry going to be worth more or less than it is now in 6 months?
Right.
I have no idea.
Right.
So we've worked very hard in Evernote to isolate ourselves from those kinds of short-term thinkings. The reason we raised money is so that we wouldn't have to have a 6-month period where we're like, oh, we need to raise money now, which may be a bad period. And the reason that I'm an investor now is I have the same kind of long-term thinking. So if you are worried about the short term, I don't know. Maybe there'll be a correction, maybe not. If you've got a few years, I am 100% confident that things are going to be worth much more.
I agree with you, man. If you add up all the value of the unicorns, the 160 so companies, it's only worth about Microsoft. And where would you rather put your money on 160 bets, Uber and Airbnb included, or Microsoft? I think you'd do a lot better on betting the field.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think all of this is actually pretty predictable. These technology goes in S-curves, right? So you have like some kind of new technology is introduced, and then it starts growing, and then it gets to an inflection point, and it grows like exponentially. And then as it matures, the rate of growth slows down, and so people become a little bit disappointed because they're expecting massive growth, and that disappointment leads to a leveling off, maybe a dip, and then some new thing comes along, and it kind of goes like that. Right. So you have these like series of S-curves. That's what's happening. So if you think back, like I started my first company in '97, and the S-curve there was the first .com. It was everyone had a desktop browser for the first time. And it was growing really quickly because everyone was like, oh, everyone's got a desktop browser. There's no limit to what this technology can do. And a couple of years later, it kind of matured, and there was a big correction. But then right as that correction happened, mobile came along, and then things started growing again.
Right.
And then right in 2007, 2008, it actually really slowed down. But at that point, the next thing that came along was actually two things hit in 2007 that were massive, which was app stores, iPhone app stores, and social media, and Facebook and Twitter. And those enabled entirely new types of companies and technologies, and so you had a massive, exponential spike up, and we're still in that spike. And now, like maybe those are maturing, maybe app stores are maturing, social media is maturing, so there's the same kind of level of, oh, maybe this isn't that magical. It's a little bit of a slowdown. So what's next? Like, what are the next technologies that are going to cause that next?
That was my next question.
Well, I think there's a lot, and that's why I'm investing now.
So is it in the space you've done very different things. Your two prior companies were totally different than Evernote. But now that you know the productivity space and what people in the workplace need and the way apps are starting to work together and talk to each other, is that what you're going to be focusing on? Kind of consumer, what you've called the reverse Pinocchio effect?
The reverse Pinocchio effect, yeah.
Machines become human, or humans become machines?
Yeah. That's one of them. So I've got this thing that I don't think I've ever talked about before. Ever since I was a little kid, I get through difficult situations by pretending to be a robot. And it's actually really effective. Like if I'm having trouble waking up, like if I have to get up super early and I'm tired and jet lagged and I have to get up at 5 a.m. and be something, and I wake up and I can't get out of bed, I say in my head I am a robot, robots don't feel tired, and then I stand out of bed and walk to the bathroom. And it works great. Everyone should try it.
Every time.
Yeah. Like robots brush their teeth.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the industry is actually going through a similar effect. So I've called it reverse Pinocchio because Pinocchio always wanted to be a real boy. Mm-hmm. Many companies are going to be successful based on how quickly they can transition from being entirely human to being partially automated or even entirely automated. And so you'll see this with all of the concierge texting services. Mm-hmm. You'll see it even with Uber as we kind of move to self-driving cars. That's one of the big drivers. Is the machines and computers actually being able to provide high-quality, fast, products and services. That's tremendously exciting. Conversational UXs are really interesting me right now. Mm-hmm. I think bots are the new apps. I think apps are kind of becoming less relevant, and bots are what's going to be really interesting. I think there's going to be a worldwide application rewrite. Around conversational user experiences. Pretty much everything is going to get rewritten so that you can talk to it. So that you can either text at it or even talk to it in speech. Mm-hmm. That's going to change everything. So there's 2 or 3 technological revolutions which are just starting now which I am as excited about in 2015 as I was excited about apps and app stores in 2007. And I think we're going to get that next exponential growth, really quickly.
But what is the investable way into that? I mean, is there a bot company? Because it seems to me like the value would distribute equally across the apps that use those connecting technologies, not quite one, because middleware was never a big deal. And APIs, no one has ever made $1 billion selling APIs.
Well, Stripe's doing pretty well.
Well, but that's like for one purpose. I'm talking like an API platform for other people.
Yeah, I mean, middleware has never been a big deal and never will be, because by definition, you call something middleware because it isn't a real thing. Like, it doesn't fit in any category.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, like I've heard pitches from companies claiming to be middleware, and I'm like, oh, that is a terrible way to think about yourself.
On your way, off your way, yeah.
But I think API businesses are going to be really interesting, and I think Stripe is a great example. I think there will be, it'll be, I think, parallel to what happened with apps, right? So who got the value from apps? Well, Apple got a lot of the value, and Google got a lot of the value, but there were hundreds of other big companies, including Evernote, that also were able to create billions of dollars of value because of apps. I think the conversational UXs are going to be the same thing. I think probably Amazon is going to get a lot of value out of it. Apple will, Google, maybe Microsoft. So there'll be the platforms that capture maybe 50% of the value will be captured by 3 or 4 of the platform providers. And actually, I think Amazon might be a very, very important platform provider in that space. But the other 50% is going to go to entirely new companies that spring up out of it, and and Evernote, hopefully.
Are you seeing them now? Like, is there a couple people that have come by General Catalyst that you've already said, you're the one? I'll give you some money.
So I've been on the job for a month. I haven't made any investments yet, but I'm definitely zeroing in on a couple of things.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested in talking to anyone that has good ideas for conversational user experiences, for bots, and I think I'm close to making some early investments.
Does the bot world have to be moderated by this? I presume it could be in your car.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be on the fridge. People keep talking about the fridge. That's not going to happen, or the washing machine. But where else will bots show up?
It's totally going to be on your fridge. Like, the day that you finally write it off, you're like, it's never going to be on my fridge. You're going to walk into your kitchen. It's going to be a bot on your fridge. I think the whole point of wearables is that individual devices are going to become a lot less important, and it's going to be more about the human experience. So, like, the magic thing about the Amazon Echo, and the Amazon Echo is amazing.
I've got one, yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's like simultaneously stupid and amazingly smart. Is that you don't have to pay attention to it. I can be washing my dishes and just talk to it, and it talks back. And even like playing like their dumb little games, like you can get there's a game called Wordmaster that you can get for Alexa, and it's very, very rudimentary, but the interaction of just like doing something else, washing your dishes, and like playing a word game with this thing that's just like ambiently in your room is really magical, and it's cognitively so different than any other experience that I've ever had with a machine. So yeah, I actually think the individual devices will become less important, and you'll have this thing everywhere. So I should be able to talk to my room when I'm at home, when I'm pretending to be a robot, and then if I get into my car and drive, or hopefully it drives me, I should just be able to continue that conversation.
Okay. All right, last question. So it's a big one. So the whole consumer to enterprise, what advice do you have for people who have consumer apps that are trying, like a Dropbox? What would you tell Drew or?
I would not presume to give advice to Drew or to anyone else. I think if you want to know, just a quick thing, if you want to know what things are going to die, like what things are going to get disrupted and what things are worth fundamentally replacing, it's every single thing that feels like filling out a form will die in the next 5 years. So if you want to and most of your form filling happens at work in enterprises, probably 80%. Right. So if you want to go through your day and you just see when are you filling out forms, 100% guaranteed that those things will go away over the next few years. Right. And consumer companies, or really any companies, ought to be targeting those things. Like figure out how do people fill out forms and write solutions to completely get rid of them. Don't digitize those forms, just totally sidestep it. I think there's going to be tremendous value there.
Okay, thanks, Phil. You're going to be more valuable, I think, as a venture capitalist to the world than to the guy who brought green to the phone.
I assumed that was some kind of insult, but
no,
I'm going to take it as a compliment.
It's a compliment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which way we go? This way.
Yeah. Thanks very much, guys. Security is one of the key words of our times. Mikko Hyppönen, researcher at F-Secure Corporation, profiles the often hidden cost and, importantly, solution to cybercrime.
I am Mikko Hyppönen, and I've spent my life trying to protect the online security and online privacy. I've spent almost the last 25 years reverse engineering malware, analyzing viruses, and hunting online criminals. Because I strongly believe that if we don't understand where the attacks that we are seeing are coming from, we have no hope in trying to defend against them. And sometimes we succeed. Sometimes we do find the online criminals behind the attacks. Like this one case where we found this guy. He was maybe 26, 27. He was from Romania, from a city in southeast of Romania. And he was involved in running large-scale botnets. So when we caught him, I spoke with him. And I asked him about his motives. The way he was making money with his botnets was with keyloggers. So you would get infected with your computer, with one of his malware pieces, and that would start recording your keyboard. That means everything you type will be saved and sent to the guy who was running the botnet. And the way he made money was that when you were doing online purchases, you would be typing in your name, your address, your credit card number, credit card expiration date, security code, and of course, he could now use your credit card and buy whatever he wants. So clearly he had some skills. So I was asking him about that he knows how to program, he understands protocols, he understands TCP/IP. Why is he chosen to be in line of crime? Why did he choose a life of criminal endeavor? And his answer was that, well, it's hard for him to get a job. Where he's living, there's no IT startup scene. Yes, he knows how to program, but apparently the easiest way for him to turn his skills into income was through crime. And that's a clear problem we have, because that's not a technical problem at all. So the lesson here is that these problems really aren't technical. Many of these problems actually are social problems. When you have lots of people with skills, but without opportunities, you end up with problems like this. And while technical problems can be fixed, I can fix technical problems, but I can't fix social problems. And many of these online criminals, of course, never see their victims. They never even think about them. They're like nameless people somewhere online. But I meet these victims regularly. Like I met this one guy who was living close to San Francisco in California, who was a startup guy. He had his own startup. We were doing pretty well. He had 80, 90 people working for him in his startup. And he got infected. He didn't get infected with a keylogger, but he got infected with a ransom Trojan. And ransom Trojans are those which will infect you, once again, when you surf the web through an exploit kit. And then the ransom Trojan is going to encrypt your files and demand a ransom from you if you want to get your files back. And that's exactly what happened to this entrepreneur. His Windows laptop got infected. He never even learned where he actually got the infection from. And then 2 or 3 days later, when he got to his laptop, he saw this ransom message on screen telling to him in detail that his files have been encrypted with the RSA 2048 encryption, which is impossible to decrypt without the key. And the attackers have the key. This was the Crypto Wall ransom Trojan. Crypto Wall is coming from Russia. It's written by a Russian gang. And the thing that's interesting about ransom Trojans is that these criminals actually deliver the goods. If you actually pay the ransom, they will provide you with a program which will decrypt your files. So at least they are honest criminals. But they really have to be honest, because criminals who are in the business of ransom Trojans, they need a good reputation, because they know that every single victim is first going to Google for help, try to figure out a way of getting your files back without paying the ransom. And they'll find earlier victims who will tell that they couldn't figure out any other way except paying the ransom, but when they paid the ransom, it worked. That's why criminals like these need a good reputation. In fact, some of these ransom Trojan gangs even run online support forums to help their victims who have paid the ransom but can't figure out how to decrypt their files. We've also, well, we can actually take a lesson out of that. The lesson is that, well, ransom Trojans are a huge business. Since the ransoms are collected in Bitcoin, we can actually follow the Bitcoin traffic through wallets, and through that we can estimate that Crypto Wall gang has made something somewhere in the range of $300 million with these ransom Trojans. Let's think about that for a while. $300 million. Well, that's amazing. That's a pretty big company. And of course, for them, it's also tax-free. You don't have to pay tax if you're collecting ransoms from your victims. Of course, we are not alone in trying to catch online criminals. We're just a company. We're analyzing malware and trying to find where it's coming from. But we do work with law enforcement. And I had this interesting meeting with the cyber division of the Central Criminal Police of Brazil in Sao Paulo. I met some of their investigators who are working to fight online crime in Brazil. And Brazil is also a hotspot for online crime. In fact, a very big part of the world's banking Trojans are coming from Sao Paulo. And in the meeting, I guess I was sort of like the ignorant European, sort of like pointing the finger at them that you have this huge problem and criminals from your area are wreaking havoc all over the world. You should do something about it. But one of the investigators told me that, well, yeah, they understand that. They do know that they have criminals right there in their neighborhood. But what I should understand is that Sao Paulo is also one of the murder capitals of the world. And when law enforcement has limited resources, where do I really want them to put their resources? Should they be fighting crimes where people actually die? Or should they be fighting these online crimes? And the lesson here is that it's easy to find solutions to problems when you're looking at them from far away, but things are never that easy. And then I met this lady. She had a problem, and the problem was that she had an account on ashleymadison.com. She had an account on ashleymadison.com, which means 2 months ago, when the user database of 36.5 million users of this cheating website were leaked online, her name and her email address was in that leak. And people found out. Colleagues at the office learned about it. Neighbors learned about it. Very, very embarrassing. Especially because she wasn't on Ashley Madison to cheat. Quite the contrary. A couple of years earlier, she had suspected her husband for cheating on her. And she suspected her husband had an account on Ashley Madison. So she went to Ashley Madison and registered to try to find her husband from there. She never found him. But nevertheless, the outcome of the whole saga is that now people think she's the cheater. And the lesson here is that we shouldn't jump into conclusions. And all these people, with their stories, tell me one single story. And that story is that we are failing. We are failing to protect our online security, and we are failing to protect our online privacy. In fact, things are probably getting worse, not better. And we who work in computer security have to start thinking about computer security in new ways. We used to think that our job was to secure computers. Like, I work in computer security, so my job is to secure computers. Well, that's not really the situation anymore. The lights are on in this hall because they are being run by computers and software. There's water coming out of the taps because of computers and software. As you're gonna go and have lunch today, that food was made in a food processing plant, which is being run by computers and by software. So we computer security people, we are no longer just securing computers. It seems that now our job is to secure the society. And we do have some hope. I mean, things are, in some ways, getting better. We are getting better and better security built into our devices. Many of the new devices are actually much more restrictive to what the user can do on them. For example, if you have an iPad, even if you're a programmer, you can't really program your own iPad. The only way for you to run your own programs on your own iPad is to take the program, send it to Apple to have it approved, and then you can run it on your own iPad. And these are restrictive technologies, but they also bring us better security. And I'm a strong believer in layered security solutions, where you have multiple different layers built to protect your organization, and you build them so that even if one of the layers fails, or even if multiple layers fail at the same time, the system is resilient and it can continue working. And we need much more research. We need much new startups in this space to build us better layered security solutions. Layered security could work. Layered security should work. In fact, layered security must work. My name is Mikko Hyppönen. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. While traveling across the globe, John Scully discovered something about people and technology. Even in the poorest countries, residents still wanted smartphones and wireless access. But the caliber and quality of phones in the lower price range were not up to much. So along with famed designer Robert Brunner, he set out to create something far better. In the next discussion, we have both men, John Scully, who has led companies like Apple and Pepsi, and Robert Brunner, founder and partner at Ammunition, to talk about the resulting collaboration, what they call OB World Phone, in the presence of Stephen Shackland of CNET.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here to talk about design today. I think 10 years ago, design was not as exciting as it was. People cared more about speeds and feeds, but in today's era, I think maybe design is in the driver's seat. So I guess I'd maybe start with you, Robert. Why is design important today, and why has that changed over the last 10 or 20 years?
Well, first I'd say I don't think it has changed. I mean, I'm obviously biased, but I think design always has been very important. I think what's occurred, though, within the technology industry is that there's been a realization is that design is what makes products successful. I always say that technology enables, but design establishes. Design is how you gain access, how it fits into your life. If you're interested in it, how you desire it, all those things that allow technology to go into people's lives. And so there's been this recognition over the last few years by major players in the industry is that they need to invest in design because that's what's going to bring their technology to the audience.
And John, I think you're kind of trying to get ahead in a very crowded market using design with OB World Phone. Obviously, Robert, in case you didn't know, was involved in the design of the phones. How do you use design to get ahead in this market?
Well, I've spent a lot of my working life in commoditized industries, from sugar water to personal computers to now smartphones. And I do have a wearables company as well called Misfit Wearables. And you can go into a commodity industry and find design gaps. And the point of a design gap is not just finding a safe harbor, but it's finding a position in a market that you can actually use design to expand that sector of the market. And so in the case of OB World Phones, we said, we're a design-led company out of Silicon Valley. We said we can go in and negotiate relationships with the component companies. We know them all, as opposed to just going to Chinese factories. We can use the experience we've had, both Robert and I were at Apple, of how you make the trade-offs between software and hardware and the user experience. And so we focus at saying, can we bring as much technology with no compromises on fit and finish, but bring them down at price points that are hundreds of dollars lower than what the premium brands have been selling at. And that's really the design gap we're focused on with OB World Phone.
Well, I was going to say, and you know, what we're focusing on, what I found this really interesting is we discovered in growth markets around the world that the audience out there really mainly has access to very inexpensive derivative sort of design, right? Many people would aspire perhaps to own an iPhone, but that's far out of their reach. So there is this gap where they weren't being served by design. And that's what I find really interesting, is that there's people that are very interested in well-designed, well-manufactured, beautiful, functional things, but they weren't being served by the companies that are out there.
Can you bring the cachet of an iPhone to the low-end market? I've heard tales of people in Vietnam saving up a very long time so they can get a 2 or 3 year old iPhone that probably technologically is not as good as an Android phone that costs a lot less, that's new, but it has that cachet. I mean, do you think you can bring that cachet to a lower-end market?
Well, Apple has obviously done a brilliant job with iPhone, and it's the aspirational product all over the world. The reality is that Apple makes all the profit at the premium end of the market, and the international brands who make Android phones, who position all of their design focused at that premium end of the market, most of them are hemorrhaging hundreds of billions of dollars of loss every quarter. What we do is we take our design attention and we focus it down at a much more attractive price point. And we don't look anything like Apple phones. So we're not trying to say, how do we take the latest innovation from Apple? But Robert was actually the designer of a company called Beats. And Beats didn't try to knock off Bose.
The headphones.
Headsets. Beats said, hey, we can optimize around hip-hop music. We can build differentiated products. They did a beautiful job of creating not only the product with Beats, but also the packaging, the in-store displays, the whole experience. And I was thrilled when Beats was sold to Apple, freed up Robert's time, and he came over and I said, hey, Robert, are you ready for a smartphone? And so he and his team in Silicon Valley have just done a wonderful job designing products that have the qualities one would expect from a premium product. But design doesn't have to be expensive. Really good design doesn't have to be expensive.
I think at this point, probably good to give the audience a look at the OB World Phone. You have 2 models. And could we roll the video, please? Thank you very
So,
much.
so think of it this way. An iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy 6, about $800. You know, our Obi World phones, $150. $199. So what we are doing is taking advantage of the commoditization of the technology and trying to break out of the sea of sameness, but pick that design gap down at much more attractive price points where this developing middle class and the fastest growing smartphone countries in the world. So we're rolling out into 70 countries right now.
It's difficult, I think. I mean, if you look at some products that got accolades for design, like the HTC One, which is obviously in the flagship tier of smartphones, you know, everybody thought the design was terrific, and yet commercially it wasn't much of a success. I mean, what gives you the magic recipe that you can use design to actually get ahead in an incredibly crowded and competitive market?
Well, you know, I think part of it was sort of, you said the word cachet, and I hate that word, but, you know, it's more about, you know, building a relationship with people, right? And then one of the challenges many brands have is they don't really understand how to do that through design and through experience, right? To sort of really start to define something, build an experience, build an idea that people want to participate in, you know, and that's ultimately, when I look at the experience that I had with Beats, that's what we did. You know, we really, the gap there was that Jimmy Iovine realized that there was no high-performance audio brand for a younger market, his audience, right? So we went about building that idea and building that brand, and it was all about the music and the experience.
That sounds more like marketing than design.
Well, that's interesting. Today, I think the idea of marketing is vastly changing, and I like to say that, you know, no one believes your stories anymore, right? It's all about what people feel when they use your products and what they say about them and what their friends say about them and what their trusted, you know, peers or reviewers think about them. So you can't cheat anymore. You have to do a really great experience and build beautiful, well-executed products. And what really interested me when John approached us about Obi was partially the design challenge of building beautiful phones and building a new brand that really, but this idea of the world phone. But even more challenging was, okay, now how do you do that at a low cost, right? And
$200 or $130.
Yeah, and people constantly ask that. How do you, when they see the SF1, it's how did you do this amazing, beautiful, well-executed thing at $200? And there's two answers. One is we're structured as a very low overhead enterprise. We're a startup company. But the second answer is we spent an enormous amount of time working in our factories, just getting it just right. And the simple but hard answer to that is you just have to care, and you have to invest, and you have to work it to get beautiful, well-executed design, good materials at cost. It's not impossible, but most people don't do it. They at the low end, they just say, that's what we're going to do, our you know, cheap plastic stuff.
Your throwaway
right?
designs, yeah.
Yeah, so really, in many ways, being design-driven was looking at that whole chain of how you actually build stuff at quality, at price that's beautiful.
Can you really maintain that brand of you know, premium design brand with a product that's, you know, realistically got a very short shelf life that churns? You come up with a new model every 6 or 12 months. Can you actually bring that high quality brand with something that has such fast turnover?
Well, the way we did it at Apple was Apple always had very few products. And you have design centers, and then you build around a design center, and you have a design language for each design center. If you look at some of the Chinese companies or some of the regional companies that go to Chinese factories, they'll go in and they'll say, well, I want a feature that looks like the back cover of a Samsung Galaxy 6, and I want the front to look like an iPhone, and I want you know, metal around the edges, and so it's all about features. And as Robert said, we don't design that way. We design with, at this point, we have 2 design centers. One design center is our higher end line, which is the SF, San Francisco Design Center, and the other one is the SJ, the San Jose Design Center. The San Jose is our entry price level, so we have products that are in the $150 range, and that is one which has a different look and feel than the SF. the San Francisco one, which has a different design center to it. So as we add SKUs, it'll always fit within the design language of those two design centers. If we do anything different, we'll go start a new design center. So if you look at some companies, they just bring out a new phone every month, even a couple of new phones every month, and they may look nothing like any of the other SKUs. Managing inventory is incredibly challenging when you're building a new company. The reason we got into this business was that in another one of our businesses that I'm involved with, we own supply chain companies all over the world. And we owned IT distribution companies all over the world. So we had a lot of experience building channels all over the world, including the developing markets. So we took that experience of how to manage working capital, supply chain, how to do it at very frugal expenses, because we're pricing these things attractively, and combine that with the Silicon Valley design experience of Robert and his team, and that's
Robert,
what helps us differentiate.
Also a question for you, I'm curious. You've done all kinds of designs, been doing this for years. You've done surfboards, you've done intelligent coffee cups, you've done quite a range of products.
Yeah.
Is it kind of frustrating to do a phone? It's just basically a slab of glass with a computer inside it. Is that enough to actually excite your design sensibilities? It's really hard to make it look very much different from a rectangle.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is challenging today. It's interesting, but you have this you have these constraints and this envelope you need to work in, right? But there is a lot you can do, and it is all about, with smartphones, it's about feel, it's about craftsmanship, it's about detail, it's how everything holds together. And interestingly enough, you mentioned the Jason Tilley surfboards we did. It's not that much different. I mean, the surfboard itself is a classic surfboard. We haven't changed the functionality, but what we did was we worked with a craftsman who builds amazing wood surfboards to do just this very perfectly executed material-rich thing. It's actually the same idea with the phone. It's just you have a different constraint around its functionality and technology, and it actually creates a lot of challenges to how do you meaningfully do something that feels unique and unique to the character of the company that we're creating. But I think we're successful, and actually I enjoy that, right? And the thing about design, a lot of people don't understand, is that people will focus a lot on concept, and concept is very important, the idea of what you're doing. But really, in today's world, design is a 10% inspiration, 90% perspiration world. It's really, once you have that concept, is what degree of commitment do you have to build it at quality, in volume, the way it was intended.
So it's execution a lot more than the genius of inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, most designers today that are good spend more time realizing their vision than actually creating the vision, because it's an enormously difficult thing to build that at scale. And that comes back to the idea of the relationship with the phone. And the relationship with the phone is a 6 to 12 or 6 to 18-inch relationship, and so that's when the details and the finishes and the materials and it have to be finessed just perfectly, because that's where people feel that commitment to your product.
Can you, John, can you really claim to own the design when you're using Android? You're reliant on Google. Maybe that's liberating because you can, get up to speed faster, but on the other hand, you don't have control over what is, fundamentally a very important part of the process. Obviously, Apple does own its operating system, its software, and its hardware. Can you really claim to own the design? I've seen lots of problems with Android where it looks good when it first ships, but then you don't see any updates ever to the operating system.
Sure. Well, Google sets very tight rules on the UI, and all of us get to reskin the UI to some degree, but it's basically within the rules Google defines. Because of our prior Apple experience, we understand, our team does, UX, user experience. And that means making the trade-offs in software as well as hardware. And so we have a lot more liberties of what we can do in the UX than we do in the UI. In the UX, for example, we said our photography has to be as good or better than anyone else who makes a smartphone. So we have the capabilities using software to enable it to do automatic light balancing, automatic balancing of color saturation. You can do post-editing and refocus after the photo is taken. And so we have incredibly high-quality photos, incredibly high-quality selfie camera. optimized around video, a lot of great video software we put in there. We have Dolby 7.1 audio, highest quality audio. So all of those things that we can control with user experience, it's as good as any smartphone in the world. The UI is very limited because of Google's rules, as we're allowed to go from Lollipop to Marshmallow. Obviously, we want to be able to give a way to upgrade for people who already have phones out there. But the focus for us is differentiate with the hardware design, differentiate with the UX, and then because we sell through traditional channels, a lot of people only sell over e-commerce. We do too, where it's available, but many of the developing markets we're in really don't have much e-commerce. So packaging is a big deal for us. And so our packages are transparent, so you can actually see the phone in the package. It doesn't come in a brown box. So all those little details become a big part of the marketing experience.
I guess one of my frustrations with this idea that design is really important with smartphones is that you have to put in this giant rubber bumper to keep it protected. And I've been moving towards slimmer and slimmer ones. And then about 3 months ago, I dropped my phone, even with just a little thin bumper on it. Screen shattered, phone is totaled. Can you actually design a good phone that doesn't need a big clumsy rubber bumper that hides whatever nice design you have? I like the raised glass that you have in the SF1, but as soon as you put a big bumper around it, you lose that.
Yeah, I mean, cases are a big thing to people, and it also allows people to personalize products. We've actually designed the cases for these products so they fit in very tightly, feel very integral. It doesn't feel like a bumper. It actually feels like it's still part of the phone, and because it comes up and meets that edge of the glass in a very flush way, so it feels very integral. But it's part of the experience. But we've also spent a lot of time on the structure of the phones to make them as durable as possible. They're glass-filled polycarbonate, extremely durable, very, very durable finishes. So we've spent a lot of time making sure the phones are the best they can be, but then give people the option, of providing a case.
One last quick question for both of you. I'd like to hear your answer. Does Apple deserve all the attention it gets for being a design leader right now?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's when you look at the work that they create and the quality of the product they create, and I know what goes into it, it's an enormous commitment to do that. And this idea of being design-driven, right? The idea of being design-driven is you start with the experience that you want to achieve, and then you go back into your systems and process and structure and make sure you have all the tools to do that. Apple will do that. They will completely reinvent their infrastructure to deliver a design, right? And that is an enormous commitment that few companies in the world have, and it's
John? Yeah, I mean, how can you not love Apple? Apple makes just incredibly great aspirational products, and it sets the standard for everybody. But not everybody has $800, particularly in the developing markets where a new middle class is emerging. And so our goal is not to out-innovate Apple, not to copy Apple, but how do we take those design-led principles that a design-led company like Apple has developed over the years, and how do we use those principles at an entirely different design in a gap in the market that we see is hundreds of dollars less expensive than any of the premium companies.
All right, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks very much. Company culture is a buzz phrase, but what does it really mean? The founder of Qualtrics, Ryan Smith, will give his take on what identity and culture can and should mean for everyone associated with your company. Please welcome Ryan Smith, founder of Qualtrics, in conversation with Mike Butcher of TechCrunch.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great time at Web Summit. Mike Butcher with TechCrunch, and here I am with Ryan Smith from Qualtrics. Ryan, do you know what's really interesting? By the way, you having a good time?
I'm having a great
Dublin?
time. Every time I come to Dublin, like, I get invigorated the second I hop off the plane. It's awesome here.
You, what's fascinating really about your story is, you know, you came from Utah. Now, not a lot of tech companies come from Utah, to be brutally honest. Love Utah, I'm sure it's wonderful. Unfortunately, I've never been there myself. But you basically built it out of a basement in Utah. And you very much came from the sort of, actually, you know, you built it for the academic world, actually, didn't you, initially? Do you feel like that's something that a lot of technology companies miss today, is building something that really solves a very, very sort of niche issue, especially inside areas where it's almost like a Trojan horse. You built something for students which they loved, and then they grew up and took it into the enterprise.
Well, I think people, if I were to look at young tech companies now, I think that the main thing that they miss a little bit is how long it takes to actually let that play out. Our first, I look at Qualtrics as a series of a bunch of startups. Everyone's like, hey, that was a great idea when you started, but we had a startup to target the academic market, and that's all we did for 7 years. And then, you know, we thought, hey, wait a minute, if we could get this in the hands of students and they liked it, then maybe there was a chance they would take it with them into the enterprise. I don't think anyone could have predicted that that was going to work, especially in 2002 when you're sitting in a basement in Provo, Utah, you know, calling academic after academic after academic that have no money and are extremely demanding. It's not your typical MBA exercise where you're like, this is the market, this is the North Star on where we're going. It was more of, these were the only people that would listen to what we were doing and would be early adopters on our technology. And then you have to pivot as you go. So where you start is not where you end up in tech. And you'll see these one-off stories where someone takes their first shot at it in tech, and it's a huge market, but those aren't the normal, those are the outliers.
You didn't really, I mean, in a way, this discussion has been built around culture, but as far as I can tell, you didn't really know what you were doing, right?
Yeah, I do.
You kind of made it up as you went along.
Absolutely. You're literally building the car as you go, and you've got a mechanic in the trunk, right? And so I think that, you know, we're talking about culture a little bit, but, you know, you have to have experiences to develop your culture. You know, culture is built from scar tissue. 2 people in a basement or 3 people in a basement, there's no culture. Right? And I think everyone wants to say...
culture, there's only 3 of you.
There's 3 of you. Everyone wants to say, and you haven't been through anything yet. So I think the scar tissue of experience, of bootstrapping, of sitting in the basement, that's where a culture comes from. And as you grow and scale your business, you have to be able to rely and fall back on those times of creativity and innovation. And if you don't have that, you're gonna have a real rough road ahead because you haven't gotten comfortable using the gears that exist only in those days.
You make quite a sort of a thing, as it were, that when you talk about your company, about this issue about radical transparency. And very interestingly, there was quite a controversial story in the last sort of 6 months to a year about a company who decided that everyone was going to have a base salary of $70,000 a year. So roughly, what, sort of £50,000 a year or something like that. And it was a very sort of, almost as a Marxist approach to creating a company. Have you ever considered that sort of approach?
No, not at all. And the reason why is because we're extremely transparent, but we're transparent for a different reason. We're transparent because I think most companies will fail because of focus. We all have great engineers.
Why did you make that decision to be transparent, as you'd call it? Why did you make that decision?
Because if focus is going to take us down, how do we make it so if we're hiring people to come in and think, how do we give them the information they need to do their job? So we're 500 employees last year. We're 1,000 employees this year. So you're going to put 500 employees on top of each other, and the time to ramp and the time to do their job and what's going on inside our building is probably our biggest risk at Qualtrics for success. And it's actually probably most people's biggest risk.
So what you're saying is that in order to scale quickly, you have to give people information.
Yeah, we're basically hiring people and giving them a computer and saying, we're hiring you to think. It's not 1985 anymore where we're saying, okay, just put this part together and you're in a production. No, you know, the only thing that, like Peter Drucker, when he studied organizations, like had to compare to what we're dealing with now is academia, where people were given an office and they were told to think. So if we can't control what people do, and we can't control how they think, the only thing we can control is the environment around them. And if you're hiring someone to think and you're not going to give them the information they need, then what's the point?
Do you think Silicon Valley's lost its way?
Do I think Silicon Valley's lost its way? Yeah, I mean, look, there's only one Silicon Valley in the world, and everyone tries to duplicate it. I mean, what goes on there, it's just magical. Like, I had no idea what it was. You know, I was in Utah, and everyone's like, hey, go to Sand Hill Road. I was like, what's that? What? You know, the first time out there, I was out in fundraising in 2012. And I think it's absolutely magical. Is there a lot of noise? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like being in Utah. I like that I don't have dinner appointments, and I go to work and then I go home, and there's not a lot of noise. And I think that's a competitive advantage. I like that we're there and we're able to put our heads down and focus on building a great business. But if you look at the magic and the innovation and everything that's coming out of Silicon Valley, it's unrivaled. But those people aren't from Silicon Valley, right? Those are people who have moved there from everywhere in the world. So it's the people from Dublin, it's the people from Australia, it's the people from Hong Kong, and they're all there in that hub. But I also believe that no one has the exclusive on smart people.
You've raised now, you know, a very large amount of money, in the region of $220 million. Accel, Sequoia. And so you're no slouch. You know, you've actually, you know, you've done Sand Hill Road, right?
I've done the Sand Hill Road.
And apparently now you actually have a pub in the office in Dublin.
We do. We have a Guinness pub in the office here, right on Grafton Street. Everyone's welcome.
Sounds good to me. Do you consider that a moment of excess? Coming from a basement in Utah, and now you've got a pub in the office in Dublin?
Well, in Utah, we can't really relate to the pub. Like, I mean, we're a couple cultures away where, you know, but if you look at what it, no, I don't think it's excess. I think it's part of the culture here, and we love it. Like, everyone wanted to have a pub in the office, and early on, coming from a basement, you know, I think the one thing that people don't realize is everyone wants to hold on to that culture. That culture sucked. Right? No one knew who we were. We didn't have any money. Everything I wanted to do and was thinking about in my head, I could never execute on. And then companies get bigger and they're like, oh, we got to maintain that culture. I don't want to maintain that culture. I've waited 14 years to develop the culture that we can have the pub, that we can give free healthcare to employees, that we can put actually our managers through training and actually help develop them. That culture is way better than the culture in 2007. And the goal with culture is that it's like product innovation and iteration. It's got to get better and better every year, and that's how we think about culture. It's going to change.
You're classified now as a unicorn, over $1 billion in valuation.
Whether I like it or not, right?
Do you like being a unicorn? How's that horn working out for you?
Yeah, I cover it with a hat.
You were cash flow positive when you raised this amount of money.
And we still are.
Let's get a prediction from you. How many unicorns? There are 142 official unicorns now. How many do you think will be alive in a year's time out of that 142?
How many unicorns will be alive? You know, I think most of them will be alive, right? I think the question is how long's the runway, right? I think that obviously if people have gotten to that scale, then they're doing something right. I mean, venture capitalists and fundraising, although it's pretty frothy right now, I mean, these people aren't stupid. I think the question comes, you know, I lived through 2007, 2008, 2009. Our business actually skyrocketed. And I think
during the economic crash.
During the economic crash. And I think entrepreneurs, especially that are in that club, have what it takes to do something great, obviously. The question is how much runway do they have? You know, if you look at people who have done something great for over a long period of time, typically they can just mess up more than everyone else, right? And I think that's the concern, is when 2007, 2008, 2009 happened, my competitors, I mean, imagine this, I'm sitting in a basement in 2006, my competitors have raised $40 million venture capital, it's 3 of us. They were selling a better product for cheaper than us, and we flew right by them in 2011 because they were dealing with investors and they were dealing with all these ratchets while we were just developing and doing what was right for the business and able to play the long game. So I think anytime you can't play the long game, that's when you should be worried.
The whole unicorn thing, and it's all yada, 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 unicorn. But I mean, do you think that the media is part of the problem? I'm a journalist, by the way.
Would you be asking me that if you didn't think that?
Okay, fair enough.
No, I think it's, look, I think the media's done a great job with it, right? I think that the only thing I feel bad for is some of these young companies that think they need to be in the unicorn club to be relevant. We were 50 million in sales, kicking off 30 million in cash in 2012. Pretty good, right? No one congratulated us. The second we raised 70 million in capital.
You didn't get a headline on TechCrunch because you were making cash.
No, it did. So the second we raised capital, everyone came out, now you've arrived. And I was like, look, I built 2 businesses. I built a business that was totally bootstrapped, and our only ability to have liquidity.
Do you feel resentful?
No, because we switched models. I built both sides. That business is a lot harder to build than they're both high growth. But I hope entrepreneurs say that, look, I've not been in the Unicorn Club and now been in it. I think there's no difference. It's not, once you get there, it's not gonna be like, oh, my life changes. So just because you're not in that club, like, you still can have an amazing, absolutely profound business and impact on the world. Don't let someone else determine your success. And I think that's important for a lot of the startups here, is to say, whether you're in that club or not. I have a friend who's got a $700 million business that he owns 80% of that's cash flow positive, and he's like, I just need to get on the map. And I'm like, look, if you don't do anything, you're gonna be a billionaire. And like, well, you've changed your industry. You're already on the map.
Stand still, then
just
you'll do well.
Stand still and go, right? Don't let someone else determine what success is for you.
When's the bubble going to burst then, do you think?
I don't know. I think we're definitely, I don't think it's going to burst, but I think it's definitely not going to be high fives and chest bumps like it is right now. I mean, people are just throwing mud at the wall and seeing what sticks. And so I think that it's definitely going to come down, and this is where that runway conversation is. How much runway do you have?
I was looking at where you've scaled to. You have offices now in Dublin, Seattle, Sydney, Dallas, Texas. Often I look at this, like, this isn't like sort of New York, Paris, London. What was your strategy for how you scaled internationally?
Yeah, so I came to Web Summit 4 years ago, checking out Europe, and I fell in love with Dublin. And so I hired our first employee and did a big announcement. We're gonna do 150 jobs in Dublin, and I was 20% sure that I was gonna be able to do that. And we're over 150 jobs today, less than 2 years, and we beat it. And we just announced another 100 jobs. My guess will be 300 or 400 people here in Dublin. We just opened up London. Then we went to Sydney. I think that what we're trying to do is, I mean, a lot of it's around people. When we have great leaders, they do what they've done here in Dublin. We hired a great management team in Dublin. They've done a great job. Every time I come over, there's more and more people. We're hiring great talent. Dallas is just an extension of that. And I think, not being from like the main hub, we relate with Dublin, we relate with Dallas. Sydney. I mean, I would say that we've done everything the wrong way in building stuff, and it's been beautiful. It's worked out great.
So you're cash flow positive, you've raised $220 million, you're, rocking and rolling, as it were. When's the IPO?
When is the IPO? That's a great question. So look, I think that's in the plans for Qualtrics. We're going to go public. I mean, that's the plan. I think the idea is we have a long runway. So going public isn't hard to do. I'm much more excited about being public and what that looks like. I mean,
are you worried? I mean, very much what you've done now is almost scaled in a sort of kind of naturalistic way. But when you are a public company, you're going to have a whole bunch of other issues. The issues of how you report to public markets and how you behave as a company.
Yeah,
Do you feel you'll feel more restricted as a result?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's different strokes, right? And so there's a lot of freedom we have right now. But one of the things that we're doing is when we raise money and we got our board involved, we've asked them as partners to simulate as much as we can being a public company, to the point where the way we report, the way that we're preparing our company, we're building it out. Our European expansion's very much in its infancy. And so I'd like that to bake a little longer. We're trying a couple different go-to-market models. And so I think that's what we're looking at. It's much more about being public. I've been doing this for 13, 14 years. I mean, it's pretty crazy that as a junior in college, sitting in your basement, you could be working on a 30 or 40-year tech company. And I mean, no one could have predicted that. And so we're definitely playing the long game, but we could be public right now. We're bigger than a lot of the enterprise public SaaS companies already.
If somebody could give us a time machine and you could transport yourself back and you could walk into that basement in Utah and talk to yourself 13 years ago and say, hey man, it worked out, what would you say to yourself 13 years ago?
So it's funny because I actually thought about this. I was in New York and I was going to a customer event last year. And in 2004, I went to my first trade show and I had to borrow a booth. I didn't have enough money from the airport, so I sat on the subway with this booth that was borrowed and went through the subway and came out at this station and totally I thought if I went to a trade show, the world was going to come out and buy Qualtrics. And it was funny because I was heading to a customer event last year in New York, walking right by that same subway station up to the hotel, and I walk into a room with 400 customers just in New York City alone. And I was like, I would just tell that kid to don't give up, man. Just keep going. It's going to be a grind, and everything you've got in your head that it's supposed to look like is not going to be what it looks like, but, just keep going. And I think that, perseverance is a barrier to entry. And there's a lot of people that don't want to wait that out. And fortunately enough, we made some decisions early on that gave us optionality to keep going and grind and fail and fail and fail again. And I think that's part of our DNA and part of our culture that every company needs, because you're going to need to rely on that when you're scaling into these new markets. You're going to need to know, hey, I was in that subway, I can do this. Yeah. And you need to fall back on that.
Perseverance is a barrier to entry. There's words to conjure with. Ryan, thank you very much for coming
awesome,
and talking to us.
So I'm joined now on stage by Saul Klein. Over the last 3 days, we've had many of our more than 1,000 investors wandering around meeting startups that have been exhibiting, in particular our alpha stage startups. They're our earliest stage startups. And those investors have very kindly given their time to try and find some of the most promising startups that are exhibiting across 17 industries across 3 days. Each day we've had a different startup. And so We've identified a few of those startups that we're going to invite as our guests in a year's time to Lisbon because we're very excited about their future. And we're going to invite them up on stage, and then I'm going to invite Saul to say a few words. So if you please put your hands together for the following startups. Shift Technology, Blocktrail, 1-2-Trip, Painterly, InvestUp, Cloudinary, PeepTrade, Remitto, Screen Technologies, and Sayfellow.
Congrats.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Congrats.
Hey, lovely to meet you.
Congrats.
Well done.
Hey, man. Hey, congrats.
Hey.
Well done.
Congrats.
Well done. Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. Hey.
Saul, tell us.
Yeah, so look, I think all of us here, in one way or another, are involved in this wonderful world of startups. And, you know, having been involved in this world for over 20 years now, yes, I'm really that old. You know, to see the energy in and around this building, to see all of these amazing companies. I think there are over 600 startups here, and this is the 1%. You know, these are the 10 companies who have really sort of shone over the last couple of days, and I think it's incredibly hard to do a startup. It's incredibly hard, you know, when I was walking around at all of the different areas, the sort of the IoT, the mobile, the education, the enterprise, to sort of stand out in the crowd. And I think, you know, all of these guys deserve, you know, amazing recognition. Really looking forward to seeing what they do, not just next year, but over the next few years. And I hope, you know, this is always inspiring to me to see startups at the beginning of their journey. So good luck, everyone, over the next year, and look forward to seeing you in Lisbon. Well done.
Thanks a million, guys, and congratulations and best of luck.
We're heading this way. Well done, guys.
Thank you so much to Saul, and also thank you to all of the investors that took part in mentor hours, they took part in office hours. Before the Web Summit even started, investors gave up hours and hours of the time to allow us to pre-schedule over 2,000 office hours. Those are meetings between the many fantastic startups that you see around here. And these startups are really the heart of the Web Summit. They're the future. Many of the faces that you see outside are the faces that you'll see up here in the years to come. And the journey that the people you see up here right now started was a journey exactly the same as many of those startups outside there today and yesterday and the day before. And today's startups that are exhibiting, just to remind you, is an entirely new group of startups as compared to Wednesday or Tuesday. And then finally, just to say, we published a kind of blog post on 40 startups that exhibited last year. They had little 1-meter booths, and over the course of the year since Web Summit, 40 of those startups raised more than $1 billion in venture capital. So don't be deceived by the size or the stage or the youth of some of the startups outside. Some of those startups are going to do incredible things over the next year, and I'd encourage you to go and meet with as many of those entrepreneurs as possible. And now to our next speaker. We know that technology, put to the right uses, can save lives. but can it actually provide us with a new sixth sense? David Eagleman is a neuroscientist and a man who's attempting to answer this question. Please give him a warm round of applause.
So we are trapped between the infinitely small and the infinitely large. And we're not very good at understanding reality at either of those levels because we didn't evolve to understand reality there. Instead, we're trapped on this very thin slice in between, but the surprise is that even at that level, we're not seeing most of what's going on. So take, for example, the colors of our world. So this is electromagnetic radiation that bounces off objects and hits the back of our eyes, and that's what we call visible light. But in fact, what we're seeing is only 1/10 trillionth of the available spectrum. The rest of it, radio waves and microwaves and gamma rays and X-rays, all that's passing right through your body right now, and it's completely invisible to you because you don't have specialized biological receptors for picking that stuff up. So it's not that these other frequencies are inherently unseeable. Snakes pick up information in the infrared range and honeybees in the ultraviolet range, but you don't have access to any of that, at least not yet. So what this means is that your experience of reality is constrained by your biology. And that goes against the common sense notion that your eyes and your ears and your fingertips are just picking up the objective world out there. Instead, your brain is sampling just a small bit of the external world. Now, when we look across the animal kingdom, we find that different animals pick up on different slices of their world. So in the deaf and blind existence of the tick, the important signals from its environment are heat and butyric acid. And for the black ghost knifefish, its world is lavishly colored with electrical fields. And for the echolocating bat, it's all about air compression waves. Now, that's the slice of their environment that they pick up on, and we have a word for this in science. It's called the Umwelt. And that's the German word for the surrounding world. And here's the important part, is that presumably every animal takes its Umwelt to be the entire objective reality. Because why would you ever stop to imagine that there's something beyond what you can sense? Instead, we all accept the reality that's presented to us. So let's do a consciousness raiser on this. Imagine that you are a bloodhound dog. You've got a long snout with 200 million scent receptors, and you have wet nostrils to trap scent molecules. Your entire world is about smelling. Now, one day you stop in your tracks and you look at your human master and you have a revelation and you think, what is it like to have the pitiful little nose of a human being? What's it like when you take a little feeble nose full of air to not know that there's a cat 100 yards away, or that your neighbor was on this very spot 6 hours ago? But because we're humans and we've never experienced that, we don't miss it because we're firmly ensconced in our own Umwelt. But the question I'm going to ask is, do we have to be stuck there? So as a neuroscientist, I'm very interested in how technology might expand our Umwelt and how this will change the experience of being a human. So we're already getting very good at marrying our technology to our biology. There are hundreds of thousands of people walking around with artificial hearing and artificial vision. And the way this works is you take a digital microphone or you take a digital camera and you plug the signals straight into the biology. And at first, people thought that this was never going to work. Why? Because these devices speak the zeros and ones of Silicon Valley, and that's not the same as the dialect of our natural biological sense organs. But the surprise was, it works just fine. And people who are deaf and blind can understand with these. Their brains figure out what to do with the signals. Now, how can we understand that? Well, the big secret behind the whole thing is that your brain isn't actually seeing any of this.
Your brain is locked in silence and darkness inside the vault of your skull. All it ever sees are electrochemical signals. That's all it has to work with and nothing more. But the brain is very good at extracting patterns and finding meaning in these signals, and from that it serves this up to you, your private subjective experience of the world. Now the key thing is that the brain doesn't know and it doesn't care where the data are coming from. Whatever's fed into it, it just figures out what to do with it and how to extract meaning. And I think what this means is that the brain is a very efficient sort of machine. It's a generalized computing device. And what that means is once Mother Nature figured out the principles of brain operation, all she had to worry about from there is designing new peripheral devices to feed information in. So this is what I call the PH model of evolution, where PH stands for potato head. And the idea is that all these sensors that we know and love, they're just peripheral plug-and-play devices. You stick them in, and you're good to go. The brain will figure out what to do with the data. And when you look across the animal kingdom, you find that there are all kinds of strange and interesting peripheral devices everywhere. Nature is the ultimate hacker space, and these are just a few of the ways that genetics have figured out how to channel information into brains. Now, I think the lesson that surfaces here is that there's nothing special or fundamental about the sensors that we happen to come to the table with. Instead, this is just what we've inherited from a complex road of evolution. But it's not what we have to stick with. And I think the best proof of principle for this idea comes from what's known as sensory substitution. And that's the idea of feeding sensory information into the brain via an unusual channel. And the brain figures out how to make sense of this. Now, this might sound like a speculative idea, but the first demonstration was in the journal Nature in 1969. So blind people were sat in a modified dental chair, and a video feed was set up. And then whatever is put in front of the camera, you feel that in your back with a grid of solenoids. So you wiggle something in front of the camera and you feel it. And blind people got really good at being able to tell what was going on in the visual world by feeling it through the small of their back. Now, there have been many modern incarnations of this. The sonic glasses turn a video feed into a sound landscape. So as you move closer and farther from things, it goes and it sounds like a cacophony at first, but people are able to figure it out. And it doesn't have to be just through feeling or hearing. You can put it on, you can put an electrotactile grid directly on the forehead and turn a video feed into a feeling of little pokes on your forehead. Why the forehead? Because you're not using it for much else. People can figure out how to see this way. And then the most modern device on this is called the BrainPort, and that turns an electrotactile grid onto your tongue. So blind people can learn to see through their tongue. They can get very good at this and navigate obstacle courses. Now, if it sounds crazy that you could see through your tongue, just remember that all vision ever is electrochemical signals moving around in the brain. That's it. So one of the projects in my laboratory is to develop sensory substitution for the deaf. And this is something I've done in collaboration with my graduate student, Scott Novick. And here's the idea. We thought, look, what we want to be able to do is capture sound from the world and push it through some sort of channel so that someone who's entirely deaf can understand what's being said. And we wanted to make this run through our cell phones and have it be a wearable device. And so here's what we did. So this is a tablet. This is a tablet here, and what it's doing is capturing the sound of my voice, and it's converting that into a pattern of vibrations, little vibratory motors on a wearable vest. So as I'm speaking, my sound is getting turned into a pattern of vibrations. And it turns out this is not just conceptual, but I'm wearing the vest right now, and as I speak, my sound is getting turned into a dynamic pattern of vibrations. I'm feeling the auditory world around me. Now, we've been using this to test, thank you. we've been using this to test deaf participants. This is Jonathan. He's 37 years old. He has a master's degree. He was born profoundly deaf. And so what that means is there's a whole part of his Umwelt that's unavailable to him. So we trained Jonathan wearing the vest for 4 days, 2 hours a day. And on the 5th day, this is what we observed. So this is Scott. He says a word. So Jonathan feels the vibrations on the vest and writes on the board what he understands. Where? So Jonathan is able to translate this complex pattern of vibrations into an understanding. Thank you. Actually, the applause feels good. It's like a massage. So here's the So here's the thing. Jonathan's not doing that consciously. The patterns are too complicated, but his brain is unconsciously figuring out how to unlock the patterns for an understanding. And our expectation is that after wearing this for a few months, he will be having a direct perceptual experience of hearing. Now, we've been very encouraged with our results with sensory substitution, and that's led us to do a lot of thinking about sensory addition. How could we pass in other kinds of data streams to have an entirely new sensation of the world and expand the human Umwelt? For example, by passing real-time data from the net to the vest. So here's an experiment we're doing in the lab. This is a participant who's feeling a pattern of vibration streamed from the net, and after 5 seconds, 2 buttons appear on the tablet, and he has to make a choice. And then he makes a choice, and then a second later he gets feedback. A smiley face or a frowny face. Now, he has no idea what these patterns mean or what he's doing. We're seeing if he gets better at being able to make good choices on the tablet. What he doesn't know is that we're feeding in real-time stock market data, and he's making buy and sell decisions. So what we're seeing is whether he can develop a direct perceptual experience of the economic movements of the planet. Here we're working with a quadcopter pilot, and we're feeding 9 different streams of data into a vest while he's flying it. We're feeding pitch and yaw and roll and orientation and heading and so on to see if that improves his flight. And it does, because essentially it's like extending his skin up there. So instead of seeing all these measurements, he's feeling them. And this is where we're going, is that a modern cockpit is full of gauges, and it's very hard to take this all in with a visual system. But what we're doing is making it so that a pilot can feel it, because there's a difference between having access to big data and experiencing it. And I think in general, there's no limit to the expansions that are possible on the horizon. So just imagine if the astronauts in the International Space Station could feel the whole health of the ISS, or if you could feel the invisible states of health of your own body, like your blood glucose level and the state of your microbiome, or being able to see in infrared or ultraviolet, or having 360-degree vision. The fact is that we're now in a position where we don't have to wait for Mother Nature's sensory gifts on her time scale, but instead, like any good parent, she's given us the tools that we need to go out and define our own destiny. So the question is, how do you want to experience your universe? Thank you very much.
So, is our data safe? Are governments prying too deeply? When is it too much and too far? Nico Sell, the co-founder and CEO of Wickr, and someone who famously guards her own privacy, is up next to discuss the current state of privacy in the company of cyber psychologist Natalie Nahai of The Guardian. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. How are we all feeling this morning? Murmuring, okay. So it's my great pleasure today to be chatting with Nico. She's a fascinating woman. We have 18 minutes, so I'm going to try and ask questions and then step out of the way so you get the most information from her. I'm going to give a quick introduction, though. So Nico, if you haven't heard of her before, is a professional artist, athlete, and entrepreneur based in California. And she's been focused on security for over 2 decades. And she's also helped dozens of successful startups and organizations. And in the past 15 years, Nico has helped the Dark Tangents team to organize DEF CON, which is the biggest hackers conference in the world. She's also the co-founder and co-chairman of Wicker Inc., a secure communications platform providing end-to-end encryption services to users in over 190 countries around the world. It's also been rated several years running as the best messaging app, not just in security, but overall by PC Magazine. She's launched various nonprofit organizations and initiatives, including Super Sessions, Roots Asylum, and the Wicker Foundation. Roots Asylum is focused on teaching kids how to love being white hat hackers. Super Sessions is focused on the evolution of big wave surfing. And the Wicker Foundation is dedicated to advancing the private web. And it's the privacy issue that we're going to be digging into today. She also serves as an advisor to various security-focused startups, including AllClear ID, CrowdStrike, and Lookout. So let's dive in. Why is privacy important? And is it a luxury that we now can't afford to ignore?
Yes, so I think now privacy is something that only billionaires and celebrities really have, and it's something that all of us deserve and need, no matter where you are in society. I think there's, the whole privacy, the new fame idea here is that, a decade ago, it was really hard to be a public figure. So everyone wanted to be a public figure. Now it's really hard to be a private figure. So this is what the kids are striving for, because this is what their parents can't do. Anna Wintour, who's the editor-in-chief of Vogue in USA, actually said that it's now in vogue to be ungoogleable. So this is what we'll see over the next generation that makes me really optimistic.
So what would you say about people, for instance, parents, who are snapping images of their children from the day they're born up until, well, they go to college or whatever it might be? Is there a danger there for these kids?
I think it's irresponsible to put pictures of your kids online for a number of reasons. Usually you have your geotags attached to all those pictures so you can start to track where your kids are and when. And your location, especially of your kids, is something that is very important to protect. I think also, the internet is forever. And I want to make my own decisions about the digital footprint that I leave out there. And I'm lucky enough that I did get to make those decisions. And I want my daughters to be able to make those own decisions themselves as well.
So we were talking a little bit backstage about some of the ways in which we can teach kids. Like if you're a parent and you say to your kid, right, you shouldn't do that, they're going to rebel and they're going to do exactly the opposite. Yeah. And you found a really nice way to deal with this issue. Can you tell us about some of the things that parents can do to help their kids?
Yeah, so a long time ago, I helped start the snowboarding industry. And if we would have gone out to kids and said, hey kids, snowboarding makes your legs strong and your heart healthy, and your mom really wants you to do it, it would have not become the global phenomenon it is. People wanted to do it, kids wanted to do it because it was cool and what their parents didn't know how to do. And that's how we have to teach them about privacy too. So nowadays, when I ask a group of kids, I say, okay, who in the room wants to learn about privacy and security? I get maybe 2 people to raise their hands. But if I say to a group of kids, who wants to learn how to eavesdrop on cell phone calls and text messages and learn how to break into sites like Facebook? Every single kid raises their hand. And by learning those lessons, by learning how easy it is to eavesdrop on other people's text messages, you don't have to tell the kids what not to do. They can make that decision themselves. You're teaching them something that empowers them. And that's something that they're receptive to.
So when we're looking at the ways in which data is collected about us, and we saw with the previous speaker that increasingly we're getting into the world of wearable tech, which will be able to gather much more data, much more sensitive data than perhaps ever before. What are some of your concerns around getting privacy legislation, perhaps, or other things that we can do to make sure that this data isn't collected and misused?
So we're still early on in the process, right? So we've got a lot of time to fix the problem here. So we've got in our offices, we have really big cameras in every bathroom with a warning sign saying that you're being recorded. And it's a joke. They're not actually connected. But it kind of gives you the point there about where we're going with this. And so we have a joke. I say, well, next we're developing the Google toilet. It's kind of like the Samsung toilet that's $5,000, but Google's giving it away for free. They just want to collect your shit. That's not true. They're not doing that. But then I was just recently, Wickr was lucky enough to be awarded the World Economic Forum Tech Pioneer of the Year.
Fantastic.
And I met one of the other tech pioneers there from Tokyo, and he'd actually developed what I call the shitter chip. So this is a little chip that sits in your toilet and analyzes your shit and sends the information to your doctor. Now you can see the good reasons for this, right? It was to help cure cancer. But as this information gets more intimate, like the talk that we saw before us on here, we need to really think about privacy. We need to think about the fact that the internet is forever, and that in order to hold this information, to hold that kind of personal information is a huge responsibility. And it's very similar to hazardous waste, and it needs to be treated as such.
So there's a couple of things I want to pull out. So maybe looking at how businesses can help build in privacy structures within the design of their companies, the design of their products and services, and then also as individuals, what we can do to protect ourselves on a day-to-day basis. Now, I know that you have one of the biggest hacker budgets in the tech or maybe other industries. Can you tell us why you have this budget and what you use it for?
So Wickr is the #1 most secure messaging app in the world. We're the only one that claims they're secure that has never had a 0 day. And this isn't because we're perfect. It's because we enlist hackers and use them on our side. So we have the largest bug bounty in the world. We offer hackers $200,000 if they help us find a hole in our system that would compromise our users and some way to fix it. And then we also hire hackers constantly to be hacking us all the time. And this is something that every single corporation should do, right? We're a tiny little company, and we spend over $1 million a year on hackers. And every company needs to be doing this. Hackers are your best friends, and you want them on your side, and all of us need to engage with them and bring them in.
So in terms of looking at the human element, because often we heard from Chris Hadnagy, who does lots of social engineering stuff at DEF CON, often it's the human link in the chain that's the weakest point. What can we do about that kind of thing within companies?
Yeah, so what I did, Chris Hadnagy, who runs the social engineering contest, has just taught me amazing things. And with his contest that he runs, they're able to get 100% of the targets 100% of the time, using two main, very high-tech tools, the phone and Facebook. Because you can think about how you're able to manipulate someone with the information that you leave out there on Facebook. And so one of the things that I've done is I let everyone know that we were potentially being socially engineered at any time. And that puts people on edge a little bit and gets them thinking about it, right? When someone calls you and says that they're the guy in the cubicle 5 doors down or at the department level below and they need some information, think about it before you give them information and answer the questions. If someone tries to sneak in the door behind you, don't let them in. Everybody's job is security, not just the security people at the company.
So when we're talking about high-stake businesses, obviously there's a lot of investment to be made there to protect the business itself and the infrastructure. But when we're talking about startups, and I know a lot of us in this room are entrepreneurs, what are some of the incentives for us building in measures where we're not collecting all our customers' data? How can we get people to start dealing with that?
So there's a lot of conversation in the Valley right now about, are we in a bubble? I don't think we're in a bubble because all of the security company or all of the startups that I work with are actually very careful about every penny that they spend. But I do believe that we're in the middle of a big data bubble. Society and companies are hoarding data, hoarding personal information because they might be able to use it later. And eventually we're going to reach a tipping point where hoarding that data is actually going to cost your company more than the benefit of having it, as we recently saw with Ashley Madison. This is not the last company to go down for the data that it was holding. So seriously think about the data that you have. At Wickr, we run a zero-knowledge system. So we have no data. We don't know who our users are, who they're talking to, when or how often. So my security team doesn't need to be that big because we don't have a lot of data to protect. And it's very efficient.
So you're actually saving money on security measures.
Yep.
Excellent. So cost-saving tip. One of the other things I want to mention briefly, recently there was an issue with JavaBit and Silent Circle in terms of the government trying to get access to their information. And there are certain things that they were doing that meant that they were more at risk at that kind of intervention. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, that was a really scary day when two of my competitors, well, LavaBit shut down completely, and Silent Circle had to shutter some of their services. And I spent all day on the phone with my lawyers and with the EFF in trying to figure out what we needed to do in this situation. And the good news about Wickr is that we weren't holding any keys, and we weren't holding any personal data. So when the government comes to us and asks us for help, we say, hey, we'll give you everything we can, but I'm sorry, we can't help you. We don't have anything. So we didn't have to shut down on that day. Instead, what we did is we were the first company to put a warrant canary in our transparency report. This is an idea that we got from the librarians in the United States in the 1970s. Essentially, the FBI was going around and asking for people's book records to see if they were a subversive threat to the United States. And librarians, well, they have a very high moral authority, and they're a close community. And some of the librarians had been gagged. And so the librarians that were not under gag order started putting a sign on the outside of their library that said, the FBI has not been here. And so we decided to take that and do the exact same thing. We have a picture of a canary on our site, and it says, we have not been subject to any secret gag orders. And look for this warrant canary to go away. And so now, at the time, there was no legal precedent for that. Very brave of my lawyers to agree to do this. But since then, they've actually ruled that the warrant canary is legal.
Wow.
And a lot of other companies are doing it. So it's important to look for it.
So to be able to get people the signal in a way that's legal, that they can be protected. So in terms of things that we can do on a day-to-day basis, I wanted to bring this on stage. Nico handily gave me this Faraday cage, which is great. Don't know if you can, well, anyway. Can you tell us a little bit about what it is and how it works and how we can make one in case you don't want to be tracked?
So essentially what that is metal fabric that doesn't have a seam on it. So if Natalie puts her phone in there, she'll disappear off the grid completely. There's no other way to do that right now with an Apple phone, right? GPS is tracking you at every single moment. Now again, if Natalie goes to meet with a secret source, she doesn't want to just put her phone in then, because then it's obvious she disappeared and she must be going somewhere important. So it's also, you need to kind of disappear regularly. I put mine in there when I'm taking a shower. More importantly for most of you though, I think it's about your RFID credit cards and your RFID passports. These things can be cloned by hackers from long distances away, and it happens commonly. So a Faraday cage will keep those signals from going out. If you're not lucky enough to have one of these Faraday cages here, we teach the kids how to make them with tinfoil and a plastic baggie. We'll do the job as well.
And how does that work? Because it's quite curious with the static.
How does what?
The baggie and the...
So essentially, the tinfoil is what blocks most of the signals, but it's pretty thin. So by the static that the plastic baggie creates with the tinfoil, it's enough to stop the wire signals.
Brilliant. Nice lo-fi and very effective mechanism. Is there anything else that you think we're going to see over the next few years in terms of people awareness around privacy and trying to shift things into a different direction?
Yeah, so I think that the last decade was really about society building out what I call the public web. Companies like Facebook and Twitter and Google, and they've done an amazing job at bringing us together as society, and they're a great publishing and marketing tool. But that's only one half of the brain. And humans, we evolved when we became more evolved mammals once we developed the second hemisphere of the brain, which I call the private web. And the private web, over the next decade, will grow to be just as big as the public web. Wickr's one example of the private web. Other apps that belong in the private web are all of your healthcare apps, all of your kids' apps. And so that's a great opportunity for entrepreneurs to essentially think of any app in the App Store and now build it with the right privacy in mind in terms of you're granting ownership and control to your users.
And in terms of things like sign-in, I know that there's a move towards using, well, we're already seeing a lot of biometrics, you know, when you sign in with your thumbprint for your smartphone or your tablet. Have you got any thoughts about how privacy will be affected if we end up moving towards a single sign-in where you only have the one identity online, like we heard about in Dave Eggers' The Circle, for instance?
So it's really hard to change your fingerprints once they're out. So, it's pretty interesting. The whole password problem has always been something that's amazing. But Natalie, I guess, we've got 2 minutes here left, and I think kind of the big news as I was flying over here to Europe yesterday was seeing in the UK the Investigatory Powers Act.
Yeah,
is that
the
what it's
Snoopers
called?
Charter.
The Snoopers Charter. And it's really interesting to see that, that they're considering outlawing technology like Wickr in the UK. About when Cameron first started talking about this, I wrote an open letter to him and reminded him on the founding of the United States. And George Washington had a theory. He said, if we provide our citizens with private communication and uncensored information, we'll create a strong society because you need strong social discourse. This was unlike the Brits at the time that were spying on their citizens and censoring their information. We learned a long time ago that this is not the right thing to do, and especially because they're saying it's meant to protect you from terrorists. Terrorists don't follow the law. And if you make it illegal in the UK, you just get a VPN and you download it from France. So it's not going to help anyone. It actually makes the problem worse, because what they're asking us to do is to put a hole in the system. And one of the most important lessons that I learned from Thomas Cross, one of the great hackers, and he taught the kids last year how to break into lawful intercept machines. These are the machines that the FBI uses to listen to our conversations. And we were able to break into these machines, and we taught the kids how to do it. And that very clearly demonstrates that any backdoor for the good guy will be used as a backdoor for the bad guy. And so what's being recommended that right there, right now, will actually make us much less secure.
So any words of hope to wrap this up before we leave the stage?
So in the work I do with educating kids 8 to 16, what I've seen is that they are very into privacy. Now, you don't say the word privacy. You say, are you interested in escaping the surveillance state of your parents and your educators? This is what teens do. They love it. And also what we see in this younger group of kids is they're overreacting to the generation before. So much like fashion, with skinny jeans to bell bottoms, we're seeing a natural overreaction from the generation below, and they very much do get the importance of the private web, and I think we will get these problems fixed.
Brilliant. Well, Nico, thank you so much for a whistle-stop tour, and thanks for joining us today.
Thanks. Which way do we go? This way? This way? That way.
The pitch final, powered by Audi, is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Web Summit founder Paddy Cosgrave and the pitch judging panel.
Fantastic. Welcome everybody to the final of Pitch. We've got 6 incredible startups. I'm really, really excited. Startups are ultimately the lifeblood of Web Summit. We had over 1,300 startups from around the world apply for Pitch. Over the last 2.5 days, you will have noticed across the 3 stages across the Web Summit campus, those 200 startups pitching to more than, how many? More than 150 judges who made up those judging panels. They're fantastic investors and entrepreneurs who've joined us from all over the world and given of their time to judge these incredible startups. Ultimately, it has to come down to a final few. All of those startups, you'll be able to see their pitches online in the coming weeks, and you should just check them out, because undoubtedly many of those startups are going places over the next few years. So this wouldn't be possible without an incredible partner, Audi, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that in a few moments' time. And I think without further ado, we should introduce some of the judges on stage. Before I do that, just to provide a tiny bit of clarity on the process, the final is divided into 2 sections, not 1 section, 2 sections. First, we'll see the 3 companies that have come through the group rounds and semi-finals in what's called Pitch Alpha section. So Pitch Alpha is for companies that have raised less than $500,000. Each company will pitch for 4 minutes before the judges ask questions for 1 minute. Bear in mind that all of these startups came through an initial screening round online involving investors from around the world. Then they got into a quarterfinal on Tuesday. And on Wednesday, some were selected to go through to a semi-final. So they've come an awful long way before getting here. After the 3 alpha companies have pitched, the Pitch Beta finalists will be up. These companies have all raised between $500,000 and $3 million. So there's some quite fascinating companies. After the pitches have concluded, the judges will deliberate off stage to decide the winner of each section, and we'll find out the winners before the final talk of the day, which is with the co-founder of Pixar, Ed Catmull. So before we start the pitches, let's meet our distinguished judges. I'm going to start first towards the end. Niels, I'd love you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name is Niels. I'm working with Audi as head of digital business, and for us it's a great opportunity to meet digital minds, entrepreneurs, the business leaders and thought leaders of tomorrow. So that's why we are here, and it's a great honor for us to support the pitch here at Web Summit.
Ryan?
I'm Ryan Smith. I'm co-founder and CEO of Qualtrics.
Christine?
Short and sweet. Christine Herron, director at Intel Capital. We're probably one of the largest investors in the world. We do a lot of investing overseas as well, and I do consumer and digital services.
Hi, I'm John O'Farrell. I'm a general partner with Andreessen Horowitz, a venture capital firm in Menlo Park, California on Sand Hill Road, and it's very nice to be back in my hometown of Dublin.
So I should add that John is one of our own. He's a hometown boy from this city, and he's the most, he'll kill me for saying this, but he's the most successful Irish venture capitalist anywhere in the world. So it's absolutely fantastic
That's a
to
very
have him
large
up on
set
stage.
of people. So.
Okay. So before we start, Niels, I just want to go back to you. I'd love to hear just a little bit more about Audi and why you're involved with the Web Summit, in particular with startups.
Yeah, as I said before, it's a great opportunity for us to see what's happening, what you're thinking about, what your thoughts are, because for us as a brand that stands for Vorsprung durch Technik, it's very important to meet people that basically follow the same mission, and yeah, that's why we're here. That's a great opportunity for us, and thank you for having us here.
Fantastic. So I'd like to ask you to put a warm round of applause together for our 4 judges. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, I think it's time to get going. Here we go with our first pitch. Please welcome on stage Misha Gopal of FatMap.
Hello, my name's Misha Gopal, co-founder and CEO of FatMap. When I sold my last company, I decided to take a break and pursue my passion for skiing and climbing. My adventures took me from the Alps to the high mountains of Albania. And everywhere I went, this is what we had to use to navigate, take decisions, and learn a new area. It was one morning when my co-founder and I set out for the first ski ascent of Maja Zrka, the highest peak in the Albanian Alps. But that day, the weather turned on us, and we were lost. It took some slow and painful navigation to get us back safe, and it definitely wasn't without a few close calls. It made us realize contour maps are so outdated. They're static, slow, lack context, and most importantly, they're missing any kind of local knowledge. The more people my co-founder Dave and I talked to, the bigger we realized this problem was. With 110 million skiers across 2,000 resorts in 70 countries, the market is huge. Outdoor recreation is a $646 billion market in the USA alone. And just snow sports is as big as internet access. Exits in the space have reached into the billions of dollars in recent months. So welcome to FatMap. It's a 21st century tool to plan, share, and explore your adventure in the outdoors. Whether you're looking for the best blue run for kids in Whistler, the ultimate lunch spot with a view in Zermatt, or perhaps extreme lines in the Mecca of Chamonix, with FatMap, you know the area like a local on day one. For the past 3 years, we've been developing the most advanced mobile 3D mapping engine in the world. It's 15 times higher resolution than anything else out there today. And it makes understanding terrain easy, whether that's how steep a slope is, how high a peak is, or life-saving critical information such as avalanche risk. Everyone's favorite is definitely our virtual reality 3D fly-throughs. It's like being there in real life. Last year, we launched a pilot in 3 European resorts. We hit 2,000 users in our first weekend, 10,000 users in 6 weeks, with a 20% conversion to premium and a $33 average revenue per subscriber. This winter, we're expecting 250,000 users, reaching revenues of over $1 million. Our partnerships with major resorts and industry are growing fast, and our customers are happy, rating us highly on NPS. At the moment, FatMap is a freemium mobile app for skiers, but we're expanding across every major outdoor activity whilst bringing on new revenue streams such as our community, marketplace, insights, and analytics. We're building a genuinely multi-sided platform for the outdoor industry. Our team have multiple previous exits behind us and built some of the world's most complex technology, including the Unity 3D gaming engine. We're backed by a world-class team of advisors, including Michael Halber of HERE and Kenton Kuhl, European Everest record holder. We're launching in every major US and European resort this winter. So please, join us on FatMap and help us take mapping for the outdoors into the 21st century. Thank you. Woo!
Over to you guys. We've got 1 minute for questions. It's never enough.
How will you make money?
So how will we make money?
Speak a little bit more to making money.
So at the beginning, it's premium subscriptions. We had a 20% conversion to premium, but we're planning to monetize the whole community by building a platform where we engage resorts as a channel, whilst also building a marketplace between guides, instructors. So you could argue we're bringing the Google Maps to the outdoors and combining it with Yelp for the outdoors.
How do you plan to reach those 100 million or 100 million plus skiers you talked about in a cost-effective way that doesn't cost you a fortune in marketing?
Primarily by building a social community around it, building a social currency around trails, but also engaging resorts as a channel. We've shown some strong growth with a very low customer acquisition cost.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and best of luck. Thank you very much. So next on stage, could you put your hands together for Yasser Kokar from Connectera.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. We are Connectera, that's Connected Earth. We are a unique combination of 3 technologies: sensors, machine learning, and we do it at cloud scale. In a way, we make sense out of sensor data. And when you have something like this, it's a unique combination that allows you to solve real problems. Take food, for instance. By 2050, the world's going to have 9 billion people. We need a 60% increase in food production. Milk is a key ingredient in our diet, both in the developing and developed world. But the answer to more milk is not more cows. That's not sustainable. The answer is that you need more milk from fewer cows. So how do you get more milk from fewer cows? The number one driver for this is animal health. It's the difference between a cow that produces 15 kilos of milk a day and the same cow doing 35 kilos of milk a day. Now, farmers tell us that in order to improve animal health, they need to watch every animal. They need more labor. We need to help them by reducing labor input and tracking cows 24/7. That's where we come in. I'll talk about it in a minute. Plus, farmer education varies from region to region. Not every farmer knows how to do this. So we've developed what we call the Fitbit for cows. This device is a 3D accelerometer. It sits around the neck of a cow, and using deep learning that runs on an ARM-based processor on the farm, determines if a cow is walking, eating, standing, and different activities. We then take this information into the cloud and we get insights. For example, is my cow eating well? So farmers can answer questions like, why is my neighbor doing 35 kilos of milk and I'm doing 15? How should I improve my farm's productivity? Now, farmers tell us they don't want more data, they want insights. They want to know what happened, why it happened, and what I need to do about it. And that's what our product provides. Now, we've made some good progress. We launched MVP about 2 weeks ago. We already have 1,000 cows in committed trial pipeline. We have advisors onboarded. We are talking to distribution partners. We have committed trials with a large global name. You would definitely know them. That is 177,000 farmers, and we have committed trials with them. Our business is going to be healthy at 94% margins in year 3. The market is huge. There are 1.5 billion cows in the world. Of this, one feature of our product provides $250 of saving. That's about a 20% increase in production. We can do a lot more with the other features we've got in the product. Only 20% of the top farmers use any kind of technology to track animal health. The rest is all white space. In terms of competition, we're kind of like a Tesla to a Lada. We're the Tesla, they're the Lada. They charge up front. We have a try-buy, pay-as-you-go consumption-based model. They sell you hardware, we sell you insights. In fact, we can use different kinds of hardware because our core is in the cloud and understanding the data. We get better every 3 months. They mostly discard most of their data. We can disrupt this in a big way. And we sell this as a service. This is going to be $10 per cow per month at the price point that we're testing right now. Everything is included. You pay for what you use. When you don't need it, you can turn it off. We have the team to make this work. We have credentials from Microsoft, Stanford. We have a PhD of Bayesian reasoning, machine learning, as well as previous startup experience. We are not alone. We are also supported by some of the leading names in dairy research worldwide, University of Wageningen in Netherlands, Aarhus in Holland, and VTT is helping us make the hardware. Thank you very much. Help us feed the world in 2050.
Judges? So Fitbit for cows, definitely original. What's the reaction to farmers? Are these farmers technical enough to understand this? I mean, do they have the internet? Are they? I mean, what's the pushback you're getting? And then I think the second question is, does this work with like chickens and other animals as well?
So the first answer is that our product is actually designed so a farmer doesn't need to understand the data. We tell him what to do. So we'll give him a specific insight. Go check cow number X, Y, and Z. She hasn't had her meals today, and that's a big problem. So we don't really expect the farmer to learn, but some of our competitor products require about a month of training. To answer your second question, the way I see this going is not on different animals, that's a possibility, but we're disrupting the entire dairy milk industry because feeders and breeders are very interested in this performance data. They want to know how their inputs actually work on these animals and how they help improve production.
One more question?
Do you have data yet to show that there's actually uplift? Is this working?
Yes, we do. So research has actually shown that just on that one feature I mentioned, we get 41 days of additional milk production. And that's just one aspect that we've researched so far.
Fantastic. Give a huge warm round of applause. It's fantastic. Having grown up in a dairy farm and knowing that my dad has both milked cows all his life and coded, I know exactly who he's going to go talk to in a few moments' time. So that's actually a fascinating company. So our final pitch in the alpha section will be from Stephen Dunn of Neuro Electrics. Please welcome Stephen to the stage.
Today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about a new paradigm in brain health. We know that brain disease is a growing problem. 1 out of 4 of the people in this room today will develop a psychiatric illness at some point in their lives. A massive 3 out of 5 of us, once we pass the age of 65, will develop a neurodegenerative disease such as Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. If we add to this an aging population where it's predicted that by 2050 more than 21% of the population will be over the age of 60, we have a societal problem with a massive economic impact. Just looking at the examples of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, we're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars in total cost of care. Okay? A lot of this is related to cognitive impairment and quality of life. Unfortunately, current solutions are not good enough. They tend to be unimodal, think pills. They're not targeted, they affect the entire brain. They're not personalized, everybody is given the same prescription. And they're open loop. By this I mean you're prescribed a drug, and then weeks or months later you come back, they see how you're getting on, and they maybe adjust the dose. It's a very open, slow, inefficient process. Our solution is different. We've developed technology that can wirelessly in real time monitor brain activity. It can wirelessly in real time modulate brain activity using transcranial current stimulation as well. So if we bring these two together, read and write, we have a closed loop system. So we can, in real time, see what's happening in the brain and adjust our intervention, which in this case is electrical. To give you a short example of what this looks like, this is a patient with spinal cord injury in a clinic in Barcelona, and she's undergoing augmented reality treatment for her neuropathic pain. Okay? While she's doing this, we're stimulating her motor cortex, and she gets days of relief from neuropathic pain. This is just one example. We're also working with people on depression, on addiction, on traumatic brain injury, on post-stroke rehabilitation, and cognitive impairment. So we think that the future of treatment will be multimodal, just like the example I just showed, possibly combined with pharma. We'll target specific regions in the brain, specific circuits. We can do this with our multi-site stimulation technology and advanced models. Personalized, based on models of your brain, from an MRI if we have it. And closed loop, all of this is being updated in real time. Most importantly, we can do this at home. So we developed it to be wireless and easy to use, so you can bring it home. All of these treatments, we know from the research, work best when you do it every day over a series of weeks. So it's really important that it comes home. Very, very important for the costs as well. So with this in mind, we developed a cloud platform called Nube. So here we can bring together the analysis, the modeling, monitoring remotely of compliance. The doctor can check in with how the patient is doing at home. This is already implemented. Okay, so who are we? My name's Stephen Dunn. I'm Neuroscience Director at Neuro Electrics. We're a team of entrepreneurs with a strong background in neuroscience. Anna, our CEO, is an award-winning serial entrepreneur. We're backed up by a world-class scientific board. So if you look on the left, the 3 guys across the top are Harvard, Oxford, and UCSF. The three guys on the bottom invented this technique 20 years ago. Right now, we have sales in over 40 countries of our existing platform. We sell it to research groups. The top institutes in the world, top hospitals in the world, are buying this because they know this is coming. We have revenues of about 2 million this year, and for the moment, we're privately funded. Thank you very much.
How much do you depend on partners to get this out to the people who need it, as opposed to being able to go direct to those people?
It's kind of geography dependent, so in every country it's a little bit different depending on how their health system works. So we're starting in Europe because we have CE Medical in Europe already, but we're really after the American market, so we're just about to do our first clinical trial to get FDA in the US. So in Europe we're finding that we have to basically start with a key opinion leader that'll buy into the idea. They'll ask the hospital then to introduce it, and it'll kind of go from there.
How much
so not partners, we need key opinion leaders.
How much do you charge for your solution then?
So right now we're selling the research platform, but the plan is to have a service. So essentially we'll give away the device, give it to the doctors, the clinicians, the specialists. They'll prescribe it to the patient takes it home, and then we charge by use. Every day that they use it, we charge for that. So it's going to be a service model.
So first of all, like, this is sweet. We don't know enough about our brains, and anyone who's seen people with that illness, it's as devastating as cancer. So congratulations on tackling something big. So you're giving the power back to the user, and you talk about closed loop. What is there? Like, I put this on, and I realize I've got some issues going on. Like, what do I do? What are you doing to help the user really close the loop?
In this scenario, it's closed loop, as in the system is modulating what it's doing to you in real time, but you're not getting any real-time feedback. So the system is doing everything based on the activity. So there's not that type of kind of real-time feedback to the user. It's all happening in the system.
Fantastic, Stephen. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So they were our first three alpha startups. They're very early stage startups, but it's just mind-blowing to think of the kind of breadth of problems and markets that those three companies are addressing. For me, it's just been fascinating sitting up on stage listening, and we've got three more companies to go. So we're going to now move into our beta category, and just to remind people, and for those who've just joined us, our beta category, as distinct from our alpha category, which is for startups who've raised up to $500,000, our beta category is for startups that have raised about $1.5 to $3 million. Some are bootstrapped, of course, but they fall into a slightly later stage category. We had 1,300 startups that applied at the start of the pitch competition. Some judges from all over the world scored and appraised those applications online. We got down to a final 200 that were all invited to Dublin. Those 200 started on Tuesday in a quarterfinals, and they started pitching across our three pitching stages, kindly sponsored by Audi across the venue. Yesterday we had our semi-final, and now we're down to our final 6. Now, we've just heard from our 3 alpha startups, and now we're going to get to our beta startups. So please give an incredibly warm welcome to Philippe Laurent of EasyLive.
Hello everybody, I'm Philippe, CEO of EasyLive, and today I will talk to you about live streaming. Live streaming is a huge billion-dollar market where the biggest tech companies are massively investing in. Google, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and of course, all the broadcast and media industry. With my associates, we'd come from that industry. We used to run a live video production company, and what we learned from the field is that most of the existing tools, they are very hard to use, very expensive, and they do not meet the web requirements. Creators, the only thing they want is a very easy tool, flexible and reliable. Actually, in one click, they want to be able to deliver their brand, to value it, to create professional content, engage with the audience, and monetize it. This is why we started EasyLive. EasyLive is a cloud-based live editing tool, fully automated. We do think that by the control of the editing part, the graphic insertion, you will get control of the entire process of your live stream. Why? Because controlling the editing side, you will control every single thing real time. You know who is speaking, what's the scoring, what's the timing. So you know every single thing. Let's see some example. So you see what we do, we can recreate any of the TV-like experience, fully automated. This is very important for the experience for our clients because, like all of us, whether we watch some video on the web or on the TV, we all want the same experience, a very high quality delivered. And in our case, everything is fully automated. Let's see how it works. It's very easy. Whether you use a simple phone, just like most of you as I see, or a more complex setup, just like those gentlemen here, we get the feed on our server, we applied all the labels, graphics, and we deliver that feed on your video channel, like your YouTube channel, for example. So you edit, you interact, and then you monetize. Let's have a look at the back office. We have here all the professional capabilities for non-professional or for non-skilled people. We have titling, Twitter feeds, animation, scoring interface. Everything is API-driven. This is how we automatize everything. We also have, of course, live clipping capabilities, but the cool stuff, it's fully automatic. So let's say you're live streaming a tennis game. We will clip for you all the points. You don't have to think, we do that for you. And we think that this is the future of the media. Democratize, industrialize the live. Now let's get back to the monetization side. Today, most of the free access video, you have mostly one way to monetize them is by the pre-roll. We offer our clients three ways to have a complementary monetization. The first way is the traditional one, by the ad serving. With our technology, we are going to trigger automatically the mid-roll. Because the cool stuff, with live streaming, you have a lot of breaks. Just before I came in here on the stage, you have a break. Before the speaker just left, myself coming in, you have a couple of seconds that you could have triggered the ad server. Let's say you're not happy with this, you want to keep control on your monetization, no problem. With our platform, you can ingest your video inside the stream itself. And the cool stuff, ad blocks, they don't see it. It's inside the stream. So you keep control on the entire chain. And the last part, since we control all the graphics, we can turn them all clickable into the player that you are using. So you can really interact with your audience. So today, the business model is a licensing model with unlimited use for our clients. And our clients, we work with the biggest sports organization in Europe, live betting companies, professional like those guys here, and media. Thank you.
So a question about the advertising. Are you telling people, hey, here's where you could put some ads and here's the platform to go do the insertions? Or are you actually taking all of that inventory across your users and helping them sell the advertising and finding advertisers?
Very good questions. So basically, we don't deal with the inventory. We just provide the tool. So if you have your own ad server or you're using DoubleClick, for instance, we will trigger it for you automatically. Today, it's not very convenient. You have to wait for hours just to push a button. No one does it for the mid-roll. So let's automatize it. The second way is, let's say you want to sell yourself, your advertisement, like Audi today. You want to promote Audi. You don't need to go through an ad server. You just put your video on our platforms, and we'll trigger it for you automatically. So you keep control on the chain.
Tell me a bit more about your customers. What's their buying process, and how do you convince them to switch what they're doing to you when they're presumably been doing what they're doing for quite a while already?
Very easy. So we work with the biggest sports organization and live betting company. Those guys, they need a business model to do what they do. And today it costs a lot of money where they have to bring a lot of technicians for some events where they don't make a lot of money today out of it. So they want to automatize the process to not get any operators on it, basically. It's like a complementary to what they already do.
So you have a sales force that targets those people?
Yeah, we have two ways. We have a direct approach by Salesforce, and the second way is through video platforms. We have deals with most of the video platforms in the world. Some of them, it's already signed, so basically they buy licenses and offer them to their clients, and some others, they just charge their client for that.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Philippe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now to our second startup. Could you please put your hands together for Ash Conway of Bugwolf?
Hi everyone, thanks for the opportunity. My name's Ash Conway. I'm the CEO and founder of this awesome company called Bugwolf. What we do at Bugwolf is we enable our customers to discover more software bugs in less time with less people. And the way we do this is we've developed a pay-for-performance SaaS platform where testers compete with each other over very, very short periods of time to improve the digital experience. And they're incentivized to report back usability, user experience, and functionality defects in a very, very short space. The reason we do this is to address the rising cost of quality. As we become more connected and more reliant on technology, and as technology becomes more fragmented, the cost of quality is rising. In fact, it inspired Cambridge University to produce a report back in 2013 that stated software bugs were costing the economy over $300 billion a year and rising. And no one is immune. Online retailers are affected by this. As cars become connected to the internet, we start to see a larger number of recalls. And even some of the leading technology companies around the world are being impacted. In fact, as we went out to market and started to talk to a number of customers, we realized best practice says organizations should spend between 20 and 30% of every engineering dollar spent on testing. And many organizations, to address this problem, are spending up to 50%. So the way we address this challenge today is twofold. Robots, essentially test automation. The challenges with test automation are it's very time-consuming and expensive to be able to automate every single customer journey inside your software products. The other side of the market is actually using real humans, testers. And some of the challenges with that is assembling those teams and the expense that comes with those. Both of these traditional methodologies are constrained today by the fact that we've moved from shipping software every 3 to 6 months down to 4 to 6 weeks, and in some cases, shipping software on a daily basis. When we actually took our SaaS platform with a team of 5 testers in less than 24 hours, these are some of the results we delivered our customers. We saved them over $100,000 in remediation costs. We deliver customers between 300 and 1,000% return on investment. We slashed 21 days off a release cycle for a large enterprise. That's a significant opportunity for business. And after an organization had run multiple test cycles, we discovered over 258 bugs in only 24 hours with a team of 5 testers. These are some of our customers. We have customers right around the world, everything from large banks down to small enterprise. We've been in private beta. We're bootstrapped. We're growing at over 300% year-on-year growth, and we're on a trajectory to reach $1 million in revenue next year. And we're in one of the fastest growing markets in the world. Over $100 billion in revenue is being generated out of the testing as a service space. This is how customers acquire our products. We've got in-house, self-service, and managed. We design challenges. We assemble teams and match those teams against your product requirements. We provide a vetted marketplace of testers, which could be our testers or your testers. Testers compete. We capture videos. We built this cool little video tool that captures videos of the defects from a desktop. They report bugs, and customers get to see real-time insights about those issues. My name's Ash Conway. I've had 10 years in biz dev, 10 years as a designer, and this is my rock star team that helped make this happen.
So, first question. This is cool. You're gamifying it.
Yeah.
Sales is easy to run because you can do this all the time. This is pretty cool to bring this over to the engineering side of the world. First question is where do you see this fitting with GitHub and Jira? Do you integrate into these platforms? Where does it fit in the stack? Or as a CEO, am I just pulling a bunch of discretionary income that I'm not spending today just to separate this massive problem out? Because the RI is so big.
Well, we're essentially taking what exists today and we're able to do that with significantly less people and less time, so there is a cost saving there. We do actually integrate into a number of different platforms, Jira, GitHub, so we're able to become part of that DevOps process that already exists today. And I think the way we see the world moving is moving to this software-driven development space, which we do ourselves. And I see quite a significant change happening around the traditional test processes. So.
One more question is, what % of your users are actually using their own testers versus yours?
A large number. In fact, we actually get brought in as a fresh set of eyes in a lot of cases after they've run their own test processes. And then some organisations prefer to use ours to essentially replace that traditional internal role. So it really just comes down to the use case, the different types of clients and things.
Fantastic, Ash. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that.
And so now we come to our final pitch of 6 pitches. Will you please give an incredibly warm welcome to Mikey Cannon of Bizimply.
Hi everyone, I'm Mikey. I'm one of the co-founders of Bizimply, and at Bizimply we are revolutionizing the way businesses manage their hourly employees. These are businesses in hospitality, retail, construction, healthcare and more. 2 quick facts, 60% of all employees are hourly paid, with 65% not having an email address for the place they work. The problem in these companies, well, they're still scheduling with paper and pen or Excel. If they have a time and attendance solution, it's a biometric, clunky machine that doesn't connect to anything, or they're using paper and pen again. The employee management, it's HR files and filing cabinets in faraway locations. And the employee engagement is little more than post-it notes or notice boards. At Bizimply, we've built a cloud-based platform that solves all the solutions for these companies, that helps them engage with and better manage their workforce. We've built the world's best scheduling application where they can drag and drop shifts, cost them in seconds, and literally send the schedule out to their employees in a click. For the employees, we've given them mobile applications where they can manage their own schedule, manage their shifts, messaging, but more importantly, they have a place now that they're connected with their place of work. We're actually revolutionizing the attendance market. Previously, it was a clunky hardware problem, and we've turned that into a beautiful software solution. And finally, we actually give business owners and managers their business in their hand, the actual stuff that happens every day. So who's in, who's out, what were the issues, what were my sales, what do I actually need to do right now? And we bring all their HR online in one central location and actually put it to use for these companies. We've got some great customers at the moment, some single coffee shops in San Francisco to larger ones like Insomnia here. We've got like Apple stores all around Ireland, and this is Peter with Taste. They're actually doing all the catering for the Web Summit, so they've clocked in and out over 600 employees every day on Bizimply. It's a simple offering. It's €1 per employee per week, all that good stuff, free trials, no contracts. It's a really quick and simple purchase decision for these companies that they don't get with any other provider. The market is huge. There's 308 million globally hourly paid employees in just our target market. That's a $16 billion market. Where you look at the UK and Ireland alone, it's over 18 million hourly paid employees. Where we see Bizimply, we're trying to deliver all the functionality and benefits of large, incumbent, costly solutions with the ease of use and adoption of what they're already using, paper and pen, Excel, single-use scheduling applications. And since coming out of beta in January, we've been growing at 20% every month. We've over 300 locations using Bizimply in over 11 countries. I'd have to double check that. I think it could be 12. And there's over 6,500 employees clocking in on Bizimply every day. This is the team that's got us there. 12 months ago, it was just myself, Jared, and Norman with a base product and a great idea and some really core domain knowledge. And since then, we've grown to 13 people. We plan to double that in the coming months. We literally have some rock star investors behind us with Bono, Ray, Jerry, and Michael, who are giving us great advice and pushing us on every step of the way. Our vision for this company, we want to be the platform that these businesses run on. When you think Intel inside your computer that runs everything that's happening, we want to be Bizimply inside these businesses, the platform that all these applications run on. So essentially, that is Bizimply. I'm Mikey Cannon, and this is what some of our customers think of us. Thank you.
Michael, great story, and congratulations. You're clearly very, very good at acquiring customers. Small businesses are notoriously difficult to get to use technology consistently, particularly the type of businesses you're using. So the dogs are buying the dog food. Are they eating the dog food? What's engagement like, in other words?
Actually, let me add on to that as well. So I saw you sort of had TGI Fridays, for example, which is not a small business. So are you going to go get these large franchise contracts, or are you going after small businesses, which is
that's a great question.
Maybe put that together.
Both. You mentioned both.
I'll go with the first one. So with companies like Square and Clover paving the way in POS, businesses have already opened their eyes to the benefits of technology. You take in loyalty applications that they're already using. But there's nothing looking after the day-to-day. So what we find is once they actually see that this is possible and we've it built, and they can use it straight away, and they can actually, we're a self-serve company, so they can just go to bizimply.com, sign up for a free trial, and they're ready to go. So we've made something as simple to use as Facebook, which everyone's already using right now. So that's how we see the adoption going there. And so your second question was?
You're going after small businesses, or are you going to go after the TGI Fridays of the world? Because that's very different to start.
Our ideal customer is someone who has maybe 300-400 employees, but spread out over multiple locations. So when you've got 30, 40 people in each location, and the managers there, they're the HR department, they're the sales, they're the accounting. Right. So we want to give these managers the tools to better manage the day-to-day, but give the owners that efficiency that everyone's playing off the same platform.
Is the Intel Inside comment, was that a pitch to Christine? Because it says I'll invest right here. So that was a good little nudge.
If it works, yes.
Fantastic, Mikey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our startups. So we've seen 6 incredible pitches. I'm going to ask the judges now to go backstage and begin their deliberations. At 3:55, we'll be back on stage to announce the winner of both Alpha and Beta. So judges, thank you so much for your time. Thanks a million.
Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
Centre stage will resume at 2 p.m.
For the ones who try
To the final part of the Web Summit. Thank you all so much for staying with us in day 3. So our next guest has sold hundreds of millions of books. He is well known for his book, The Da Vinci Code, and he's here to talk to us today about the relationship between science and religion. Please welcome Dan Brown in conversation with Peter Kafka of Recode.
It's a good crowd.
A large crowd.
Well, you're a best-selling author. What is a best-selling author doing at a technology conference?
A fair question. I've been asked 3 or 4 times already today. I don't say yes to a lot of invitations, but when I got a chance to come and speak here, I leapt at it because I happen to believe that a lot of the people in this room, those creating the technology of tomorrow, will do more to influence the future of human spirituality than will all the religious leaders combined. That's my belief. I'm talking about it later today.
That's a pretty bold statement. That's a lot of responsibility to put on these guys' shoulders.
Yes.
Do you think they're aware of that responsibility, or do you think they're out there trying to make a better photo sharing app?
I've heard a lot of computer scientists feel they are gods anyway, and so I think at least some of them are aware.
So later on, you're going to talk about specifically sort of science versus religion. This is a big theme throughout all of your work.
It is.
Is this something that's always been on your mind, or is this? I mean, when did that the notion of those two things being in conflict pop into your head?
I grew up in a very strange schizophrenic household. My mother was a very religious Christian church organist, a professional church musician, and deeply devout. My father was a professor of mathematics and probability. So I was lost from day one.
So you had a conflict from day one.
I've led a very conflicted life.
And have you been going back and forth in that pendulum yourself, or you've always sort of been on the science side?
You know what? It's funny. I grew up on the religious side, and I was very comfortable with religion until I was maybe 13 or 14 years old. I'd heard about Adam and Eve and creationism, and then I simultaneously started hearing about evolution and Darwin. So I went to my priest and I essentially said, hey, which story is true? And this guy said, nice boys don't ask that question. So I started gravitating towards science at that point. And the further I progressed in science through university, and I know everybody here has had the same experience, the mushier the ground starts to get. The further you get into science, you start having uncertainty principles and margins for error, and the particle physicists say, we don't have no idea why this particle just appeared here. Maybe it's God.
And you end up with Einstein saying God plays dice.
Exactly. So you come full circle. And I write a character, Robert Langdon, who essentially says that science and religion are two different languages attempting to tell the same story.
But you also, we were talking earlier, you said science and religion do great damage to each other. Do they have to be oppositional?
I wish I knew the answer. I mean, certainly historically, the answer is yes. Science has slowly eroded the foundations of religion. I mean, you look at something like Adam and Eve, and now in the face of genetic research and Darwin and the fossil record, we can say, well, I'll just speak for myself personally. I feel the story of Adam and Eve does not hold up in the face of what we know. Simultaneously, you've got religion doing damage to science, whether it was, Galileo and Copernicus, or even, in my own country of the United States, you've got science teachers who are trying to teach genetics and evolution, who are being picketed by parents who say, you've got to give Adam and Eve and creation equal time. So yeah, they are still in conflict.
So you flew here on an aeroplane, you used the internet, there's someone backstage who's going to talk about building a Hyperloop train. Seems like science is progressing quite well, but religion isn't slowing down either. If they're both sort of moving ahead at the same time, it seems like maybe the conflict isn't going to destroy one or the other.
I think that's an accurate statement. What's fascinating about the conflict to me between science and religion is that they are polar opposites in their approach. Religion, over a couple thousand years, has not changed. If you're talking about our modern monotheistic religions, really have not changed. They still believe the same fundamental tenets, still look to the same texts. That is really what makes religion so attractive to people. It is self-assured, it is consistent. Science, on the other hand, is changing at just mind-numbing speed. And so you have one thing whose strength is its consistency, and another whose strength is every day they figure out something new. And so the battle really is a fascinating one.
Why do you think that religion remains powerful when you, in addition to science bumping against religion, you now have technology and communication that allow your entire world to open up. You can see things you never could have imagined. No matter where you live, you can learn lots of answers to questions with a couple keyboard strokes. Why do you think religion remains strong when there's so much input available to you through the internet, through technology?
I think the reason religion stays strong is that there's something about the human mind that craves order and craves answers. And I remember as a kid, really when I was starting to question religion, that a friend of mine, a very young girl, age 12, died of leukemia. And we were at the service and the priest said, this death was part of God's plan. And I remember feeling that somehow comforted me, to feel that there was some plan. And really, I think it is as simple as that the human mind craves the knowledge that it's not all random, that things happen for a reason, that there is some higher power that we can look to. I have friends who are agnostic or atheist who admit to me, hey, look, I don't believe in God, but I still say a little prayer right before we take off on the runway. I don't know why, but I do. And I think a lot of us.
And technology doesn't make that go away. You can't replace that.
No,
you can't sate that. You can't make that fear go away with technology.
I don't care how up to date your iPhone software is when you take off. It's not going to help you.
So you are a very rare person. You are a best-selling author. You did not start out that way. You came to writing sort of late in your career, right, or sort of mid-career.
Yeah, well, I came to writing. I wrote my first book at age 5. I dictated, my mom wrote it. It was called The Giraffe, the Pig, and the Pants on Fire. It was a thriller, sort of Borges, surrealism, surrealism, Borges, little Orwellian in there. But I wrote ever since I was a little kid. And
but you weren't making a living as a writer
until we had a print run of one of that first book, unfortunately. When I started writing, my first novel was Digital Fortress. It was about the National Security Agency, the battle between civilian privacy and national security, which I found fascinating.
But when you wrote that, you had a day job. That was.
I most certainly did. I got up every day around 4 o'clock. I would write for 3 hours. I would get on my bike and ride 8 miles to an elementary school or junior high school where I taught Spanish. Then I would ride to Phillips Exeter Academy to teach all their afternoon English classes, and get up and I would do it again.
So when you were doing that routine, was your thought, I'm going to become a professional best-selling author at some point? Or was this, I've got an itch, I want to scratch it, I'm just going to keep doing it?
I think it's more of the latter. I think for most of us, if your idea is to become a wealthy best-selling author, there are a lot of better ways to make a living, more probable ways to make a living than being an author. There's a lot of hard work involved, and also a lot of luck. I'm always very grateful for the ability to write for a living, the knowledge that when I write something, there will be an audience. It's a double-edged sword. I mean, clearly it's wonderful to have an audience. Simultaneously, at 4 in the morning, as you're typing on your keyboard, and you're not quite sure it's right, you have that pressure to say, you know what, this has got to be right, because I owe that to my fans.
So when you were teaching, you had a day job, you were writing at 4 in the morning. You're still writing at 4 in the morning today?
I do. Yeah, I write every day, but I start around 3:30, 4 o'clock. I write 365 days a year, and I would say about 1/10 of what I write actually makes it into a novel. I'm pretty strict about what actually makes it into a book.
Can we go back to 4 in the morning? Why 4 in the morning? Why is that the sweet spot for you?
4 in the morning is a magical time, at least for me. I have a lot of friends who are writers, and they also write at 4 o'clock. There is no email coming in.
You could just turn the internet off. You can turn the email off whenever you want. Yeah, that's what I understand.
I do actually have an app that turns off my computer screen every 90 minutes. For 5 minutes, whether I like it or not, and I do some.
It goes dark, and you've got to get up and walk around.
I get it, yeah. Do some sit-ups, push-ups, have some, you get sort of lost in what you're doing.
So you had to write at 4 in the morning. This fascinates me. But now you don't. You could do it whenever you want. Why 4 in the morning?
You know what? I think by writing first thing, you send 2 messages to yourself. One is, this is my priority. I want to do this when I am fresh and clear. And another reason to do it is that I feel that there is a very thin veil between the dream state and the writing state. When you're dreaming, your mind is creating something out of nothing, creating whole landscapes and plots. And that's really the mindset that you need to be in when you're facing a blank sheet of paper or a blank computer screen. And so I move very, very quickly from that state into the writing state without checking email and sort of getting lost in the real world.
And so you can find you can make yourself get up at 4 in the morning no matter where you are. Are you going to get up at 4 in the morning tonight?
I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. Even with jet lag, I somehow get up early. I actually worked on my talk this morning. Because I heard somebody was going to show up. I actually didn't think anybody would.
You got to please these folks. So what else has changed? So what else has changed about the way you work? What's the difference between 1995 and now in terms of the way you produce your work? It sounds like you've got the same routine. I mean, is anything
there
else
is no
changed?
difference between the way I write now and the way I wrote in 1995.
You don't have an army of researchers working for you?
No, I really don't. My wife certainly helps out with a lot of the art history stuff. I'll send her an email. Yes, we live in the same house, but I'll send her an email that says, hey, is there a pre-Raphaelite painting in the...
She's not up at 4 in the morning.
No. She gets that email around 8 o'clock.
She's a rational person.
That's right. So certainly she helps, but for the most part, I really do everything alone. And the reason for that, I find, is that, for example, if I'm going to the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., I'm writing about the Masons and I want to find X, Y, and Z. I'll go to the House of the Temple and I'll learn that X and Y really aren't that interesting. Z's fantastic, but there's this W over here that I didn't even know existed that turns out to be the linchpin to the whole plot.
So you want serendipity?
Serendipity plays an enormous role in the creative process.
And what is having the internet at this MacBook that you're probably using to type this up? How does that change the way you create stuff? Does that make you more or less likely to go out and hang out in
It makes
an
it
archive?
both more and less likely. The internet is incredibly powerful for a writer, especially somebody who writes things based in fact. For example, if I send a character to Budapest and he's going to have a conversation over dinner, I can pick a restaurant, go in, look at their menu, email the chef, find out how it's prepared, how long it takes. I mean, I can really get it right. At the same time, you can kind of get lost in that world and forget that, no, the most important thing is this conversation these two characters are having, not the color of the tablecloths and what the candles smell like. So you have to sort of know when your research has become procrastination.
Do you use the internet to see what people are saying about your work, or do you turn that part of the web off?
Oh, that is a tricky question. I was given some very good advice when the Da Vinci Code took off. I was told, hey, look, don't read any of your press because it's a lose-lose. Either you read that people think your work is great and you start to get lazy, or you're going to read that they think you're terrible and you're going to get, you can basically get nervous. What I've come to really accept is that the only way to be creative is to create that book that you yourself would want to read. You write that app that you would want to use, or you make that souffle that you would want to eat. Whatever your creative field is, you really only have your own taste to go by. So I really do put on the blinders, write the book that I would want to read, and then just hope other people share my taste.
And then do you want to interact with your readers afterwards, or you say, look, this is my thing, I've done it, I'm done, and come back in 3 or 5 years when I've got another one to share with you? Or do you want to hear what they have to tell you?
Oh, I always love interacting with my readers. It's important. It's actually very motivating because I work all alone in the dark in my pajamas, and you sort of forget that what you're writing has a life outside of your computer, that it goes out into the world and it affects people, for better or worse. And so when I go out and I meet people and people either say, hey, I loved your work, or hey, I didn't like it when this happened, or you left me with a question, that is very inspirational to me, and I enjoy it.
But you're not going out on Facebook to read comments?
Well, I do have a Facebook page, and I actually I post pictures from my travels, or I post quotes, things that I'm thinking of, but I'm not on there reading all the responses.
So you're writing every day, you're writing at 4 in the morning, you're working on a new book. When that book comes out next year, in a couple years when it comes out, how will the way that you sort of push it out to the reading public, how will that be different than 2003 when you had your first hit?
Well, the difference now between 2003, is I actually have an audience. In 2003, I really didn't. And so we were really, really struggling to find people who would want to read about symbols and codes and religion and the Vatican. And I have an absolutely fantastic publisher in Doubleday and around the world, Transworld here in this part of the world. And what they do now, in conjunction, we work together to really make sure that people know my book is out. And that is a much different process than trying to convince people to read it.
Here, I'll speed it up. So you were a hit author a couple of years ago when your last book came out, 2013. Do you imagine that process is going to change, or is it still pretty much, I'm Dan Brown, I'm a world famous author, here's my new book, you do a book tour, you go on TV, or do you have to sort of work in a different way to find your readers?
Well, I think you have to continually work. I had a very funny experience here yesterday. I walked into Web Summit, I had a little baseball cap on. I spent an hour and a half here with my wife and my assistant, my agent, and my publisher, and not one person stopped me and said, hey. I said, this is incredible. This is a blast. I'm really enjoying this. And of course, my agent and publisher are going, this is terrible. Like, these people have no idea who you are. And
you got to wear a Dan Brown t-shirt.
Exactly. So, yeah. So it would make a lot of people more comfortable if after the talk, at least a few people came up to me and said, I can't wait to read your new book.
So you mentioned that there are a group of people working for you. You do have a publisher. It's 2015. For years, we've been hearing about artists. That technology would allow artists and creative people to go directly to their fans. They don't need the intermediary of a publisher. Why go through a publisher for your next book? Why not just sell it directly?
Well, there are a bunch of reasons for that. I would never consider selling my book directly. And one of the reasons, I mean, really the fundamental reason for me is ethical. I in many ways owe my career to a wonderful publisher who took a chance on me and said, we believe in your work and we are really going to get behind you. And that was the Da Vinci Code, and they put it out there. And I would never, no matter what the marketplace looks like, ever think of severing that relationship.
So let's say you don't have that relationship.
My agent is having a heart attack at the moment, just so you know.
Let's say you're not Dan Brown, famous author.
Yeah.
What do you think about people who aren't well known, or even people who just don't want to work with a publisher, going directly or going through Amazon?
Sure. I mean, I should add also that I don't know enough about the marketplace for somebody in my position to even know if I would do better financially on my own. My guess is I wouldn't. But for somebody who's just starting out, I think that these new technologies of self-publishing and ebooks are fantastic, because you don't have to wait for a publisher to say, we believe in you. You can say, look, I believe in me. And I've got 500 other people who've read this who believe in me. And I'm not going to wait for you. I'm going to do it. And maybe there'll come a time when I've sold enough that a publisher will step in and say, we want to represent this. We want this on our label. I should add that it's interesting, because publishers have always been the curators of content in the world of literature. And so if you are interested in reading a book, you go to a bookstore or a library or wherever it is you go, and all of the books on the shelf you know are of a certain quality. You may take a book and say, well, I don't like this kind of writing, but you know that there are no typos or very few, that somebody's read this, it makes sense, that it's a book of a certain quality because it made it through all of these steps.
There's a series of filters.
Series of filters, and it finally makes it to the shelf.
And you think that's a good thing?
I think it's a great thing. Because especially now, because everybody with a laptop now has a global distribution deal for whatever it is they want to write. So that's great for all of us who are writers. It's less great for all of us who are consumers, because you go out there and you're lost in this sea of information. You have no idea what's of quality, what isn't. You know that if you turn to the publishers, that at least there, the material will have gone through these filters.
My bet is there's a bunch of people in this audience that say, no, you don't need publishers, and we can crowdsource this, we can create all sorts of recommendation engines. We don't need someone in New York being the arbiter of what's a good book. There's a lot of people out here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that isn't discovered. We could figure out how to do it. That's not a world that seems to interest you.
It isn't, and I don't know enough about the market to argue the specifics of it. I just know for me personally, my relationship with my publishers around the world, and I have a lot of them, is sacred, and I will never break that bond.
So that next book comes out when?
I cannot possibly tell you that. We have a pub date, but it's a long time from now. So.
Then I'm going to stop grilling you. One last thing: is science going to defeat religion, or religion going to defeat science?
I don't know if science. Actually, I do know if science is going to defeat religion, and I'll be talking about it actually very, very soon somewhere else in this massive complex.
Go follow Dan. He'll have a hat on. You'll find him. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Let's go. You should give him a wave.
Thanks very much, guys. Alexander McQueen is a beloved figure in the worlds of pop culture and fashion. Another magazine celebrated the designer's creative genius with a special limited edition issue. This issue included a premium quality HT display with a video and album length soundtrack. This groundbreaking project marked a collaboration between Another magazine and PCH. Next up, we've got two of the architects of this collaboration. Jefferson Hack, co-founder and publisher of Dazed and Confused, and Liam Casey, CEO and founder of PCH, to explain how they made this innovation happen, all in conversation with Matt Garahan of the Financial Times.
Introducing a new generation of fully integrated publishing technology. A 9 by 12 inch device with an 11.6 high-resolution LED display. Understated and elegant, the device is an ideal display piece within any modern home. Lift the cover to explore 440 pages of a thought-provoking blend of high fashion, art, and culture. With a micro USB port to recharge, use the cable included in the box for optimum battery life. There is also a 3.5mm audio jack, into which you can insert your preferred listening device. Tactile and ergonomic, the device can be held in front of the body, by your side, or open to enjoy at your leisure. Another magazine presents the digital edition.
I'll sit here, like that. So you've seen the video, and we have the real thing right here, Jefferson holding it up. Jefferson, Liam, perhaps I can start by asking you both how this came about, because this was a project born at Web Summit a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, born in Dublin.
Right. Conceived in Dublin. And how do you go from
a
conversation to
a year
this?
ago to this day? I had never met this man. We were having dinner at Founders, and he was sitting opposite me, and I was just introducing myself to people at the table because I don't come from the tech world, so I don't really know who's who, in this kind of like scene. So I was just saying, hi, how are you? I'm Jefferson. It was my first Web Summit that I'd been to. And he said, I'm Liam Casey. And I said, are you the Liam Casey? Because I'd just read in Wired magazine David Rowan do a feature on him where he went to San Francisco and followed you to Shenzhen. And it was a fascinating feature, and they called you something like Silicon Valley's go-to guy for hardware. So I was reading it, and he said, yeah, I'm Liam Casey. I think he was surprised that I knew who he was, and I was surprised to be sitting opposite him. And we started talking about David Rowan from Wired, who's a mutual friend of ours, and he said that David helped him come up with the slogan for his company. I think he was showing off a little bit, really. And I said, well, what is your slogan? And he said to me, if it can be imagined, it can be made. And I said, hang on a minute, I've got something. And for 9 months, I've been trying to make this a reality. And I've talked to so many different hardware manufacturers, so many different companies, consultants, tech companies, and for 9 months I was trying to realize this idea, which had kind of been a lifelong dream, really, but I'd been in a kind of hardcore task force phase of trying to get it done, and I was defeated. There was no way that this was going to be a reality for me for last February to launch, when I wanted to launch it, because that's when I had Rihanna and she wanted to do it, and I knew it was the right time to put a flag in that space, as it were. Anyway, I took out of my pocket a mobile phone with a rendering of what I'd mocked it up to look like, and he started asking me a series of rapid-fire questions that led to 45 minutes of conversation where, you know what it's like when you meet someone and you fall in love for the first time and the room kind of dims and you just look in each other's eyes?
You fell in love. This is what happened.
We were flirting and it led to love.
Right. The rest of the world disappeared, leaving only the two of you.
It fucking did.
there.
45 minutes went like that because he started drilling me with questions. And I remember the first question he asked me was, so what emotion do you want it to have?
Right.
Yeah.
And Liam, your company, PCH, you make things happen. You help tech companies, large and small, turn ideas into products that can be sold and marketed, right?
Yep.
And you must be used to hearing a lot of out there ideas for products. But when Jefferson pitches this to you, or he tells you his idea, did you immediately think, oh, we can do that? Or did you think, that's ridiculous?
So usually when we engage with creative people or engineers or entrepreneurs who actually want to bring a product to market, the first interaction is, you listen to the story, but you have to you have a lot of probing questions that you have to ask. And what really struck me very early on in the conversation with Jefferson was his absolute focus on what he was trying to achieve and his clarity. And it then didn't surprise me that he's an editor and a publisher, because he knew very clearly what this product shouldn't be.
Right.
Which is always the hardest thing, because the last thing you need is scope creep. And I waited about 2 weeks.
Scope creep, just explain what that is for a second.
I mean, I was waiting for him to ask me, could we put a keyboard on it? And that would have been a walk away for us.
Right.
But he was really clear. He didn't want to connect a device. This was just a storytelling device. It was the cover of a magazine, and it had to have movement in it. And he was really clear. At one stage he said, I really want to be able to, to see Rihanna wink at me from 12 meters across the street. And I said, wow, okay, on this screen. And again, it was his clarity and his consistency of not changing from what he wanted. And I could see from that he had spent a lot of time really thinking about what he was trying to achieve. And for us, all the great people, the companies we work with, they're great storytellers and they're editors. And that's what we look for, because at the end of the day, we make products. Products have to sell. And storytellers sell those products. And that's a hugely important focus for us. When we meet companies, you can have very creative companies that come up with the best technology and the best products, but at the end of the day, if they can't tell the story and sell them, it's not going to go anywhere.
Right. So you have this initial conversation, and then what happens? He tells you the idea, you think about it a little bit, and to make it, we should, for the benefit of the audience, explain that, this was done in 4 months.
Oh yeah, from the idea here in Dublin to actually having the product in mass production in a retail store in Paris at Colette was 4 months. And there was a lot of moving parts in it. There was a lot of things that could have gone wrong and did go wrong along the way. But at the end of the day, we knew what the focus and what we had to deliver. And we had teams. We were very lucky because we had teams of people working in San Francisco. We had people working in Shenzhen, but we actually had a team of people working here in Ireland, working on it as well. So it had a lot of intensity to get it done.
Jefferson, you've been thinking about it for a long time. What were the obstacles you'd run into previously before you started working with Liam?
So I was looking at e-ink, I was looking at digital paper, I was looking at graphene technology. E-ink, the refresh rate was about 1 second for the page. I needed this to be high def. And that wasn't possible with a lot of the existing screen technology. When I met Liam, I had spent 9 months and quite a lot of money and had quite a big team working on it, and we were really fucking defeated. And that was the morning. That morning, I said it to everyone, this is what we've got to walk away from this and put our energies into other things. And that night, I was at Founders, and by some kind of weird stroke of good fortune, we were sitting opposite each other and we had this conversation. And he asked me, what emotion did I want this thing to have? So I was already prepared because I'd been prepping it and thinking about it. And the thing that I wanted this to have was wonder. It's important for me as a magazine editor for my reader to feel a sense of wonderment when they come across a cover. And that's what I think we've managed to achieve with it. The tech spec, he asked me what my tech spec was for it, and I was a little bit out of my depth when he asked me that, because obviously I don't come from the tech industry, I come from media and publishing. But my tech spec was, if I'm walking down a street past a magazine store or a newsagent or a bookshelf, I want Rihanna to be able to wink at me from 12 meters away and see it out of the corner of my eye, and turn around and go, did Rihanna just wink at me? And turn around and start walking towards that magazine cover, and then for my jaw to hit the floor.
Right.
And go, what shouldn't be moving is actually moving. Holy shit, that's exciting. And that's what I wanted to create. A lot of people call it a Harry Potter moment. For me, it's just, a natural progression of working in an industry where I'm constantly looking to innovate the value of print and to upscale what the print and physical experience is with print. And for me, this is a kind of a hybrid concept. It's the idea of actually creating a hybrid between print and digital, and putting a digital layer into a print format, and allowing more readers and more people to have a more lasting and an impressionable experience with the totality of the product.
But you didn't want it to be connected, did you? You wanted it to be a standalone digital...
Yeah, totally unconnected. From the beginning, I said to him, I don't want to talk about Wi-Fi, I don't want this to be connected, I don't want people to be uploading their own images into it, I don't want the public to be able to, have themselves on the cover, I don't want it to keep changing, I don't want the content to keep changing, it's got to be locked. Because for me, it was about digital scarcity versus digital ubiquity. It wasn't about using the power of technology to democratize the experience of the magazine. It was about actually creating 1,000 limited edition products that were design objects, that were collectibles. I mean, these were retailing at £125. They were sold in stores like Selfridges and Colette. Selfridges gave us fantastic window displays. And it was about making the magazine, creating permanence with magazines that are usually impermanent.
Well, creating a new feeling for magazines which have had a tough time lately. The broader publishing industry has not had a great decade, has it? I mean, and this...
Reinventing formats is part of what I'm interested in doing. Having now been a publisher for Dazed and Confused, we will be celebrating 25 years of Dazed and Confused next year, which was the first magazine that I launched. So yeah, we've seen a lot change, and innovating with formats is part of why we've remained so successful as an independent publisher in an increasingly unindependent landscape.
Right. Liam, when you look at the product the finished version, what does it tell you about where publishing could go? I mean, what potential do you think it has?
We know, we've been contacted by many of the publishers and magazines. Some technology companies have come to us, and we actually think that, again, big tech companies could come to us and ask us to do this, and we wouldn't be interested in doing it, because with Jefferson, it was more around the storytelling, the editorial, that actually captured us and got us interested. But we know for a fact that large publishers, large tech companies are looking at how to improve the technologies, how to bring down the cost of the technologies to actually make it a viable product that actually, and some of the large publishing companies we think have a big interest in it. So in the future, I think Jefferson has been way ahead when he's brought this out.
I thought he was absolutely mad to take this on, and I didn't believe him. And there was a time when we did the first prototype, I remember holding the first prototype, and there was a lot that was bad with the first prototype, and we had that prototype in January. And
2 months after your first conversation?
Yeah, the first physical prototype, and it was rough, and I had a lot of feedback, and his team had a lot of feedback. It was everybody was trying to make this come good, and I said to him, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make February, Paris Fashion Week. It had to launch there. There was Colette, which is an important store in the magazine and fashion world, had given us a slot for a press launch, and we had the New York Times, the International Herald Tribune, Vogue, and various other members of the press there to review and look at the product, and tech press as well from Liam's side. And I wasn't going to miss that deadline because it's the point at which that magazine normally comes out. I said to him, we're not going to make it. There's too many changes. He said, trust me, I will make it. And I thought he was bullshitting me. I thought he was just saying it to not lose face. Do you know what I mean? Like not that it was just bravado. And I thought, if he makes this, he is Willy Wonka. He really can make the impossible possible.
Text Willy Wonka.
Yeah. The other thing that was really interesting for us is that we work mostly with tech companies, but in the past 2 years, we see a lot of the fashion companies experimenting with wearable technology. And for us, there's a nervousness amongst the fashion industry to actually get into technology. Right. I spent 10 years in the fashion business before I entered the tech world, and what we really wanted is we wanted a message to get out to the fashion world that don't be afraid of technology. Lean into it, and there's an opportunity there. And that was one of the great things about this project, because Jefferson is so well known in the fashion industry, and he's considered to be a leader in the fashion industry because of his magazines and his editorial. So for us, having that opportunity to work with somebody like Jefferson in that fashion world, and the fashion industry has come to us, which has been great, because the one thing with wearables, I would much prefer to see the fashion industry leading the wearable space, not the tech industry.
Yeah.
I'm going to disrupt this conversation for a minute. Who in the audience wants this copy? Come up here, take it.
There's a stampede. Vince Bannon's at the front.
It's your copy, but share it with everyone, then get it at the back and you can keep it.
There you go.
You were quick, by the way. You're faster than Liam Casey off the mark.
When you were putting it together, when you had the prototype done, what were the biggest hurdles, biggest obstacles you had to clear to get to this point, to get to a workable product?
For us, the fact that it was going to be under the scrutiny of the press and that it was going to get a lot of attention, it was going into the fashion focus, we wanted to make sure that out-of-box experience was fantastic. That's a big part of what we do, is making sure the products, when a consumer picks up one of these products, we want to make sure that it does create that sense of awe and wonder. Right. And it doesn't matter what it is, any product, that's how we approach it. But for this product, that was a really important part. And there was a moment for me in the process where one of our engineers in the lab said to me, hey, we just uploaded the first video onto the magazine, you should come take a look. Because I'd seen it in the process, and I just happened to be in the lab that day. And we all interact with screens every day, and to see stuff moving on a screen, you expect it. We interact with magazines as well, and you don't expect a screen on a magazine to move. When the screen turned on and Rihanna moved on the screen, there is an aha moment there, say, wow, that's pretty crazy. Right. And even when we watched people looking at the magazine, usually the video went through the first loop and it was into the second loop by the time they actually talked. Right. It was amazing. Even today, when you watch people looking for the first time, they look at it, they stick with it, and then halfway through the second loop, they'll say wow or something.
So is this the start of a beautiful friendship? Is this the first of many ideas you're going to bring together?
I think, especially in the fashion world, with fashion and tech converging, I think there will be a lot more. I think we look at editors in the fashion industry to come up with more ideas to curate products in a different way. Yesterday, we just announced that we hired Emily Holt, former fashion editor from Vogue in New York, as our curative director in residence at Fab, which we're really excited about because we see fashion and technology converging, and it's an exciting time.
Jefferson, you're becoming, I guess you were a technology fan, more of a technology fan now. What has this experience done for you in terms of thinking about magazines going forward, new materials or new ways of projection?
Yeah, I'm working on holography at the moment, so we're going to launch a full hologram cover with probably the world's most famous fashion designer for next February. So I'm looking at that's in play. And then I've been invited as part of an artist residency program at NASA at JPL to work on developing new materials that can be used.
At NASA?
At NASA, at
Right.
JPL in Pasadena, which is
the Jet Propulsion Lab in
Jet
Pasadena.
Propulsion
Yeah.
Laboratories, which is just, you know, I'm humbled by it. I'm humbled to go in there and work with scientists who are exploring with materials.
It's not a
that
world
are,
you normally associate with magazine publishing, right? Or any kind of publishing. I mean, it's
No, but you
smashing
know,
together.
if you don't, I think it, you know, if you're inside your comfort zone, you're never going to do anything creative. I think you've got to step out of your side of your comfort zone. And you know, if things feel safe to me, I get uncomfortable because safety is not a natural place for creative people to be inspired. So going to places like that fill me with fear. They fill me with insecurity because I don't know anything that anyone's talking about. But you find synergies, and through those synergies, you know, new creative things can be explored. And that's how, you know, I'm going to see how to be the first magazine in deep space.
And I'm worried about looking at my phone ringing with Jefferson's name coming up on it.
For the next big project. Well, look, the light is flashing, but thank you for sharing the story with us, the two of you. We really appreciate it. Can we have a round of applause for Liam and Jefferson, please? Good.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm Mike Harvey, head of comms for Web Summit. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I'm going to pretend to be Paddy for a little while now. So the next talk up that we've got is the very definition of ambitious. Many of you may have heard of Hyperloop. It's the idea of public transport delivered at incredible high speed. It's real potential to change the way we move around, the way we live. Please welcome to the stage Shervin Peshawar, who's been a key investor in the project, is the co-founder of Hyperloop, Rob Lloyd, the new CEO of the company, and Bruce Upin of Forbes. Please welcome to the stage.
There's a chance to really revolutionize something.
To change the world, change the future.
Make the world a better place.
Hyperloop's a fifth mode of transport. We're building a full-length tube between any two destinations, and then we'll send things really, really fast through it.
Hyperloop's going to allow people to travel from Los Angeles to San Francisco in 30 minutes.
Our target pod speed is around 750 miles per hour.
This is a reality.
And it's not in some large timeline.
We build things faster than any other team does in the world.
We're talking about having full-scale test loops.
The reality is here in downtown Los Angeles.
All right, cool. So how many of you heard of the Hyperloop before? Or want to take a ride on one as soon as the first tube is built? Yeah, right? So it's real. I mean, that was the headline of the cover story in Forbes. The Hyperloop is real. Elon Musk put out a white paper, I think it was 3 years ago maybe, and he called it if a railgun and an air hockey table and the Concorde had a three-way, this is what it would be. But it literally could change the world. So with me is Rob Lloyd here, Shervin Peshawar, to his right, founder, CEO. So Rob, I'll start with you. So what is the Hyperloop that you're doing? How different is it from what Elon envisioned? And take us through like the present and then the future.
Sure. So the basic architecture is very simple, very elegant, and it actually works. And the team that Brogan Van Brogan, our founder that studied at the University of Elon Musk for a decade, one of the first 25 employees there, is innovating around that basic construct, that we can reduce the pressure in a controlled environment, we can use levitation technologies to reduce the friction from wheels, we can create an electric motor that moves something very quickly, and in that environment we can create speeds we've never thought about possible. All that is happening right now, and we're buying steel and we're buying tube, and we're actually producing the technology that will make this a reality. So it's a business of builders and a team of 70, and the progress has been astounding.
So it was a little bit of a career change for you, because I don't know if people know, but you were a top guy at Cisco, #1 or 2, and now you're doing this. This is a very different world. why'd you make the switch? I mean, how could you possibly apply those skills? Not that they're non-admirable skills, but those skills to this exciting adventure.
Yeah, so I felt when I met Shervin and heard of the opportunity, we had a very fortuitous intersection. I thought the patterns that I'd recognized as the internet developed over 20 years, of the backbone expanding as we saw new access technologies, and every time there was a major iteration, we needed a new backbone. And I thought, wait a minute, we are seeing driverless cars and on-demand economy evolve, and the fundamental backbone of the transportation infrastructure we have today is based on century-old technology. So it felt like there was an opportunity, meeting Brogan and the team, seeing the board of directors that Shervin had assembled behind this project, and the initial capitalization, it was like, this is going to happen, and I just have to go there. So it's been great.
So Shervin, walk us through the formation of the company, like why you did it, and how you put it together. So it's a pretty interesting story.
Sure, absolutely. It was in conversations with my friend Elon Musk before he had published his white paper. And in those conversations, I realized the absolute importance of making Hyperloop a reality as fast as possible. Much of our world is held back by infrastructure that has been planted in the ground from the 20th century, and it's degrading and falling apart. And so the world is moving slower and slower, as we should be moving faster and faster. And so I made a commitment there and then to try to do everything I can to assemble the greatest minds in the world, and was very lucky to meet my co-founder, Brogan Van Brogan, who was at SpaceX before for almost 10 years, helping Elon in his mission to reach Mars. And every top engineer there kept saying, K-Bro, which was his nickname at the time. He's the guy who can actually build this. And he's one of the most talented engineers I've ever met. And one of the unique things about him is that he wants to show you things. He doesn't care about something on a design board or a whiteboard unless it's something he can actually build in real time. And now he's built a team of 70 people at our headquarters, our 3-acre campus in downtown Los Angeles. So from inception of the idea to now, we've assembled some incredible people, and Rob Lloyd joining as CEO in the last month and a half is an incredible milestone for us. And all the more, meaningful for me that we're here in Dublin, because Dublin actually has played a big role in my own career. I signed the Uber term sheet here 3 years ago at the Shelbourne Hotel when Uber was only about 9,000 employees, and walked the streets of Dublin with Travis, had a pint, and is when he told me his vision for changing transportation in that way. And then last year, we actually closed the Hyperloop Series A term sheet at the Shelbourne Hotel again. So I thank Ireland for the luck of the Irish. And now we have some important news to break here as well in Dublin again.
Sure. So when I joined Hyperloop, Shervin said, now we've got to get the capital required to do this project. We have a clear focus as a company to build that 3-kilometer test loop by the end of 2016. It takes money, it takes equipment, it takes people. So we're very pleased that on our road to the $80 million raise that we're under right now, that we've actually closed 26 million of that. We issued a convertible note. We attracted some phenomenal investors from around the world and lead venture capitalists like Khosla that have come in on that initial round. And I'd like to just say I'm pretty confident, based on the interest we've seen around the world, we'll close that full 80 by the end of this calendar year, giving Brogan and team the opportunity to buy everything they need and every piece of equipment and every pound of steel required to achieve our Kitty Hawk moment 1 year later. So that's amazing progress, and we're pretty excited.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there you go. You gotta let the moment happen. So what's next? So what are the key technical challenges that have to happen? Because I don't know if people have read the paper, but there's a tremendous speed. There's a vacuum tube. It's miles of steel. There's a a pod going hundreds of miles an hour on a little cushion of air. So a lot of this, none of this stuff is really been done before. So.
Yeah, so we can build it today. We can build everything about Hyperloop today. But in order to achieve the cost efficiencies that we need to achieve to really make it as disruptive as we believe it will be, we need to do some innovations. We'll do innovation in tube material. It'll be steel, but we can innovate across that construction. We'll be building systems to manufacture in situ, so we're not moving big pipes around, but just actually manufacturing in location. We're developing our own linear synchronous drive motor that will propel the pod, designing pods for both freight and cargo, looking at tunneling technologies so we can get right-of-way access in high-density environments. And we've even hired some very, very expert people that are helping us imagine how the tube itself would be underwater so we can cross across the oceans. And when you do that, you start changing everything. So those elements of technology, the propulsion, the levitation, the pod design, and the tube design and manufacturing are the key innovations where we're registering IP. We'll put them all together as a system and actually achieve the test at 700 plus miles an hour over 3 kilometers by the end of the year.
End of next year?
End of 2016.
Wow. Well, where is it going to be? Is it going to be in the desert somewhere?
We're just finalizing the location. We'll find a place with pre-permits so we don't have to wait. And we've ordered the steel, so we need to fill in the purchase order with the ship-to address pretty quickly.
It's a lot of steel.
That's cool. And where do you think the first track is going to, the first Hyperloop is going to be? I mean, I can imagine it's not going to be in the United States where there's so much NIMBY and dense buildings, and I would think it's somewhere like in Brazil or China where there's either space or the political oomph to push it through.
So I've been astounded by the interest, and Brogan and I are actually leaving here, and he's going in one direction, I'm going another. There are projects around the world that are looking at what they've been trying to do to build infrastructure for economic advantage. There are parts of this planet that believe that infrastructure is a capability that drives GDP and value. We think the disruptive nature of creating an on-demand infrastructure where you don't imagine that we set up big trains, but we only move a pod when it's required. We transform how we think of real estate development and how we think of ports. I actually think the interest is inbound. It's very global in nature right now, and my gut tells me we'll be seeing interest that will probably enable us to pick those first 3 projects that demonstrate the disruptive nature of this technology starting in 2017, and we'll have 3 projects underway and close to completion by 2020.
Wow. So Shervin, you've thought a little bit more about how this could change the way we live and where we live. Rob was just alluding to it. Can you walk us through, like, physically what would happen? Like, what kind of people would this appeal to? Who would be using it? Is it going to be expensive? Is it like a $5 trip? Is it a $1,000 trip? What do you think is going? How's it going to play out?
Well, I'll start with the implications on our global economy. At the top level, Hyperloop will make the world a village again. It will compress space and time. It won't matter where we actually live and work anymore. You'll be able to commute distances of 300-400 miles per hour or more a day in 20, 30 minutes. And so your daily commute that you spend in traffic, currently today, wasting time and polluting the planet, all of those things begin to ease away. One of the things that we also see is that it makes the world a greener place. Because we're doing cargo as well as people transport, one of the things we realized, and this was a shocking fact that most people don't know, the top 15 largest cargo ships in the world pollute the world more than all the cars combined. More than 1 billion cars, 15 ships. That just can't stand anymore. We need to protect our planet. And Hyperloop will begin to build a completely new transportation grid that can move atoms as fast as we've moved bits, and move people and things around the world and route them efficiently. And those are the great benefits. In terms of the global economy, we begin to introduce the idea of manufacturing and delivery in real time, as Rob talked about in the on-demand economy, which at Sherbrooke Capital, that's one of our founding areas of investment. The reason that's important is that we can actually deliver things at the speed of thought. So you're able to actually order something and then have it manufactured, distributed, and delivered all within a 24 to 72-hour period of time. What that does is it gets rid of all those warehouses with depreciating assets, wasting away. It takes inventory financing and compresses it from 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, which is a tax on the global economy, and it compresses it into 24 hours, 72 hours periods of time. And those things have massive implications. The other aspect is you look at places that are dark today in terms of infrastructure, and you use the analogy of Africa skipping ahead from telecom, fixed line telecom, to mobile, and the impact that that's had on African economies. And you say, well, now we skip ahead of all of these old infrastructures of the 20th century, and we connect the world in places like Africa and other places that are not connected to the rest of the world in a way and at a speed that's never been done before.
And Bruce, what about real estate? You know, we define the value of real estate by how close it is to where people live, but we can create new cities 150 miles away from a city center, and you could be there faster than you could drive today by being in the city center. So we can redefine how cities are architected. We can redefine how runways and airports are connected as kind of terminals rather than distinct airports. We can transform ports, which sit on some of the world's most valuable land, and maybe move the container offloading offshore and create an inshore, an inland port where the intermodal connections happen 50 to 100 miles inland that bypasses the city and gets trucks off our urban streets. So the opportunity to change so many things is almost endless. And that's why I think it's such a big, big idea.
But is it a play for the elites only? I mean, when I hear about new cities being built farther away, I think about people getting away, people who have means to get away, leaving, abandoning crumbling cities.
Well, if you were in San Francisco right now, you'd probably find it's very difficult to find a great place to live close to work. And I was just talking to a former colleague who used to commute 2 hours to get from the North Bay to the South Bay, and that's ridiculous. That is crazy. So why not find new areas we can get to very directly, and if we have to cross under some water or create a tunnel in an urban area, that's the kind of solutions that I think are going to change how we define cities, how we create manufacturing facilities, and there'll be a product family of Hyperloop technology that fits each of those use cases.
Well, one of the things we found in technology and innovation is that we call this capacity utilization. So if you can more efficiently utilize the assets that exist, Uber did this with Black Cars and then expanded from there from UberX. Black Cars subsidize UberX and then Uber Pool, et cetera. And then with Uber Pool, you suddenly have transportation options that are as cheap as a bus ride. And so all of these things, when you look at Hyperloop, cargo subsidizes people transport. So at the people level, it'll be extremely affordable to be able to use this kind of transportation option.
Or it's competing with non-use. Someone who never got a chance to go to California can go, because kind of like BlaBlaCar, where it's competing with trains or people who didn't want to go to a city 200 miles away.
And it's on demand. We don't need to build a shopping center to occupy our time when we're at the airport. We're not really at the airport to shop. That's because it's not on demand and it's interrupted, and it's an experience which most of us would rather was different. Right. So the terminal for Hyperloop is an entirely new construct. It's not a shopping plaza. It's a very efficient way for us to actually move, push the button, hit floor 23, and the door opens and you're in a different location.
So who's the team? I mean, you were a big hire from a different space, but with the bandwidth to take this on. What kind of people are coming on board? Where are they coming from?
They're coming from everywhere, and we're attracting talent. Clearly, where we are in LA is at the hub of aeronautics and the SpaceX and the Northrop Grummans and others. We're hiring people from GE. We're hiring people from Tesla. We are hiring brilliant masters and PhDs who are laying down and taking their construct and building it and drilling and building. It's phenomenal. And if you talk to a PhD, that's actually able to take their ideas and then go and build and deliver. It's a level of engineering which actually is helping us achieve that speed. So great talent from companies around the world, and 70 totally awesome people today, and we expect to be about 100 by the first quarter.
Okay, so this all started with Elon, and that's kind of the big elephant in the room, is like, what's he going to do? Is he going to swing back into this, do something big? I know that some of his engineers at SpaceX are building a test track in Texas, I think. Are you guys in touch with him? Is he involved at all, or advising, or will he get more involved as time goes on?
I think Elon's greatest contribution was the invention of the idea and contributing it to the world. And his experiment was to say, I'm too busy with SpaceX and trying to get to Mars and Tesla and Solar City, so I will contribute this idea to the world and hope that teams will assemble to bring it together. Mm-hmm. And so he's very supportive of these efforts, and we're going full speed ahead on execution.
Okay.
Hey, Bruce, I gave away ticket 1A this morning, and I wondered whether you would accept ticket 1B for our first Hyperloop journey. Are you in?
Totally.
All right.
Well,
thank you very much.
Yeah. I do want an exit row, though. Can I get an exit row?
You can get an exit row.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you already sent me a ticket. I have one on my desk.
Yeah.
So, this is the real ticket.
This is the real ticket. Okay.
He's got the real ticket now.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
One of the first rules of business: learn from your mistakes. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Twilio, somebody who's been here since the very start of Web Summit to talk about why entrepreneurs need conviction to succeed. Please welcome Jeff Lawson to the stage.
Thank you, Patty. Hello, it is great to be here today. Thank you very much for staying. I'm here to talk to you about conviction, and the reason why is if you are a fan of a lot of startup-oriented conferences, if you read startup blogs, if you follow what a lot of people say about entrepreneurship, you'll read a lot about things like A/B testing, like analytics, like finding product market fit, and all these tools to help you figure out what it is you're actually doing. And I have nothing against these tools, but I do think that this isn't the way that we've built Twilio since we started. The reason why is, sort of we have this idea that if you were to actually just follow what the A/B testing told you, if you just did A/B testing to perfection, you'd end up in any website executing A/B testing to perfection will just turn out to be a porn site. And so you cannot just do what these tools tell you to do. You have to have something greater guiding you. And that something is conviction. And I've learned it the hard way through the course of my career as an entrepreneur. And I wanted to share a story with you to tell you about how I learned this lesson. See, I started my first company when I was still a college student. I was an undergraduate studying at the University of Michigan when the web just came out, and it just came out like it's a product. Anyway, I was learning about this web, and I wanted to start building applications for it. It was the mid-90s, and I was really excited by that. And as a college student, I had seen around campus a lot of these lecture note services where you could go and they would sell you a copy of the lecture notes for the courses you were in as a study guide. And I knew how popular they were around campus. And so we started this company called Versity.com in the late 90s to use the web as a medium to publish this content for college students. And we started it as a side project, but quickly it took off, and we started a company around it. We ended up raising about $10 million of venture capital and moved the company out to San Francisco to continue growing it. And around that time, we were 21-year-olds that the venture capitalists handed all this money to, and they said, yeah, we want you to bring in some people. So we hired these C-level people with C titles in their names, CEO, CFO. We hired a CMO. And I remember one of the first things that this CMO did, Chief Marketing Officer did, when he came on board is he started holding focus groups with college students. And I remember feeling very confounded by this because I was saying, well, we're college students. We started this company. Just look here at the founders. We know what we're doing. That's why we started this company, because we were building a product for ourselves. And we had that conviction because we knew what we were building. But the hired guns we brought in didn't. And I always thought that was such a strange thing. Like, hey, don't look at the focus group. Just talk to us. We're right here. It's free. Well, that was my first company. We ended up selling that in a fairly typical .com story. We sold it to one of our competitors, and the competitor soon went out of business. But that was okay. I moved on to my next thing, which was a friend of mine was one of the co-founders of StubHub. I don't know how many of you know StubHub. It's just like Viagogo in the UK. If you know Viagogo, it's an ability for people to buy and sell live event tickets online from each other. So concerts, sporting events, things like that. eBay for live events. And we were starting this company, and the founders came to me, and I was just rolling off my first company. They said, hey, you know, we're about to get this thing started. Do you want to join as the first CTO and help us build the technology and build the site and get the whole thing launched? I said, hey, that sounds like a blast. It sounds like an interesting market. It sounds like there's a lot of demand for event tickets being sold in the second market. Okay, I'll do that. You know, I'd sort of rolling off my first startup, was looking to use my experience to build something again. And so I joined StubHub. And I started doing the hard work that you do when you're building a company from nothing. And we built the team, built the technology, figured out what the product was going to do, and many hard nights, you know, working all night. We had a really tough launch schedule. We were trying to launch for the American football season in the fall. And I remember something happened after a period of time. After putting in all these long nights and all this hard work, I realized something. I thought this was an interesting business opportunity, sure. Was there a big market for live event tickets, secondary trading? Absolutely. But I didn't go to a lot of concerts. I didn't go to a lot of sporting events. I wasn't the customer we were building this thing for. To me, it was just e-commerce for some other thing. And when I realized that, I said, how can I endure these long nights, the blood, sweat, and tears? I was working 21-hour days to get this thing launched, and I just ran out of steam because I didn't viscerally care that the world had this product. So when I figured that out, it was around the time that one of the investors from my first company approached me and said, hey, Jeff, what are you doing? Do you want to work on starting a new company? And I said, maybe. Doing what? He said, I don't know. Why don't you come out to my summer home in the Hamptons, and we'll brainstorm and we'll figure out something new to start. And at that point in time, it sounded really like a really great idea. So I actually did that. Went out to the resort part of New York where all the people go to spend their summers, and at this guy's winter home. So we were there in the middle of the winter. It was completely desolate because this is the resort town. And we spent time brainstorming, me and one of my other co-founders and this investor, and we brainstormed like 1,000 ideas. 100 of them were half decent. About 24 we actually wrote business plans for. But of all the things, the business we ended up starting out of that whole session brainstorming was an idea that my co-founder had had almost a decade earlier. The idea was a bricks and mortar retail chain for extreme sporting goods. Skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing, things like that. And to do what, I don't know if you have REI here, what basically do a big box retailer format. There'll be experiential. You'd have a skate park in the store and sell all the goods, and it'd be an amazing retail experience because we identified that it was like a $15 billion market. It was growing at 30% every year, and there was no such retailer. It was just waiting for someone to come and do this. And so we were pretty convinced that this was a good idea. And strangely, of all the technology ideas that we brainstormed and came up with, the only idea that all three of us could agree on was a good business idea was this one. And so we agreed that this is what we were going to do, except I had this reservation. I sort of said, well, I am a technologist and I'm interested in figuring out the technology of building a company, a retail business in 2002, 2003, around that time frame, from scratch and building all the technology you need to run a great retail business. So I'm sort of intrigued by that. But I had this issue. I don't know if you can tell. I don't exactly look like a surfer. I do not have the amazing, physique of a skateboarder. I can barely balance on 2 feet on the stage. Okay? I was not a participant in these sports. But you know what I said? I'll do it anyway. It'll be interesting. It's a good business opportunity, and I bet I'll get to work on some interesting problems. And so we did. We moved out to Los Angeles, started this company down there, and guess what? I'm sitting in the back room of this skate shop trying to write code, and I came to hate this business. I hated the products, I hated the customers, I hated the market, I hated our employees. Because when you're trying to write code in the back of a skate shop, and on the other side of the wall, there's all these skate rats, and we designed the store to skate everything. By design, we wanted them to skate everything, and right on the other side of the wall, I got all these kids grinding on everything and landing their decks. And I'm trying to code, and they keep breaking my flow. I came to hate this entire endeavor, and it made me realize that I had made the same mistake again. I started a business for which I did not have conviction around the product and around the customer that we were serving. I did not viscerally believe that the world needed to sell another skateboard, unless potentially it was used by me to hit someone over the head. When I realized all that, I said, it's time for me to not be doing this, and so I took a job at Amazon. Now, it may seem weird to go to Amazon, but I'd done 3 companies in a row, startups, and I wanted to understand what a big company was like. I had heard that there were these big companies, these big tall buildings that people walked into from 9 to 5 and left, but I had no idea what they did during the day, because all I'd ever done with my life is startups. And so I picked what I thought was a well-run big company to go get some experience at, and Amazon was it. I went there for a few years, learned a lot about how big companies work, invaluable experience, but I knew it was time to leave because I wanted to start something again. And here's where it gets interesting. I looked at a bunch of different ideas, and I was pretty sure I didn't want to make the same mistake again. And I'm looking at a bunch of ideas, and I have this one realization, that at every single one of my 3 previous companies, we had needed communications as a core part of building the business that we were building. Right? Not like a desk phone for every employee, but actually communications that was somehow integrated into the software that I was building in order to make for some great customer experience, to make some workflow function, to make it so we could communicate with our users and deliver some sort of delightful experience. And every time this happened, you know, I'm a developer. I'd say, well, that's really neat, but I'm a software developer. I don't know anything about communications. So I'd turn to the industry, the communications industry, and say, how are we supposed to build this? And the answer I got from the industry was always, sure, we can help you out. First, you're going to wire up all these lines from the carriers, then you're going to rack up all these telco-ish boxes, and then you're going to bring in professional services to come and integrate all that together, and it's going to be $2 million, and it's going to take 2 years. Here's where you sign. And every time I had this reaction, I remember saying, it's so weird. Well, aside from the fact that we're a startup and we don't have $2 million, we're software people. Everything we do is iterative. We don't do anything that takes 2 years. We start small. We ship every 2 weeks. We're constantly iterating, listening to customers and getting feedback. That's the software ethos. And I realized that communications was about the opposite of the software ethos. And so we started Twilio in 2008 to solve this problem, to migrate communications from its 150-year legacy in hardware to its future in software. And the way I validated this idea, I wanted to get a sense if this idea was any good. And I started talking to potential customers, and this is how I vetted all sorts of ideas. I'll go talk to people who would be potential customers of the idea, and I'd explain the idea to them, and I'd say, so, you know, would you have a use case for it? So I'll give you an idea. I had an idea for a BitTorrent-based cable box around the same time, and I went to people who I thought would be likely customers of this, and I said, hey, I have this idea for a BitTorrent-based cable box. It means you could watch cable from like anywhere in the world for free. Would you want that? Would it be useful to you? And a funny thing happens when you bring an idea to a likely audience like that. You get this feedback really quickly. Because if they're friends of yours, they're people you know, they don't want to be rude. And so they'll listen and they'll say, huh. And then they'll try to change the subject. So, how about them Tottenham Hotspurs? And you're like, oh, okay. Well, I guess it wasn't a good idea. All right, well, and it happens enough times where people just kind of politely try to change the subject awkwardly. You get the idea that it's not a good idea. But with Twilio, a funny thing happened. I'd go to developers and I'd say, hey, what if you had this tool that lets your code, make phone calls and send text messages and do all this neat stuff? And a funny thing happened. I'd talk to all these different developers and they said, so how about Tottenham? And I'd start to think, oh, I guess that's a bad idea. But then a funny thing happened. Maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes later, they would say, hey, actually, I have a question. Remember that communications thing you were talking about a minute ago? Could I don't know, send a shipment reminder when someone's package ships from my e-commerce site? And I'd say, yeah, of course you could. I'd say, oh, that's interesting. And the gears would start turning. I could see the smoke coming out. And they would start generating these ideas. And they say, oh, well, let me try that out. And after I saw that happen a bunch of times, I developed this conviction that this is what we wanted to do. So I dropped everything else that I was doing, started building Twilio. Now, funny thing happened. I went to go raise money after about 8 months. We were building. We didn't have anything. We hadn't raised $1. We were taking no salaries. All we were doing was building the product, putting it in front of customers, and getting their feedback. And we got to raise money from angel investors. This was the summer of 2008. Now, aside from this being a horrible time to raise money for anything, we took Twilio in front of investors, and we heard this common thread. We heard this thread that said, well, that's an interesting idea, but why are you building this for developers? Developers aren't a market. Developers don't buy anything. Well, you know what you should do? You should go build a PBX. Go build a call center. Go build some SaaS application and add an API to it. After you're successful, many years down the line, hey, that's what Facebook did. Seemed to work out well for them. And we said, okay, all right, I gotcha. And we thought about it. And actually, the entire summer went by. We didn't raise $1 of venture capital. Now, it didn't help that we walked out of one of the biggest investors in Silicon Valley. We walked out of their office on the day Lehman Brothers collapsed. That didn't help. But after an entire summer of fundraising, we hadn't raised a single dollar. And we looked at each other and we said, should we quit? Should we throw in the towel? The investors are saying, this is a bad idea. And we looked at each other and you know what we said? We said, yeah, investors are saying that. But our customers, developers, are saying something else, and our own conviction about having needed this product ourselves says something else. And so we said, we don't need money, we're just going to launch. And so literally, we raised a small amount of money from our friends and family, like $30,000 from our parents, and we launched with $30,000 in the bank account. And you know what? Developers came. They started paying us. I remember my co-founder being startled the first day we launched. Oh my God, they're giving us their credit cards. They trust us. Holy shit. And as soon as developers started coming, as soon as customers started coming and paying us, I remember Sony became a customer on the second day we were live. Well, then suddenly investors were interested. And we ended up raising money and going. Actually, a quick funny story in the middle there. Before we could raise any money, I got married. And you know what my wife and I did to extend the runway of the business? We returned all of our wedding gifts. It felt great. It's the best ROI I've ever had on anything. So this is the story about how trusting your gut, going with your conviction about what you know is right, will lead you well. And you should use those tools, A/B testing, analytics, customer testing. Use all those things to benefit you. But at the end of the day, you have to care about the product you're building and the customer you're serving. And you have to viscerally feel like the world needs that product so that you have that gut, you have that conviction to follow. And if you do that, you will love your company, you will love your customers, you will love life, and you will love your career. So I encourage you, follow your conviction. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million, Jeff. This year we've seen record highs on NASDAQ. We've seen more startups than ever before join the club of unicorns. So the big question for many people is are we on the cusp of a bubble that's about to burst, or is there something much more profound happening that will continue for many years to come? So let's hear from some of the world's leading investors. Please welcome Christine Heron of Intel Capital, Albert Wenger of Union Square Ventures, Mood Roghani of Kleiner Perkins, who are joined by Charlie Wells of the Wall Street Journal. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Let's think about the near future, not the distant future where everyone will be driving around in flying cars and virtual reality will be the only reality that we have. But let's think about the future that's sort of coming down the pipeline a lot faster than we might expect. To talk about this, we've got a great panel of VCs here, and they're going to talk to us about what tech will be like in 2020. And if you can do the math, that's in just 5 years' time. I want to get this conversation going by talking to Albert, and I want to ask you this question, and it's on a lot of people's minds here at the conference, and it's, can this great ride that tech has been having continue unabated into 2020?
Well, if by the march of technology you mean valuations, they could change at a moment's notice. There are many external factors that could lead to a correction there any time. But if you mean by the march of technology, the impact of technology on our lives, I think it's only going to accelerate from here on out.
Right. And Mood, I want to put this question to you directly, and it's a question, again, that a lot of entrepreneurs and investors are thinking about. Are we in a bubble?
So I think the term bubble is something that's misunderstood because it's always referenced to previous bubbles that we've had. And I think whatever environment that we're in, which is certainly exuberant from a valuation perspective, I think it's a lot different from what happened in 2008, 2009, a lot different from what happened in 1999, 2000.
How are they different? Maybe we could talk through each of them.
So 99, 2000, first of all, you had an overvalued public market, and you had the sort of infrastructure of internet technology happening in a way that no one really understood it. No one really understood what are sources of durable value, what are sources of sort of flash-in-the-pan value. So the underlying sustainability of those business models was really in question. Fast forward 15 years later, the market, the investor landscape, the landscape of talent that's fueling these companies, the ecosystem around these companies, it's much more mature, and therefore the ecosystem is more sustainable, is more durable, and the quality of companies is a lot better. So that differentiates sort of the crop of companies today versus the crop of companies in '99, and why that's fundamentally different. Secondly, right now, the public markets are fairly valued. I think by any measurement, you don't have a public market valuation bubble. Right? And then in 2008, you sort of had a financial system crisis meltdown that then led to the impact, obviously, in financing private companies. Today's exuberance, if you will, isn't a public market situation, so you don't have to worry, is there an opportunity for these companies to get out? I don't think it's a early stage valuation problem either, because if you look at sort of the volume of companies that are getting financed, you look at the IPO volumes, those are kind of pretty healthy in terms of just sort of the history of those volumes. What's happened is there's a lot of growth financing happening, and that pool of capital is in such abundance that it's creating exuberance and companies that are raising really large rounds, such competition there that there are growth rounds being raised at growth stage valuations that are assuming venture risk. Right. So I think today what's happening is a lot greater risk is being undertaken at much higher valuations and much higher check sizes in that growth stage valuation class.
Right, and Christine,
when I've talked about that with people, I'm a simple person, so I say the simple phrase for me is, I think in the 1999-2000 bubble, that was when my grandma's money was the one that was at risk, and she was the one, because she went and bought stock on the public market, and she's the one who would have lost stock, including some companies I worked at. And then today, it's really our capital that's at risk. So it's our limited partners that invest in venture funds versus a consumer. So I think if this bubble pops, many fewer people get affected a very personal level than in the prior one.
Right. No,
And I'm glad that Mood is the one who's running the growth fund. So I think the thing is that all technologies follow this pattern, right? Almost every technology, you get an early bubble in the stock market. That was true for railroads, that was true for cars. And then you get this long phase afterwards where the real changes that this technology brings about actually play themselves out. And that's the phase we're now in.
Right. I want to start looking forward a little bit too. And Christine, maybe we could have you weigh in here. What, 5 years from now, who will be the big players in tech? Who will be the big companies?
Right. Well, I will of course have to say Intel because, well, I'm paid to say that, as well as we do have some fun things coming. But if you look at where a lot of innovation is happening, it's becoming smaller and more personal, and so that might mean something that's in your home. It might mean something that's on your body. It might mean something that's actually inside of you. I mean, I've even seen people with sensors inside of pills, right? So you actually digest the pill and it knows exactly when you took it and how it's being dissolved and absorbed and whatnot. So there's all sorts of crazy stuff going on that gets smaller and more personal. And I think that's something that will affect all of us in ways we certainly don't see all of yet.
Right. I also want to know, what will Silicon Valley look like in 2020? I mean, one of the huge issues that we hear about time and time again is a lack of diversity. The Wall Street Journal published a report this year about women in the workplace, and it's talked a lot about the diversity issues in Silicon Valley and tech at large. I mean, Albert, why don't we go to you? What will it take to make tech more diverse?
Well, one of the things it will take is not looking at Silicon Valley all the time. I mean, look at this. This is Europe, and there are startups all around the world, and there's diversity that's coming from people starting companies in different places with different cultures. And so I think if we ask what will Silicon Valley look like, we should look at what will Europe look like, what will Asia look like. There are lots of centers of innovation that are doing interesting things with interesting, diverse group of people.
I want to talk about countries. We sort of talked about internationalism. And Mood, maybe we go to you on this. What country 5 years from now will be playing the largest role in terms of innovation? Well, is it the United States now, and will it continue to be in the future, or will there be other challengers?
So there's no doubt, just as diversity is inevitable, that our tech landscape is going to become more diverse. Because, and I'm speaking strictly for consumer companies, you need to empathize with your audience, with your consumers. And it's an incredibly diverse environment of consumers. And if you, as a developer of products, don't empathize with diverse consumers, whether it's by sex, whether it's by race, you're doomed to fail. And I think sort of the same is true in terms of where companies are going to evolve. It's a more international environment, and I think it's inevitable that things are going to move a little bit away from the concentration of Silicon Valley. That said, to answer your first question, will it still be concentrated in Silicon Valley? Absolutely. And there are reasons for that have to do with the ecosystem of companies that are there that then produce future cohorts of talent. And I think it's going to be hard in the next 10 years, at least, to sort of unseat that.
Yeah, I don't think it's, and frankly, I'll do I should speak on diversity. But I've been in venture capital since 1992, on and off, back and forth to the operating side. And I can tell you, it is better. It is not that much better. So people talk about 4% women on the venture side. That is about exactly the same as 1992 when I had my first venture job.
I mean, realistically, what's it going to take then? Is it going to take an educational change?
Yeah, and I think part of it has to do with discomfort with difference. And so I spent some time with Omidyar Network, which is the eBay Founders Investments Group. And it was interesting. We didn't seek out women to invest in, but since there were so many women on the investment team, just naturally people felt comfortable with more diversity in the room. So, much of the time when you're an investor, you want to invest in someone that feels comfortable to you, that the chemistry is good, you trust what they're saying, you want to hang out with them on the weekends, you want to talk to them at 2 in the morning when the servers are on fire. And sometimes that's going to end up being someone that looks just like you. And so if you're used to a different set of people in the room, you will be comfortable with a different set of people at 2 in the morning.
Right. For the entrepreneurs in the audience who have been pitching all week, kudos to you. I also want to ask Albert, maybe we can go to this question. How will the pitch change in the next 5 years? Will startups be coming to VCs, presenting slide decks and asking for capital in that way, or will things change?
Well, the transformation that has already happened is phenomenal. I mean, venture capital used to be a completely clubby industry. You had to know somebody to get an introduction. Today, you can reach most VCs on Twitter via their direct email, they blog, and so that's already been a huge shift. And then you add to that all these new access platforms, whether it's AngelList or CircleUp or things like YC that are, putting through many more companies, lots of crowdfunding, things like Kickstarter, Indiegogo. I think we're entering a fantastic world for startups where the cost has come way down to start something through Amazon and so forth, and the access to capital is way more transparent than ever, which is why it's so thrilling to see so many startups emerge.
But I mean, as a VC, does that worry you? I mean, do you ever feel like crowdfunding is sort of eating the VC lunch?
Well, I think it's certainly changing. I know when, again, sort of looking back, 15, 20 years ago, people wrote business plans and sent them in, and we might actually have read them. And I can't remember the last time. When was the last time you read a business plan that someone sent to you, right? So now you might get a slide deck or a blurb, or maybe you'll look at their AngelList page because it's so easy, because it's the same form for every single company. And so I do see the role of venture capitalists changing, certainly on the earlier side, because you have things like AngelList syndicates and many other paths to get that initial funding up and running. When I was at first round, one of the things Josh Koppelman often said was the seed round was a way to have optionality around your Series A. You could take the local instead of the express for the outcome for your business. I think since then, people have now started treating the seed round as a stepping stone to the A. It is no longer optionality around the A. So now, does that mean that optionality comes from your AngelList syndicate or Unfunders Club or one of these other crowdfunding platforms? Does it mean you work with the micro funds? And speaking to diversity, I know 500 Startups has these micro funds around the world. So there's one for India, there's one for China, and so forth, that feed into the main fund, right? So you see all these interesting different paths to the bigger pot of capital happening, which I think democratizes it quite a bit.
Right, and Mood, I want your thoughts too. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It also goes to the earlier diversity question, which is, I think because there's easier access to capital, more diverse types of companies and diverse groups of founders are finding access to capital. So I think that's a good development. There is the question of governance. So you still want people on your board of directors who have experience with startups, who have experience with the governance of startups, because inevitably things go wrong, and it's when things go wrong that you need governance. If things never went wrong, you wouldn't need governance.
Mood, I want you to weigh in here too. Is your job going to be the same in 2020?
Well, I think they just cover the right themes as far as early stage investing goes, and that is probably where the overlap with crowdfunding is going to happen the most. Whereas growth stage investing, I think the sort of transformation has already happened for me, meaning I think our industry broadly 20 years ago had a sense of entitlement about people sleeping on our doorsteps to try to get us to take a meeting, to try to get us to give them capital because capital was scarce. For the asset class that I'm focused on, which are companies that are already doing very well, looking to raise a large round of financing, these companies aren't sleeping on anybody's doorsteps. So it's really incumbent upon us as growth stage investors to find them. So if I'm in the office all the time, I'm not doing my job. If I'm waiting for someone to produce a business plan and give it to me, it means they're not focused on what they need to be doing, which is running the business. So I never see business plans. I rarely see PowerPoint decks. I'm there to ask, hopefully, smart questions in a focused amount of time to understand the vital signs of the business, to then make that determination whether we can add value and whether it's a good investment.
I want to get to a conversation that we've been having quite a bit here at Web Summit, and it's over email. There have been a number of panels addressing this idea that, soon email, if not already, will be dead. I want the three of you to weigh in on this. It seems like a light question, but it gets at a fundamental way about how we communicate and about how we sort of connect with each other. So I want to go to each of you. Christine, maybe we'll start. Is email going to be dead by the time we get to 2020?
No.
Why not?
Nice clean answer. Well, it's interesting. They have some research that's come out around marketing communications and how people are engaging from a marketing point of view, and email is number one for mobile. That is how people communicate. Now, I don't know that that's necessarily where collaboration will occur, because a lot of collaboration right now is in email. It's this to-do list that you didn't write, right? Just throw piles of crap at you and you have to deal with it. So that's when you look at things like Slack or these other sort of short-form communication channels. I would love if all my collaboration could be done in 140 characters, and I don't have to talk to people. That would be great. But
Albert, what about you? Is email going to be dead in 5 years? Is email going to be dead in 5 years?
I think the best prediction for how long something will be around is how long it's been around. Email's been around for a long time. I think it's going to be around for quite a long time. ubiquitous and it's addressable to everybody. They don't need to be on some system. It's based on an open standard, and those things are very hard to displace. It doesn't mean it'll be around forever, but they're very hard to displace.
And Mood, I want your thoughts too.
Look, it's a long format to communicate with someone, and I probably read my email 3 times a day, and it's flooded, and it's hard, to get people's attention on email. So I think it will exist. It will have its place for a particular format of communication. It's going to be, I think, messaging broadly is going to be way more profound 10 years from now than it is today. But I think it's going to be more fragmented. Within the enterprise, things like Slack are going to be more dominant. Obviously, text messaging and WhatsApp. Internationally, when I travel, WhatsApp is the lifeblood for all communications. It's unbelievable. It replaces email, it replaces everything. And I think it's, Facebook Messenger, Twitter, obviously getting message there, it has its own niche. So I think all these things are going to have their place. Email will be one of them. It'll be less relevant than it is today, but I think it'll still be around.
Right. I want to ask a question again for the entrepreneurs in the audience who are sort of thinking 5 years ahead and thinking about how they can sort of latch themselves onto these big macro trends and, maybe move from the booths that we've seen all around the summit to being on the stage in 5 years. What one tip would you give that entrepreneur who's in the audience right now, who really just wants to propel forward? Christine.
Gosh, my standard advice for a seed stage entrepreneur is if you want to get off the ground and get to the next level, there are 3 things I care about, and the market size is actually not one of them. I care about the team, I care about your product, and I care about your customer acquisition. There are so many great products that you just can't find people to use, and that's not necessarily because you don't know who has the problem, but you just don't have a way to get to them. So if people can sort those 3 things out, I think that's the best way to get to the next stage. And that's, if you can't get there, you're not going to get 5 years out.
Yeah, Albert, tip.
2 pieces of advice. The first one, it's not the million things that you could be doing. There's only ever one thing holding you back from getting to the next level of your startup. Identify what the one thing is that's holding you back. Second thing, as your startup grows, you have to grow as a person or you will not succeed.
Mood.
I would say, and it's consistent with what Albert said, I think focus on that one killer thing. So be simple in the problem that you're trying to solve. And when you nail that, it's like lightning in the bottle. And then adding features and functionality and scaling the business, it should follow in sequence from that. So Facebook focused very early on voyeurism in college. Snapchat actually probably started out being high school sexting, which exploded, and then it has become what it is today. So focus on that first thing, then scale. And the second thing I would say is, which is similar to this, walk before you run. There's some great ideas that try to move too quickly and then stumble, and if they've just digested their phases of evolution, I think, in a more digestible manner, I think they would have succeeded.
I think that's a good place to end. Christine, Albert, and Mood, thank you so much. And Web Summit, thank you, and congratulations.
Thanks a million, guys. If I could just ask security over here on the right, if they could allow people to filter to the front as we're just kind of running out of space. I'm not too sure. Maybe there are a few seats up at the top. We're going to try and get as many people in here as possible. So if those people at the back that can't find seats, if they'd like to move forward, we're going to reach complete capacity as we work our way towards our final speaker of Web Summit. Our next panel includes 2 absolute legends from the world of sport. One of the greatest people, one of the greatest athletes to ever play the game of rugby, and somebody who has so many trophies, so many medals from the world of football, from Champions League medals to FA Cups to Premier League medals. Could you please put your hands together for Brian O'Driscoll and United legend Rio Ferdinand in the company of Ian Pryor of The Guardian. Woo!
I feel old. Hello and welcome. I guess we'll start with a question for both of you. I mean, you've both quite recently made that transition from very high-performing elite athletes into punditry. I mean, is it Is it something you feel at peace with now, Rio, that, you know, that this is your new life and you kind of, and this is what you do, this is what you are?
Yeah, very much so. I think I've been thinking about it for probably 3 or 4 years, what I was going to do after, and media was definitely a huge part of my thinking. Me and my management team sat down and thought about which areas that I liked. Obviously, football was going to be the bedrock of whatever I'd done. And so by the time I got to the end of my career, I'd done a good few things where I was really ready to go into punditry. Speaking about former teammates, players that I played against, was never really something that was an issue for me, because in a change room I'd never ever felt very comfortable telling people if I thought you were good, bad, or anything else. Obviously use different words a lot of the time, but it was never a problem for me. So doing it on the TV is something I'd have been doing down the pub with my friends anyway. But to do it on TV on a station like BT, platform like that, is it's been fairly straightforward.
Yeah. Brian, for you, it's been even more recent, and you told me backstage that during the World Cup, it was the first time in 20 years you'd watched a game from the stands, and you didn't quite know what to do with yourself, you know.
Even just reading a ticket, you know, and where you're meant to sit, I was like, I don't know how to do this. Can someone please show me how to get to my seat? Hold my hand. Yeah, it's, you know what, I think the further you are removed from it, the more comfortable you get from a pundit point of view. I suppose I started quite young from rugby terms as a 20-year-old, so a lot of my very good friends from rugby have retired before me, albeit I still have some good friends, you know, currently in the game, and I still have to critique them. But I think players never mind being critiqued on their performance. It's when you start looking externally or looking at, you know, character assassination or, you know, extracurricular things that you're having a go at. That's not really any of your business. You're there to analyse how they're getting on a rugby pitch and give your opinion. And it's only one opinion. It's not gospel, but I suppose the further I am removed from it, the easier it is to get to do that.
Because there were points in that World Cup, you were quite hard on them after the Ireland-Italy game in particular. You know, you really didn't hold back, but you were pretty comfortable with that from the get-go.
Sorry, I lost you there for a second.
There were points in the tournament after the Ireland-Italy game in particular where, you know, you had a good go at them. And how much did you think about that beforehand?
I think you just have to be true to yourself, and you can't lie to people that have watched the game the same as you've watched it. You have to be honest, and it's not always going to be a bed of roses is what you're going to say. But you know, when they've gone not as well, you have to be honest about it, as much as you have to laud them when they have played extremely well, and they've done that. You know, since my retirement, they've probably excelled. I'm the guy that's held Ireland back for the last 15 years. So when you know, we're just there to analyse 80 minutes, and like I said, when they do particularly well, you have to, you know, tip your cap, and when they don't do well, you have to say what went wrong and pull it apart and say what they can improve on. And I don't think players ever have an issue with that.
Yeah, I think no, but it has to be black and white. I think if you start creating grey areas and saying maybe, and then people can see through that. The guy at home sees that you're sitting on the fence, and they would look for a reason as to why you're doing that. If I've got to speak about someone I don't get on with, or I've had a problem with in the past, if I sit on the fence or I don't go on that subject, people are going to not take me seriously. They're going to think, well, what's the point of me being on there? And anything I say beyond that, they're going to think, there must be an ulterior motive as to why he's speaking or why he's saying that, or question what I'm saying. So I think, like you say, you have to be black and white, nothing in the middle if you can be.
Yeah. Because increasingly, you know, players, coaches, they do take what you say extremely seriously. And you had the whole, I mean, this season in particular, Jose Mourinho's really kind of vehement outburst against what Jamie Carragher was saying about him on Sky. I mean, do you ever feel, does it ever worry you about getting into that kind of collision with current coaches or even players?
No, not at all. I think confrontation is a big part of sport. I think, especially in rugby, in football, it's a non-contact sport now, almost. But confrontation is a huge part of that, whether it's on the training pitch, whether it's in the change room, or on the pitch that we see on the TV. And there's an extension of that from a studio to the pitch as well. And if what we say a manager or a player doesn't like, for me personally, I look at it how I played. I was criticised at points in my career for my performance. I was getting too old, his legs have gone, etc. And I used to bank stuff like that and use it as fuel. And the only comeback to that, I used to think, was winning. Success, winning a trophy or winning that following week and proving to someone over a period of time that what you said and ram it down their throat and that is not true. And so when I see people coming out, I find it maybe a little bit petty sometimes, a bit of insecurity maybe. I think winning is the best antidote for anything like that.
Yeah, yeah. What about you, Brian? That sensation of winning is it's probably the hardest thing to replicate when you stop playing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Like, you know, people say how you find your new career. You know, I'm enjoying the punditry, absolutely, but it's not playing. You know, playing is the ultimate, and I was lucky enough to do it for the large part of my adult life, you know, from 20 to 34. And it's impossible to replicate that. You cannot find that buzz of not even running out in front of 80,000 people or necessarily winning trophies, albeit, you know, that's a pretty good feeling.
Yeah.
It's that sense of achievement in the dressing room afterwards where you don't really need to say anything, that you know one another have rolled your sleeves up and really dug in, and you're the only one, as much as your family and your supporters and the fans there have a huge appreciation for it, they don't truly know what those 15 or 23 other guys know. So that's a really unique and special feeling that is hard to replicate. I'm not trying to replicate it. And it's funny, in the punditry side of things, I still get a great buzz out of a good production, of knowing that I've added value to a show, or, you know, the people at home will be a little bit the wiser for some of the knowledge that you might have imparted on them. So, you know, they're small little wins that kind of help you make that transition from one career to the next.
Yeah. Let's talk a bit about your social media presence. I mean, you're both in the studio for BT this season, and, you know, difficult though it is, you are surrounded by TV professionals, producers, the tech guys, the video guys. You know, you do get a lot of help and support. Whereas Rio, I think I counted up 13 million followers on social media on your 3 platforms today, and but that's pretty much all you, isn't it? Do you find you think carefully about what you put on there? The more often you do it, or
it's a double-edged sword, that one.
I have now. I mean, when I was at United and I was playing football, you're heavily governed. So I paid quite a few fines over the years for some of the stuff that I've said. But because it's impulsive. I'm quite an impulsive person at times, and if someone's said something not even associated with sport or football, and you don't agree with it, and you say something, you can be fined and stuff. So I used to take a few fines here and there. But no, I kind of got onto social media because I just thought that was the best way for me to connect with the fan. There's 80,000 seats at Old Trafford, but there's like over 800 million supporters around the world of Man United, and football even more. And I just thought it was a perfect platform for me then to kind of connect people to that and bring them into to my world. And people expected me to be, oh, I'm traveling to London. Oh, are you flying on your own plane? No, I'm going on a train. Like, oh, you got security? No, I'm actually on my own. But people didn't know that because there's a picture painted by someone in an office who's got no idea of who I am, but their perception of me is what they're trying to give out to everybody. And so I was always frustrated by that. So social media came at a time where I was like, great, this is perfect for me. Because when I was younger, I wanted to know what certain stars were doing, Michael Jackson, from an actor, Will Smith, or whoever, Robert De Niro. What were they doing? That's what I used to always think. And this has been a great platform for me. And then the kids of the future, my children, this will be normal for them.
Sure.
And so I always had that in mind. And so when I finished football, I used it as something where I could build and then take on into the next phase of my life as well, and bring people into that and just to continue on that journey.
Yeah. What about you, Brian? Did you feel the same? I mean, you probably used it a bit less during your playing days than Rio might have, but more so now?
I was late-ish to it. I suppose I realized that there's, you know, I suppose I agree with what Rio says, from being able to interact and give more of yourself and to give people a real sense as to what you are, because as part of a team, you sometimes have to adhere to the team way, and you mightn't always be able to speak your mind or show the individual in you. So I think, you know, the likes of social media, Twitter, and I'm not on Facebook, but Twitters and Instagrams give people a little bit more of a sense as to what sort of person you really are. I've obviously never needed a security guard in my life, so I've never had that question posed to me. But it is the small things where, you know, people think one thing and you have an opportunity and a platform to be able to show them differently. And even from the point of view when people talk about trolls on Twitter and people having that vehicle, they've always existed. People have always existed, but social media has offered them the opportunity to get into it. And you have to accept that as part of it. Sometimes you engage and other times you don't. As part of a team, often teams I was involved in, there was 24 hours, pre and post game where it was blackout, so you wouldn't react to tweet being sent after a game. So I don't have that anymore, and sometimes I interact with people just to.
I've noticed you're not afraid to give a little back where necessary.
Because
he can back it up though. That's why.
But listen, do you know what? I don't mind, provided people aren't nasty or people aren't rude. If people challenge something you say or something one of your beliefs, I'm okay with that, and I'll interact with it. We'll agree to disagree at times, a lot of the time. But it's part and parcel of that connectivity between professional sports people and supporters and fans.
I think as well what's great about it is as well as working with BT on the different various platforms that they have and social media, is the generation that we're in and that are coming up underneath us, they want fast, quick, informative content. And that's what social media is able to us to do, the Instagrams, the YouTube, etc. Being able to give people exactly what they want outside of not only just the games, the 90 minutes that we play in football and rugby, the 80 minutes, it's beyond that. It's beyond them white lines. It's in the households, in the training grounds, on your journeys around the world. Bringing people into that world, fast, quick and informative content is a huge part of it, which is good, which is what the area that I like.
Do you have rules of engagement?
Don't drink. When you've got your phone in your hand, do not drink and go on social media, because that's when a lot of people get in trouble. So I've been there before, yeah.
Ever slipped up in that regard, Brian?
Ever what?
Have you ever slipped up in that regard?
Of course. You've said things and you've woken up the next day and you've deleted them and hoped that no one's favoured it or retweeted them. Of course you have. But exactly. So I've been hacked. I was hacked at 4:30 in the morning. But I'm the only one that has my details. So the book does stop with me. No one tweets on behalf of me. So I want it to be real and want every word to sound as though it's something that I'm potentially capable of saying, albeit you do make mistakes.
Indeed. And what about, you both had kind of fantastically high-profile careers and still do. And, you get a lot of commercial opportunities coming your way. You're involved both with a fair amount of brands. And occasionally you do a bit of that in social, but I'm sure you can't do too much either. You don't want to really put your followers off, do you?
No, I think you've got to keep it as natural as possible. I think a lot of fans and a lot of people on social media follow certain people because they like them and they're interested in what they do. And when you see it, a Twitter handle or Instagram page being really commercialized, I think that's a turn-off for a lot of people. And I think you can tell a lot by celebrities and sportsmen when it's genuinely them. I know people who've got millions of followers, and I know for a fact they are not tweeting certain situations, and I know it's not their type of language, the way they speak is far too intellectual for many of them. But it's
do name names.
I can't name names, but that's the grey area that we can go into, not the black and white. But it's but no, I think, as I said, I understood from an early stage that it can be a business as well, and understanding the commercial opportunities that do come off of that is a huge part of it. And I've retired now, and I know that if a commercial company want me on board, or they want player A over there, they're going to look at your social media following and the attraction. That's going to attract a commercial company, and I understood that quite early. And at the beginning, people saying, "Why are you doing it? Why are you doing it?" One, to bring people in and to show them what we do and bring them on a journey. And two, you can almost become a media company at the end of it if you get enough following. So I understood that quite early.
Good. You're both now well established in broadcasting careers, and that, if you keep on being good at it, can be a very long career. Brian, do you see yourself sticking in this direction, or will there be just that urge at some point to go back, take charge of a team, do some coaching?
For the time being, you know, I was talking to Rio beforehand, you know, the coaching side of things doesn't really interest me at the moment because I wanted my weekends back. I don't do a huge amount of stuff. I just do Champions Cup with BT, which is only 9 weekends a year. And obviously with a couple of other brands and some other interests, you know, I have a heavy involvement in an Ultimate Rugby app that, you know, is kind of the day-to-day stuff. So being able to get involved in that side of things is kind of a real interest and very different to what I've done in the past. So for the time being, I don't think that, you know, coaching is really on my radar, but I like doing them. I still do a little bit of one-on-one stuff with guys, trying if they come and ask some, you know, and are interested in listening to what I have to say, or, you know, pull apart their game a little bit. I'm only too happy to help. But just from a team point of view, I wanted a clean break away from it, and, you know, working on the Champions Cup allows me to be able to still have a huge interest in the game and impart, you know, the little bit of knowledge that I hope I still have.
What about you, Rio? Do you look at Ryan Giggs and ever wish you could swap places?
Not at the moment, no.
Sorry, the cruel question.
No, I don't. We were talking before. I miss the banter in the change rooms. I miss the going in every day and just having a laugh amongst a group of friends, really, and that feeling of winning, the relief of winning, the satisfaction of winning. The training and the hard graft, not so much. But it's so many hours, as Brian said before. It's a different lifestyle completely. Being a coach or a manager, the hours you've got to give is totally different to a player. As a player, you wake up in the morning, get to training at 9 o'clock, you leave by 1:30, 2 o'clock, and you disconnect until the next morning. As a manager or a coach, that connection is forever. It just goes around 24 hours. You eat, sleep, and drink, thinking about coaching sessions, training sessions, diet, injuries, squads, format. It just goes on. And at the moment, once I retired, I didn't want to be straight into that. I needed a break and to kind of assess things in my life as to where I wanted to go, what areas I liked. I loved the punditry side of it, and you can learn a lot doing the punditry that will put you in good stead for when you actually do decide to go into management if you want to. And I'm doing my badges. I don't know if you have to do badges for rugby?
You do and you don't. It kind of depends.
It's the grey area again.
Yeah. Grey, you wouldn't like it.
No. So I'm doing my badges and stuff. So if the right opportunity came along, then I'm sure I would look at it quite seriously.
But Brian, what have you found the most challenging thing has been about TV?
I think initially you become a different person when you see the 3, 2, 1 and you're live. You still, sometimes if you had a heart rate monitor on, you'd know it was jumping out of your chest because it's something that's alien to you. The second season of doing it, hopefully I'll be a lot more comfortable, a bit more experience, have an understanding of what your voice is, particularly from a co-commentary point of view, understanding when you come in, and again, not just being noise, but adding value to it. I think everything that I'm involved in, I feel as though I've added value from a rugby playing point of view, so in all the new things I'm involved in, I want to make sure I continue adding value. So that's something that I kind of earmark in anything that I do look to become involved with.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, Rio Ferdinand and Brian O'Driscoll.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for the announcement of the overall winners of the pitch competition powered by Audi. Please welcome to the stage Head of the Pitch Judging Panel, Nils Walney, Head of Digital Business for Audi, and Paddy Cosgrave, CEO of Web Summit.
So I'm incredibly excited. From over 1,300 applications from startups quite literally all over the world, we got it down to 200 that started out on Tuesday, pitching across the 3 pitching stages at the Web Summit. By Wednesday, we were at a semi-final stage, and earlier today, we had 6 finalists up on stage across 2 categories, and we're here now to announce the winner, and I'd love to hand it over to Niels from Audi to just tell us a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Paddy. First of all, thank you so much to all the startups that were participating. You guys did a great job. You guys rock. And thank you to all the judges, my fellow judges in the last 3 days, for your time, for your expertise. I think at the end of the day, we had to make a very hard decision today. Yeah, we finally came to a conclusion.
So it's time to announce the winners. Starting with the Pitch Alpha section, could you please tell us the Pitch Alpha winner?
So the winner of the Alpha teams is Connectera.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I think you get one of the trophies. So it's Alpha. So
Fantastic.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So maybe I tell you.
So before Niels just shares a little bit of how the guys are going to work with Audi. 2-3 years ago, for example, one of the pitch winner on stage, SmartThings, 18 months later, from a tiny fledgling startup, they sold to Samsung for over $200 million. And there are many other fantastic stories, and I really wish you guys all the best of luck over the coming years. You've got a very, very bright future in front of you. Over to you, Niels.
So yeah, we selected a very special prize this time because you will be one of the first people to experience piloted driving at first hand. So we'll invite you, 3 people of your team, to Barcelona to drive in one of or be a passenger, I have to say, in one of our autonomous driving cars. So the RS7 piloted driving concept will take you around a racetrack at full race speed. So so this will be fun. It's like a roller coaster ride, actually, but that's not it. At the end of the day, you have time to share some thoughts, ask some questions with some of our engineers, and also some management members of Audi will be there, so you'll have a second day to share your thoughts with them as well.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
You're welcome. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally, if we were to just ask, if there was anything the audience could do to help you guys get to the next level, what would it be?
Oh, good question. I'm not sure how many of you are farmers or have cows. That would be really helpful. But I mean, I would say something that, we started this off trying to tackle a really hard problem because the tech industry hasn't looked at some of the less sexy issues. So if you're working on stuff like that, we'd love to be in touch as well. Good luck to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, really.
Good job.
So let's now find out the pitch beta winner. So our alpha startups are a little bit earlier stage, and our beta category are slightly further along the path. So to make the announcement of the winner of the beta section, I'm going to hand back to Niels.
So yeah, again, it was a hard decision we had to make, but the winner is Bizimply. Good job.
Congratulations.
So, this is your trophy.
Thank you.
You receive actually the same prize with your team. 3 team members can take a ride in our RS7 piloted driving concept. So hopefully you'll enjoy that.
So you're also an Irish startup?
Sorry?
You're Irish?
Yes, we are.
Congratulations, that's fantastic. Could I just want to ask the same question. If there's absolutely anything the audience could do to help you along your journey, what would it be?
Well, we find everyone knows someone with a bar or a restaurant or an idea for a restaurant, or someone wants to open a cafe chain. So send them to bizimply.com. If you're that person, go to bizimply.com. You can sign up right now, start your trial, and yeah, we'll help you save money and connect with your employees. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Good job. So just thank you so much to Audi. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing where you guys are on to a bright, bright future. And congratulations.
Thank you, Paddy.
Thank you to both of you. Thanks a million.
But don't forget your prize.
Thank you, Niels. So I've promised my fiance that I would, my fiance Faye, that I would keep this Aran sweater that she created on me at all times, but it is getting so incredibly hot in here. It's incredible, but I'm going to keep it on because I'm such a hero. So Asia for me as a market is absolutely buzzing. It is electric. The rate of growth of startups emerging from China, from India, from all across the region is phenomenal. In August, we hosted our very first conference in Asia. Our first Web Summit brought together 400 people. And our first conference in Asia, called Rise, brought together over 5,500 people from all over the region, but also from all over the world. We've never had a conference that has grown as fast. There's something really happening in Asia. And to tell you a little bit more, could you please welcome to the stage my co-host for Rise in Hong Kong, Casey Lau. Casey, I know we don't have a huge amount of time, but can you just tell me what the hell is going on in Asia?
Asia is a huge place with a lot of opportunities and a lot of excitement. And I think the RISE conference really was able to pull everything together and bring all the different countries in Asia together. And of course, a lot of people from Europe and North America. So I think it's very exciting, and I think it'll be even bigger next year.
And so what can people expect if they're thinking about going to Asia next year for RISE?
Definitely a lot of kung fu, a lot of dim sum, those kind of things, definitely.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to going to RISE. I can't wait to get back to Hong Kong.
Yes.
And thank you so much for making it literally the most incredible experience 6, 8, 10 weeks ago, and looking forward to going back.
Great. Thank you for bringing it to Hong Kong, too. Really
Thanks a
appreciate
million,
it.
Casey. Stay there.
Okay.
Stay there. Thanks a million, Casey Lau. So, will we be able to play the Coder Dojo video, if that would be possible?
What I like about Coder Dojo is that I have friends there. What I like about Coder Dojo is that it's always really fun and we do like almost something new nearly every week. You're always going to be saying code, but completely different, so you can do things yourself.
What I like about Coder Dojo is that you can express your creativity and uniqueness in web designing. I hope to be a software engineer.
My most recent project is Recharge My eCard. It's an app for electric cars, and it shows all the charging points for electric cars in Ireland. I think it's just really fun, because I used to look at apps and think, wow, I wonder how they make that, and now, I know all about it. It's great.
The principle of it is that, any girl that comes to Coder Dojo will always have a place. Without mentors, I don't think I'd be as confident coding. Like having a mentor come over, help me, like when I was a brand new beginner, show me things that really sort of built my confidence. I've been quite lucky going to Coder Dojo because there was an event in Code Week where Coder Dojo members could go to Twitter, so me and Vanessa went there. We've had sessions in IBM. Been to Google a few times, Amazon, got work experience in OpenNet as well. That was a brilliant chance because I'd never been in a situation to have to sit down in an office and work. The big aim is really to see more and more girls go into tech.
So the very first Web Summit 5 years ago, a quite remarkable 17-year-old boy got up and he spoke about his vision that he would enable young people all over the world learn how to code. And at the time, the only place he was helping teach people learn how to code was in his own school. In that time, Coder Dojo has grown from a single school in a single city in a single country, Ireland, to more than 50 countries around the world, teaching 25,000 children every weekend how to code. If you haven't heard of Coder Dojo, it's a quite remarkable movement, and I would strongly encourage each and every one of you to consider helping or indeed setting up a dojo in your city. It's quite remarkable when you bring young boys and young girls together and you give them the opportunity to learn a skill that can help change the course of their lives. We do it at Web Summit. We run a dojo every single Saturday, and over the course of the last 3 days, every day we've given out just over a trickle over 100 tickets for €100 to Lisbon in 2016. The simple objective was that we wanted to raise €30,000 to set up a dojo, and you don't necessarily need money to set up a dojo, but we want to set up a really, really fantastic one in Lisbon for young kids in Lisbon in 2016. And I'm happy to say all of you contributed to that, and we hit our target of 30,000 and more. And so we hope that when you join us in Lisbon in 2016, you'll get to meet some kids from 7 and 8 and 9 years of age, and they will show the projects that they have been building over the course of the year, starting from 2 weeks from now all the way through to next year. So thank you to all of you for contributing. Thank you. So if we just might move to Eva, it'd be fantastic. So Ireland is an absolutely incredible country. There are people in the audience from over 100 countries around the world. And if you followed Ireland over the last year, you'll have seen some incredibly positive change. We had a marriage referendum that was an incredibly positive moment for Ireland. This, for me, it's my country. It's the country I choose to live in. It's the country I'm going to choose to grow old in and eventually build a family. But sometimes there are small issues that I think can make this country even better. Ireland, as you all know, welcomes multinational companies with open arms into this city and cities all over Ireland. And we do an incredibly, incredibly good job of welcoming those multinational companies. But in Ireland, a law still exists that allows 93% of all primary or elementary schools in this country, who are 100% funded by all taxpayers, operate a Catholic first admissions policy. That means that legally they can discriminate against a child entering their school on the basis of having no denomination or having an other denomination. As this country begins to welcome more multinational companies, we of course are welcoming more multinational people, many of you who are out in this audience. We have over 20 nationalities now working in our company, and a number of those nationalities, a number of those wonderful people have been affected by this legislation. Now, the chances are that this law is so very close to being changed, so very close to being changed, and all that it requires is a gentle nudge to change it so that Ireland becomes a country that truly cherishes all children equally, irrespective of whether they are of any one religion or of no religion. This evening at 6 p.m., my team will gather outside the offices of the Prime Minister of Ireland with a small group of human rights lawyers, teachers, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, simply to say all children should be cherished equally. It's something we believe in, and we believe strongly that will help make Ireland an even more welcoming place for all of you, and just a much better place to live in. So if you would like to join us, you'd be more than welcome. Just go to walkforeva.com. It's at 6 p.m. and maybe we'll change Ireland just that little bit and make it a more beautiful and awesome place to live by next week. So thank you very much. So Web Summit is produced by a rather remarkable lady called Sinead Murphy. Previously, she worked for Live Nation, producing many of the largest music festivals here and in the UK. And when she moved across from the music industry 2 years ago, she began to notice that the participation rates of females in technology entrepreneurship, and in particular, was an issue. And it's continued to be an issue. And as we've grown as a conference from something very, very small to something that's now truly very, very big and very, very global, I think it's incumbent on us that we use our position of influence with a high degree of responsibility, and that we do something positive, and we do something that I hope inspires others to help change and address and inspire other people to do things that will address this issue. That doesn't mean that our contribution is all that significant, but I think our contribution is needed, and it's something we want to do. So we're inviting 10,000 female entrepreneurs in 2016 to all of our events across the world. Those are complimentary invites. They're not going to come from us, they're going to come from you. So all of you can go simply to websummit.net/change. And if there is a female entrepreneur or possibly a female executive who is thinking about pursuing a startup that might benefit from attending Web Summit or Rise or Collision or Surge in India, then by all means issue them an invite. Maybe you know 2 entrepreneurs, 3, 4, 5. Don't stop. The only way that change truly happens is if people are prepared to act together and try and build a different tomorrow. So I'd just like to salute Sinead for pushing this over the last few months, and it's something we're going to remain very, very committed to over the course of the next year. So to Sinead and all of the team, congratulations. So finally, before we call on our final speaker, this is our final Web Summit in Ireland. It has been absolutely incredible. This event, which started as something so small and so local, has changed so fast. But all of that change would not be possible were it not for an incredible community of people in this city that have contributed in so many ways. They've given of their time, they've given of their resources, they've been so helpful and so incredibly supportive. Ireland will always play a role in whatever we create around the world, and we absolutely want to create the best gatherings everywhere in the world across as many industries as possible. That's what we're passionate about. It's not just about Web Summit. For us, it's about so much more, and we've lots more to share with the world, not just next year, but in the years ahead. And Dublin will always be in our hearts. I absolutely love this city. My team love this city. Our headquarters are going to remain in this city. We're an Irish company. We're leaving, but we're very, very hopeful that the door will remain open, that we can come back to Ireland, that we can launch more conferences in Ireland, and that maybe one day Web Summit will come back to this fantastic city that I hope all of you have enjoyed over the last 3 days, and I hope you absolutely love it this evening in your final night. So to the community in Dublin, I salute you. To all of the people around Ireland that have supported us through the last 5 years, I salute you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of all of my team's hearts. Thank you. We're leaving, but we hope to come back in the future. Thank you. And so now to our final speaker. Toy Story, Frozen, Inside Out. These are just some of the amazing pictures that Pixar has created on our next speaker's watch. Ed Catmull is one of the founders of the animation heavy hitter and often praised for his innovative thinking around leading teams and tapping into extreme creativity. In this highly anticipated fireside chat, he'll discuss all of these elements in the company of Caroline Daniel of the Financial Times. Please give them an absolutely huge welcome to the stage.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the whistle. I think that might be for Ed. We're going to start with a fact which might make some of us in this room feel either surprised, nostalgic, or simply old. But Toy Story is about to turn 20 years old this month. To celebrate the occasion, we're going to show a short movie on the theme of friendship from Pixar. It may be the end of the Web Summit, but I promise you this will be one of the highlights you will remember. So Ed, how do you feel that Toy Story is now 20? Does it feel like it was 20 years ago?
Well, all this is inconceivable. I think probably the biggest surprise was, looking forward from 20 years ago, was I never imagined that it would continue to be just as hard 20 years later. Now I know better, and it's going to be just as hard in 20 years.
So just a sort of silly question to get this off. If Pixar were making a story of your life, how would it go, and who would the enemies be? Who would be the evil monsters in it?
The evil monsters. Well, looking back, I always felt that the thing that got in the way was, people trying to repeat what took place in the past. I suppose one thing that I realized is that when I was a kid, I had a fear. My biggest fear was that as I grew older, I would turn into an old fart. And I didn't want that to happen, and because it seemed like it was happening. And it wasn't until I got to Lucasfilm when we were visited by two famous animators, Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston, and they'd written this book, The Illusion of Life. They were in their mid-70s, and they were full of life. And they said, "We wish we were doing what you guys are doing now. We wish we were young again so we could do that." So these guys aren't old farts. And at the same time, I saw a young manager there at Lucasfilm who was pretty cranky and cantankerous and very conservative. And that's when I realized that old farts come from young farts. So, driving factor in my life.
So obviously at Pixar, you seem to have a lot of adults who are basically educated Peter Pan type figures. You know, they have retained a sense of sort of their childhoods. In fact, there was a lovely story about John Lasseter, who's one of your co-founders, who is basically a big kid. And apparently when his child lost a tooth, he took a toy car and inked the wheels and ran it back and forth over the pillow to make it look like the tooth fairy had arrived and then driven away at speed. So I'd just be interested in some of your sort of just discussing how you create a sense of, childishness and wonder at Pixar, and how important that is to the creative process.
Well, one thing we do is to try to encourage and allow impish things to happen. And we've always had this history of people doing things off the wall. So, and we want that. In fact, my worry is that people come in that regardless of what people say, they're taking cues from other people. So the people that used to play the practical jokes have got kids and they go home. They love the practical jokes, but they're not doing them as much anymore, and they would like the young ones to do it. The young people are coming and saying, well, they're not doing it, I better not do it because I'm stepping out of line. But we can't impose top-down practical jokes. So we have to make sure we always allow it. So as an example, this is a year, I guess 2 years ago, we had a concert. We have 17 bands at Pixar. And so the concert went up to 10 o'clock, and that's the limit when you have to stop. So right at 10 o'clock on the last band, the police came in and shut us down. And what I learned later was that some people thought they were in trouble because that happened. So I'm going to say, no, the fact that we got shut down by the police is really cool. And they were so relieved to hear that. But I realized that we always have to make sure people understand that doing those things which are on the edge are part of what we want to have happen.
So how do you manage that? Because obviously as a leader, and you've written a lot about creativity in your book, and you described in your book that my job is to look at the dynamics of a room and measure the team not by output, but by spirit, and whether the team members are laughing. Is that actually true? I mean, and how do you sort of manage that between being actually, you want to get stuff done too?
Well, first of all, the people are so intense about getting things done that this is not our problem. They're professionals. They want to get the film done. They want to have an impact with it. So if you understand that's their intent, then our problem isn't getting them to work hard. The problem is actually to get them to lighten up and let mistakes happen. So we're a culture that talks about mistakes and failures and letting things happen, and they all agree with that, and yet when it gets down to doing the job, they don't want to go over budget, they don't want things to go out of control. So the natural thing that happens, I think, in every company is to be so driven to deliver that they actually end up inducing fear and worry in people. And looking at the psychology of the room is to say, well, this is happening, how do we pull back? How do we let the mistakes happen and have people feel okay about it?
And when do you know, when you look at a room, think when things are going really wrong? What do you look for?
Well, first of all, when they're going right, there's laughter in the room. And it isn't like you're going right from wrong. There's this gradual process in between. And with every film, we always have something that goes wrong. If we didn't, we'd be done when we started. I mean, it's an important concept, but it's harder for people to get. So when we start our films, they all suck. Right? They don't work. And I don't mean this in the sense that I'm being self-effacing or modest. I mean it in the sense that they suck. And it's an important concept. You don't have things right to begin with. And if you're doing something new, you can't get it right. So we're going through an iterative process. And the implication is, while we're going through the iterative process, you cannot judge people by whether or not the thing they're working on is good. Because if you did, you would shut them all down. So you have to measure them by the spirit in the room, believing that they will fix the problems. And then if they can't do it, then over time, people will raise flags, and our responsibility behind closed doors is to teach them, coach them, add people. Usually that works. Sometimes it doesn't. It spills over, and it becomes very obvious that it's not working. So you have to respond by the need at the time. And here's the trick, though. It's very important not to over-respond. That is, sometimes we can tell if a leader is not going to work out. We took a risk because they're good, and their intent is good, but sometimes they don't make the transition, and I can usually tell fairly early. But we don't pull the plug at that time. And the reason we don't pull the plug, even though we're certain they're not going to work out, is if we moved at the time that it was clear it wasn't going to work, we would induce fear in the other leaders. Because they would then think, as soon as something failed, the plug gets pulled. So we actually have to wait longer in order to keep from inducing fear in other parts of the organization.
But you've had some very dramatic redos of movies. You've pulled some movies recently in terms of the scheduling of them. Talk me through how you manage that process, the right balance between creating fear and actually allowing a creative process to go forward. Because you've also talked a lot about how you would try to protect the new. Because if you're not trying something new, you're not doing anything different.
Yes, so You go through this phase where you're protecting them while they're wandering around. And then usually that results in something which is pretty remarkable, because it's the wandering around that lets them discover stuff. But if they can't get out of it, if they're stuck or they're lost, then we need mechanisms to help them out of it. But if they can't get out of it, then we'll make major changes, or we'll reset a film and restart. Now, it's unfortunate because while it's very painful, and it's painful to the people that are involved with this, and for some of them it's embarrassing to go through with this. The fact is, their wandering informed the people that follow them. They were part of making something successful, even though they couldn't get it over the finish line. So the whole notion of restarting, unfortunately, has this difficulty with it, but it really is the whole. It's that whole process of going through the failures which end up making something as good as it is.
You've talked a lot in your book about failure, and particularly Disney. Lots of different experiences of Disney, but one of the things you noted with Disney in its past was it started to fail historically when it stopped adopting new technology. And a lot of the energy wasn't in the animation and just the stories, it was in the technology and the integration of that. Can you talk about how you managed also the embrace of technology now, in terms of obviously Disney and Pixar faces lots of new ways of presenting information, mobile, YouTube, different ways of engaging audiences. How do you manage that kind of technological change?
Well, one thing which is it's a misconception about what took place in the early days of Disney. At that time, filmmaking was the new technology. Now, we look back at it and think it's old technology, but it wasn't then. And Walt Disney adopted all the new technology as it came along, and it kept infusing this energy into the organization. When he died, that stopped. And people look at the output and say, oh, well, it's purely an art form, without realizing that he was combining the artist with the technical innovation. And then in the late 80s, Roy Disney Jr. was part of a takeover, and when he came in, he's the one that insisted on the contract with Pixar. So this is our first thing with him. It wasn't to make a movie, it was to write software for painting cells. And Roy understood that infusing technology gave energy to the art. Now, having watched that mistake be made, then our belief was that we have to fully understand and embrace the fact that the technology with the art, as peers with the artists, have sort of a yin-yang with each other. That is, the technology is inspiring the artists, and the artists are challenging the technology. But it isn't that we arrive somewhere, it's that we continually circle each other, trying to advance it forward. And we're trying to set up so that doesn't stop, that we don't fall over the cliff that they went over in the past, because we're explicit about it. They weren't then, and they weren't in the 90s at Disney. So now it's to say, oh guys, that was a mistake that was made in perception about how you solve problems.
Talk a bit about your experience with Disney. Obviously, Disney was failing for a long time, and you are now responsible for Disney Animation, and lo and behold, Disney has been improved. And I think you recently declared that they turned around and said, you'd achieved your ends. How does that feel to have gone in with some of your management ideas and improved Disney? And how has that affected as well your relationship with Pixar as a manager?
Well, it was 10 years ago, essentially, that we were closing the deal with Disney. So I've been commuting back and forth for 10 years. And the group, when we got there, had basically failed, and they knew they'd failed. So they welcomed us in because they wanted a chance to succeed. But at that time, I didn't know anybody down there. What we did, though, was we assumed that they had good intentions, but we didn't know if they were good, or we didn't know if they had just been trained badly. So assuming they were good, we then started the process of talking about how brain trust works. With the technical groups, we had to get them off this notion that there's a right way of doing things. They're very process-oriented. And we had to have them think about failure and mistakes in a very different way. It took 2 years for the brain trust to actually get to a high level. It took 4 years for the entire organization to actually turn around. But they did, and they produced Tangled and Wreck-It Ralph and Frozen and Big Hero 6. So it's a completely different place. Now, when we started, most of the people thought we should close them down. And there was a logic to it. That is, if we tried to revive them, we would spread ourselves too thin and we put Pixar at risk. And we treated them and we kept them completely separate. So they were not allowed to do any production work for each other. In the end now, they're very successful. But here's the interesting thing to me, and that is, actually two interesting things. One is, we could describe the principles we want to operate under in 4 hours. They all nodded their head in agreement, because it's very easy to state and agree to your values. It took 4 years for them to actually get it deeply, which is a common thing that goes on. But the other one, and I think this is the most important point, is that they were considered to be a big failure at the time we took over. Now they're a big creative success, and they're largely the same people. All we did was to remove the barriers and the blocks and the things that got in the way of creativity.
So has there been any knock-on effect in terms of the experience at Pixar that some of your senior people have had to spend so much time at Disney and not at Pixar?
I didn't quite have the first part of the question because of the echo.
Just in terms of the implications of how much time you've had to spend at Disney.
Well, at first, I think, though some people expressed it was like, you know, mom and dad took on another family, and so all of a sudden they're worried about the other kids and not us. And there was a little of that to begin with, but in fact, because we made sure they were separate cultures and we had some people that we were raising up in both organizations, that in the end it was just realized, oh, we're a different place. We've got our own culture, our own way of thinking about it. And so both have done remarkable things. There's been no degradation in what we've done because of the fact that there are two studios. And they get along very well. And this is one of the unintended effects, which is a technological one and a creative one. From a technical point of view, we said to each company, you can beg, borrow, and steal technical ideas from the other, but you don't have to. There was no existential threat. We weren't saying you have to use best practices. So the result is those groups loved to share with each other because they knew one of the consequences would not be that they had to work some other way. The advantage, though, is that in this world of rapid change, the fact that we've got two groups with different personalities working on similar problems makes us stronger. Now, the same thing happened creatively. We've got a brain trust at both groups, and they're making separate films, but once per film, when we're late in the game and we've got some crisis and we can't figure out what's wrong, we'll show the film to the other studio. And because they speak the same language, they like each other, and they know how to give good notes, then they're fresh eyes and they help us solve problems. Now, we never set out to do that, but once we got that, it was like this incredible asset.
So most of your films have made an average of $250 million each. So what's the toughest thing about running a movie company like that?
Well, we clearly want our films to have success in the world. We also want our films to do financially very well. And one of the reasons for that is we want to be able to take risks. It's actually when you don't make money that somebody comes in from the outside and says, you know what you're doing, so we're going to tell you how to make it better. We are fortunate the films do well, and Disney has never asked us to do anything in terms of the films that we make. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. They give us a free hand. They also live with our failures. So we have a lot of failures. The failures are very expensive. They've never been questioned because they understand that it's part of our process. So yeah, we're happy that the films do well. It's more important to people at the company that people like the film than it is they do well. I mean, that's their feeling. I want both. But
But that's easy to say when you make $250 million a film.
It's very easy to say when you make $250 million.
So what's the, we're about to run out of time, but what's the thing on your bookshelf a visitor would be surprised to find?
Well, I've got a number of toys on my bookshelf. I just have an eclectic set of books. I mean, I don't have much in the way of computer science anymore because the last several years, while I keep up, I find the most interesting things are the sociology and the psychology of how people work together. And for me, it's just completely fascinating.
And which book other than your own would you recommend that the audience should be rushing out to buy?
Well, there certainly isn't a single one. I'm reading a book now about transitions at different times in the life where we tend to think of like an event that may change our life, but actually it's after an event that we have to go through a process of integrating it or fighting it. And how do you think about things so you integrate what you've learned? Another book was Mindset, which is, again, it has to do with the way you look at the world, how you perceive things. And most of us, while we intellectually we know that we filter the world, I think from a deep point of view, most people don't realize how much they filter the world. And if you understand it fairly deeply, then I think it opens you up to say, I actually want to know what that person thinks because they see the world very differently than I do. And if you look at those as additive views, then you end up in a much stronger place.
Well, I'm afraid I perceive that we're out of time. There is so much more we could be asking you today. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your movies. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
It's so fast.